Chapter 301. That isn't a person, is it? Murong Shui was greatly surprised, but suddenly that figure before the moon seemed to be flying towards her direction. Murong Shui didn't have time to think much before that shadow enlarged greatly. Merely in an extremely short period of few breath of time, the shadow had already flown over to the front of her window. Being surprised, Murong Shui exclaimed and repeatedly retreated few steps, nearly falling down. She was fearful, but looking ahead, she was the person who was floating in front of her window was unexpectedly an old man. "Who are you?" After seeing the unusual skill of this old man, Murong Shui didn't dare to act rashly. The old man didn't say a word, merely looked at her with a complicated gaze, sometimes missing, sometimes sadness. Murong Shui was slightly startled, and the fear in her heart began to dissipate seeing the expression of this old man. Moreover, unexpectedly an intimate feeling emerged in her heart. Murong Shui was someone who was capable enough for the Emperor of Proud Moon Empire to entrust an important task of the destruction of Nelan Empire and Violent Dragon Empire's alliance, so she naturally was a wise and intelligent person. And just thinking for a little time, a light flashed in her brain, and a bold guess appeared in her mind. Thinking of this probability, her hands and legs couldn't help trembling. Grandpa, is that you?" Murong Shui cried in trembling voice, and her eyes were filled with expectation. The complicated gaze of the old man began to fade, and gently sighing, he entered the room of Murong Shui. Then, not answering the question of Murong Shui, he asked, "Do you know Jun Qinglian?" Murong Shui hastily nodded her head and replied, "Of course I know, that is my name." "Have you seen her?" The old man intently watched Murong Shui. Murong Shui shook her head and replied, "I haven't seen her. Father said that grandmother passed away when he was very young, so." The old man turned and looked out of the window. Now his tall and straight stature suddenly became somewhat stoop. Murong Shui bit her lower lip, and just when she wanted to say something, she however felt a light breeze. Now she couldn't move, because she didn't know when, but this old man had already turned around and her right wrist was tightly held by this old man. Then a wisp of strange aura seeped into her body. After a long time, the old man let go of Murong Shui, although he had already determined that she was his granddaughter the moment he had seen her, because her appearance was simply the replica of his wife and even her temperament was somewhat similar to his wife. But, just now, using the special aura of Murong clan, he verified that she truly had extremely close blood relationship with him. Now, there is no doubt that she was her biological granddaughter. Normally, Emperor Longzhan should be the one that meets with the envoys of both empire at all events, but confusing all people, Longzhan unexpectedly handed over full authority to Crown Prince Longying. Moreover, proclaiming he was under the weather, he even stopped attending the morning court. For this reason, Long Yi and Ziman Nu were deeply suspicious. They knew very well that with the characteristic of Longzhan, he wouldn't do so, because although Longzhan couldn't be considered as the noted emperor throughout the ages, but he was diligent in the governing the nation. For decades, he had never absented from the morning court, as that meant he was showing weakness to other. Could it be that he wanted to make Ziman clan relax their vigilance? Long Yi and Ziman Nu had a secret meeting inside the study at night and finally decided to confront soldiers with generals and stream water with earth. Now, it was still not the perfect time, so they had to wait until the full-scale War of Blue Waves continent. At that time, they had to do all they can to strive to obtain this one-third land under the heaven. When the sun rose, Long Yi struggled free from the entangled hands and legs of Leng Yuiu, then sat up. Then looking at sleeping Leng Yuiu with a slight sweet smile on her face, he felt happy. Perhaps, only beside him, Leng Yuiu would sleep so deeply, discarding all her vigilance. Compared to the bosom of her sweetheart, which other places could ease her heart to sleep like this? Long Yi warmly looked blankly at Leng Yuiu. This girl gave him too much. If it was not for her, then he might not have such wonderful days. Recalling today was the day for the negotiation with Nelan Empire and Proud Moon Empire, Long Yi sobered from his strain of thoughts, then lowering his head, He kissed Lang Yuiu's lips and got out of the bed. After that, wearing his clothing, he walked out. Negotiation was to be held at Long Ying's Crown Prince mansion, with Long Yi being the representative of Violent Dragon Empire and Crown Prince Long Ying being the supervisor for this negotiation. When Long Yi arrived at Crown Prince mansion, he saw that Long Ying was affably treating Nelan Ryuayu. Coupled with his gentle smile and the etiquette of a gentleman, many misses have fallen for him. Sometimes Long Yi also had no choice but admire Long Ying for his method of dealing with women. But he however left Murong Shua out in the cold in one side. This however was his big flaw. No matter how unwilling he was, on the surface, shouldn't he at least put on some show? Nelan Ryuayu pushed away Long Ying, who was personally peeling the fruit for her. Then getting up, she gave courtesy greeting to Long Yi, who had just entered. Moreover, she appeared as if she was relieved of a heavy load. Seeing this, Long Yi found this funny in his heart, and was also slightly complacent. No matter how brilliant your method is, but you, Long Ying, is still defeated in Long Yi's hand. Hello, everyone. Why are you looking at me like that, Crown Prince? Could it be that I am late? Seeing the expression of Crown Prince was not good and was glaring at him, he said with a smile, "Since young Master Zeman is here, it is time to start the negotiation." Murong Shua said. Her expression was slightly strange, looking at Long Yi. Seemingly she was hiding something. Long Yi saw this strange expression of Murong Shua and guessed that she should have met with Murong Bo. But Nelan Ryuayu however raised her eyebrows looking at Long Yi and Murong Shua, and she didn't know why, but a sour feeling emerged in her heart. Furthermore, she wanted to use violent light magic to blast these two people. When Long Yi was guessing in his heart, he suddenly felt somewhat cold gaze on his back, and turning his head, he happened to see the ferocious gaze of Nelan Ryuayu. Then he questioningly raised his eyebrows, but Nelan Ryuayu merely snorted coldly for the answer. Women are unreasonable creatures. Long Yi thought while shaking his head, but he didn't know that, seeing the expression of Nelan Ryuayu when she looked towards Long Yi, Long Ying was so jealous that he nearly became insane. If other people saw Nelan Ryuayu ferociously glaring at Long Yi, then they might think that she hated Long Yi, but Long Ying was also a master in playing around with girls, and with regarding the mentality of women, he had researched greatly. He understood that when Nelan Ryuayu was with him, she had that reserved and estranged smile which represented distancing herself from him. But that a little sour glare of Nelan Ryuayu towards Long Yi just a moment ago represented that her feeling towards Long Yi was not ordinary, which naturally made his mood become extremely bad. In any case, since Nelan Empire and Violent Dragon Empire were forming an alliance, Long Ying naturally had thoughts of picking up Nelan Ryuayu, then marrying her. He would be able to further consolidate his imperial power. Moreover, as Nelan Ryuayu was one of the 3 saintesses of Light Church, after marrying her, he would be able to form a relation with Light Church too, which would bring about hundreds of benefits without any drawbacks. Besides, even casting aside all these benefits, Nelan Ryuayu was truly beautiful, so he coveted her. He had played with many girls, but no one was comparable to Nelan Ryuayu either in temperament or beauty. Long Ying led the officials from both countries to a luxurious and spacious conference room, and the officials of Nelan Empire and Proud Moon Empire sat on 2 sides. As for Long Yi and his 2 assistants who were the officials of Zeman clan, they sat on the master position. Originally, Crown Prince should have sat in the master position, but since all the negotiation power belongs to Long Yi, and he was only the supervisor, he could only yield. Long Yi placed one leg above another, then throwing away a pile of sheets given to him by one of his assistants, he said with a smile, "This is not needed." Then, standing up, he pressed both of his hands on the negotiating table, and leaned forward, which coupled with a smile which gave others somewhat eerie feelings, all felt invisible pressure. I think everyone is sensible people, and sensible people should understand simple words, so in order to save time, I will speak frankly. Long Yi paused, then continued, "The purpose of your empire sending you all as the delegation, I know, You know, and he also knows. So here is my decision. Today we will sign the Treaty of Alliance with Nelan Empire. As for Proud Moon Empire, I am sorry. Long Yi spoke directly, stunning everyone present. Was this still a negotiation? Where could there be a negotiation where a single straightforward sentence decides everything? Then, does it mean that the negotiation is over? Long Ying, sitting at one side, was also greatly surprised, but he kept calm without speaking, waiting to see how Long Yi would wind up this meeting. Long Yi stayed calm, but the officials of Proud Moon Empire lost their cool, and one arrogant official of Proud Moon Empire with long beard angrily stood up and said, "I object. I strongly request Violet Dragon Empire to change the negotiator. You simply don't know how to negotiate. Unfortunately, your objection is of no avail. If you make a racket again, then I don't mind chasing you all." The delegation of Proud Moon Empire, out. Long Yi said with a smile, but looking at his expression however made them understand that he would do what he had said without the slightest hesitation. But what puzzled people was, Murong Shua unexpectedly didn't protest, but said indifferently, "I agree with our Proud Moon Empire withdrawing from this negotiation, but can we have the permission to attend the negotiation of your honorable country and Nelan Empire?" Long Yi looked at Murong Shua with a thoughtful look. The response of this girl was outside of his expectation. He felt very uncomfortable losing the position of control, but he didn't show on the surface, and shrugging his shoulder, he said, "Of course, you can." This conversation in turn surprised Long Ying. Was this envoy of Proud Moon Empire not good at fighting? Or did this woman and Long Yi already reached some kind of agreement? Long Yi looked towards the assistant of his left side, and that clever assistant immediately placed a pile of contracts on the hand of Long Yi. Long Yi threw the contracts on his hand to the air, then with a snap of his fingers, the contracts dispersed and landed in front of all the delegation of Nelan Empire. Nelan Ryuayu looked at the contract for a while, and shyness flashed on her face but disappeared right away. Then secretly rolling her shining eyes towards Long Yi, she calmly said, "I have no problem with this contract." The officials of Nelan Empire strangely looked at their princess, then looked at Long Yi and Crown Prince Long Ying. After that, they expressed they had no problem in succession. "You all don't have a problem, but I have a problem. With regarding the third clause of the contract, I think we should discuss properly." At that time, Crown Prince Long Ying suddenly stood up and said, "Chapter 302." Long Yi smirked. The third clause, that was the clause of marriage to form an alliance between Nelan Empire and Violent Dragon Empire. That clause stated that Nelan Empire's Princess Nelan Ryuayu would get married to Zimin clan's second young master Zimin Yu, becoming his wife, thus consolidating the alliance of two empires. I think it's very good. I and Princess Ryuayu is the ideal couple. We bring out the best in each other. One might well say the perfect match. I wonder what opinion Your Highness the Crown Prince has?" Long Yi said with a smile. Moreover, he didn't forget to wink at Nelan Ryuayu. The beautiful face of Nelan Ryuayu heated. This fellow, his face was simply as thick as the city wall, who was the perfect match for him. But thinking like that, a sweetness welled up in her heart. For the alliance of two empires by marriage, it naturally should be the marriage between the imperial clans of two empires. Although you and Princess Ryuayu are a match, but your status is somewhat inappropriate. Ever since the ancient times until now, for the alliance of two empires by marriage, the marriage is done between the imperial clans of two empires. Could it be that young Master Zimin considers Zimin clan can be mentioned in the same breath as the imperial clan? Crown Prince Long Ying smirked and stared at Long Yi as if a poisonous snake whose food was snatched. His words naturally had needle concealed in silk floss, directly pointing to the heart of the matter. I naturally don't dare to mention Zimin clan in the same breath as the imperial clan. Heaven and earth can gauge the loyalty of Zimin clan towards Violet Dragon Empire. Merely the candidate of this third clause is personally selected by Princess Ryuayu. One may well say that we are each other's sunshine, although it is comparatively better to have marriage between imperial clans for this alliance. But this feeling is also a weighty factor. Only if the two people bound by deep emotions, this alliance could be regarded as indestructible. Otherwise, with 1 day small quarrel, and after 3 days big quarrel, if Princess Ryuayu made trouble when visiting her parents, then wouldn't the relation between two empires become bad? Long Yi said with a smile, although he was talking nonsense, but listening to his talks, his arguments were somewhat reasonable. Hearing Long Yi, the gaze of all the people shifted to Nellen Ryuayu. Nellen Ryuayu clenched her hand under the table, but she had a smile on her face. This smelly fellow unexpectedly didn't play the normal card, instead pointed the spearhead towards her. This made her somewhat angry and bashful in her heart. Wasn't Long Yi clearly saying that she didn't like Long Ying? Moreover, she absolutely couldn't deny his claims. Nellen Ryuayu shyly nodded her head, and in the gap when no one was paying attention to her, she ferociously glared at Long Yi. This won't do. The marriage between the imperial clans is the most beneficial for the alliance, so this absolutely won't do. Crown Prince Long Ying resolutely said. The woman he had taken a fancy to, he had no reason to hand her over to another person on a silver platter. Moreover, that person was the person of Zemin clan. If won't do, I will cease the negotiation. Once I, Nellen Ryuayu, make a choice, I never change it. Nellen Ryuayu indifferently said, diametrically opposing to Long Ying. If she had to marry other people, then she might as well die. Besides, she knew that Violet Dragon Empire also needed the alliance of Nellen Empire, and this marriage alliance was needed only as a formality. Long Zan wouldn't be stupid enough to cancel this alliance for just this marriage matter. Originally, the negotiation of great matter of the current circumstance, because of the candidate for the marriage alliance, fell into a stalemate. No matter what Long Ying said, Nellen Ryuayu didn't make a concession. Moreover, hearing few mild sentences of Long Yi on this matter, Long Ying was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. How come he never knew the mouth of Long Yi was so toxic? Time passed second after second. Instantly the sun was already setting beyond the western hills. Long Yi simply sat with one leg above other. In this busy time, he was calmly drinking tea and eating snakes, but his eyes however were frequently scanning Murong Shuo. He didn't understand why this woman gave up so easily. Today she didn't make even a little effort before forfeiting. He wondered if she had a trick up her sleeves for directly forfeiting like this. Of course, Murong Shuo noticed the gaze of Long Yi, but she pretended to not know, directly ignoring Long Yi. Seeing Murong Shuo was actually ignoring him, an evil smile appeared on his face, and he used his spirit power in his gaze. Then with his substance-like gaze, he specifically looked at the sensitive places of the girl, focusing especially at those towering as well as that place of the stomach. This instantly made Murong Shuo feel uncomfortable. A burst of burning hot feeling frequently came from her sensitive places as if a big hand was gently caressing her. How could she, a virgin, a maiden, endure this? Murong Shuo gritted her teeth, and her pretty face reddened as she ferociously glared at Long Yi. But Long Yi's gaze however became more and more unbridled. Murong Shuo endured and endured. If it was not the case for other people were present here, she would have already kicked him. Not bad, your endurance is pretty good, but let me see until when you can endure. Long Yi endlessly smiled evilly in his heart, then he suddenly increased his spirit power by several folds, forming two invisible fingers. After that, he actually directed those fingers to pinch Murong Shuo's little cherries of. This time, it was impossible to endure, because the attack on her was so sudden. Murong Shuo was caught unprepared, so she suddenly screamed and jumped up covering her chest with her hands, and her face was flushed with redness. The gaze of everyone present switched from Nellen Ryuayu to Murong Shuo, who was in a strange posture. Looking at her appearance, she clearly had the appearance of suffering grievances, but on her both sides, the officials of Proud Moon Empire were sitting, and they didn't have enough courage to molest their princess. The most probable person Long Yi nevertheless was stilling on the other side of the table. Moreover, this moment, he also had surprised expression while looking at Murong Shuo. What happened? Did insect bite you? The expression of Long Yi was incomparably lively. but he had hard to conceal a smile on his face which showed his mood of this moment. Murong Shua gnashed her teeth, and she glared at Long Yi as if she wanted to swallow him raw and whole. Although she didn't have any evidence, but she dared to confirm that this was Long Yi's doing. Actually, Murong Shua didn't dare to think anymore, then sat down hatefully, clearly was angry. Nilan Ryuayu glared at Long Yi, but Long Yi just shrugged his shoulder innocently and transmitted his voice to her. Don't look at me like that, now it's embarrassing as there are so many people here. Wait until there is no one, then you can look at me however you want. The expression of Nilan Ryuayu stiffened, and her mood became similar to Murong Shua, truly wanting to ferociously bite him. After the brief interlude came to an end, Crown Prince finally couldn't help but agreed to the third clause, which stated that Nilan Ryuayu would get married to Zimin clan's second young master Zimin Yu, as he was fully aware that even if he nagged, he wouldn't be able to have another result, and even if he reported to his emperor father Longzhan, the result wouldn't change, so why waste the time? Merely this was a pity. Zimin Yu, I will let you have happiness for a period of time, regard this as the last gift from this brother. Long Ying thought in his heart, thinking about the curse of Long Yi, which made him be able to kill Long Yi wherever he wanted. He was complacent inwardly, but he didn't know that the curse placed on Long Yi through Betenyu was already resolved by the shadow within Long Yi. After the negotiation was declared a success, Long Yi and Nilan Ryuayu individually signed and stamped the magic stamp on the formal contract, formally establishing the alliance of Nilan Empire and Violent Dragon Empire. Why are you hiding here? Is this wildflower so beautiful? In the flower garden of the royal embassy, Long Yi saw Murong Shua squatting down and blankly staring at an unassuming wildflower. Murong Shua didn't raise her head but said indifferently, although it's not that beautiful, but at least compared to the face of certain someone, it's much pleasing to the eye. Long Yi touched his nose. This so-called certain someone was clearly referring to him. He made a wry smile and said, is that so? How about that certain someone disappears on his own accord? Of course, that would be the best. Murong Shua stood up and turning around, she said, but, before that, I want. Before Murong Shua finished speaking, she ferociously kicked the shank of Long Yi. Long Yi didn't move even a bit, and Murong Shua was left standing on one leg like a cock, as the small boot of her leg flew away, and making a parabola in the sky, it gloriously fell into the small pond not far away. Wah, what a smell! Did you ever wash your feet? Long Yi shouted and covered his nose. Of course, he was teasing Murong Shua. When that boot flew past his face, he truly smelled a smell, merely it didn't stink, rather was simple but elegant fragrance. You don't talk nonsense, every day I weigh my legs quite a few times. The face of Murong Shua reddened, and seeing the detestable appearance of Long Yi, she naturally was unable to tolerate, and all of a sudden, she forgot that he was the enemy whom she wanted to teach a lesson for molesting her during negotiation. Is that so? Could it be that I smelled wrong just now? How about you let me smell again? Long Yi smiled and said, staring at Murong Shua's little leg covered with a sock. Go to hell. Murong Shua cursed angrily and in shame. Then she thought to hop to the edge of the pond and scoop out her boot. But Long Yi waved his big hand, then that boot flew to his hand, and then with steam rising from the boot instantly dried. After that he walked over to the front of Murong Shua, and squatting suddenly, he seized her little leg covered in the sock, then gently helped her wear the boot. Perhaps, this was too unexpected. Even after Long Yi stood up with a smile, Murong Shua was still stunned. After a long time, Murong Shua came back to her sense and then rubbing her little leg with the boot against the ground, a peculiar feeling emerged in her heart. Why did you run over here from the banquet hall? Aren't you the protagonist today? Murong Shua softly snorted and asked. Looking for you. Why are you asking while knowing the answer? Long Yi replied. Looking for me? Today is the celebration dinner for your Violet Dragon Empire establishing an alliance with Nilan Empire. I am nothing but a loser. Murong Shua said softly. A strange smile appeared on the face of Long Yi and said, "Are you really a loser? Hee. No matter whether you are or not, I just want to ask one thing. Why?" "What why?" Murong Shua said. "Don't act dumb. I believe that you definitely have a move you have yet to use, but why did you give up?" Long Yi frowned and asked. Chapter 303 Why Give Up? Murong Shua slightly turned around, then with complicated feelings circulating in her eyes for a long time, she softly sighed. Young Master Zimin must be joking. The circumstance forced me to give up. No matter whether I want to give up or not, I have to accept the reality. Isn't that so? Even if I made a move, that will merely stall for the time. The final outcome will not change. Since it is like that, why waste time? Long Yi looked at Murong Shua and smiling weirdly, he said, "It's impossible for you to not know the current situation of Blue Wave's continent. Even if you can delay for only a day, it would have benefited your proud Moon Empire." Murong Shua was startled, and she didn't answer, just recalled the entire conversation she had with her grandfather Murong Bo at that night. She still deeply remembered the words of Murong Bo. At present, all under the heaven, if there is anyone that can unify the entire Blue Wave's continent, then that is only Zimin clan, but no one else. If you want to end the war at an earlier date, then you have to exhaust all of the possibilities to make things convenient for them. The words of Murong Bo made Murong Shua struggle for a long time, but she finally made this difficult decision, and thinking of the Emperor of Proud Moon Empire who had treated her as if she was his biological daughter from childhood, she felt guilty in her heart. "Princess Shua?" Seeing Murong Shua was not answering for a long time and only was frowning, lost in her thoughts, Long Yi couldn't help calling out, "I want to calm down for a bit by myself. Young Master Zimin, please return to the banquet hall." Murong Shua closed her eyes and said she didn't want to let Long Yi see her perplexed eyes. "If that is the case, then I will go. In any case, thank you." Long Yi also didn't insist, he just turned away. The banquet to celebrate victory perfectly came to an end. Late in the night, countless stars were accompanied by a gentle breeze, appearing quiet and also serene. Flying under such dim light of night, Long Yi returned to Zimin residence with the signs of being drunk. When he arrived at his courtyard, he saw a figure standing in the courtyard as if she was freed from this world, and watching the flowing brook water, she seemed to be thinking about something. "Xiangyan, it's already so late, why didn't you sleep?" Long Yi glided down, and hugging the waist from behind, he asked, "My husband, you are back. I'll go and prepare you a cup of tea." Nangong Xiangyan came back to her sense, and under the starlight, her pupils appeared especially sparkling and crystal clear. Long Yi tightened the hug and said with a smile, "No thanks, let me hug you just like this." Finished speaking, Long Yi buried his head on the fragrant shoulder of Nangong Xiangyan. Nangong Xiangyan let go of her soft body, and closing her eyes, she enjoyed the warmth of her husband. Being surrounded by the warmth of her husband, she was very happy. She raised her hand and gently rubbed the head of Long Yi. In just this fashion, under the dim light of the night, two people comforted each other, feeling they were giving one's meager resources to help another in time of need. "My husband, you should go and accompany Miss Batang. I just saw her looking around." After a long time, Nangong Xiangyan suddenly struggled free from the bosom of Long Yi and softly said. Long Yi was startled, thinking about it. In these past few days, he was truly ignoring Batangyu, this bull-like stubborn girl. Every day, she went through challenging experiences in military camp and also was trying hard to absorb all the knowledge he had taught. Moreover, she was very strict to herself in training. Compared to ordinary soldiers of unparalleled battalion, her training was twice as hard. Even with such intense training, she had never once said she was tried in front of him. And these past few days, even though he returned very late, he habitually only went to the room of Nangong Xiangyan and Leng Yu, but never went to the room of Batangyu. Thinking about it now, he was very ashamed. "Xiangyan, you are truly a good wife. Being able to marry you is the good fortune of my 3 lives." Long Yi smiled and hugged Nangong Xiangyan. Marrying her indeed wasn't in vain. She was good at understanding others, gentle and shows consideration for others, simply wasn't finicky. Don't flatter, quickly go, the sky is almost bright. Hearing her husband's praise, Nangong Xiangyan was full of smile, feeling happy. Long Yi nodded his head, then kissing the lips of Nangong Xiangyan, he went towards the room of Bitangyu. He however didn't notice the smile of Nangong Xiangyan gradually changing into bitterness, not because of jealousy, rather because of upcoming farewell. Perhaps Long Yi was still unaware, but intelligent Nangong Xiangyan, after hearing Long Yi will be marrying Princess Nelan Ryuyu of Nelan Empire for this alliance by marriage, she knew that now the time was pressing. After 2 days, Long Yi will hold a wedding ceremony with Nelan Ryuyu in Soaring Dragon City. Then Long Yi had to leave for Nelan Empire with Nelan Ryuyu to greet. At that time, regardless of whether Violent Dragon Empire or the entire Blue Waves continent, everything would be reshuffled cruelly. Moreover, war will occur repeatedly at that time, and she didn't know when she would be able to meet him again. Long Yi gently pushed open the door of Bitangyu's room. It was pitch black inside and was full of faint fragrance which was extremely pleasant to smell. Bitangyu was lying on the big bed, and her entire body was covered with a quilt. Even her head wasn't exposed outside, but he could hear melodious smooth breathing. She appeared to be sleeping. Long Yi gently closed the door and a smile appeared on her face. This girl's pretending skill has grown perceptibly. It seems she had learned the thing he taught in military camp last time well. To be honest, judging purely on the basis of objective, Long Yi also think that she was sleeping. But she showed a big flaw, that was, even though Long Yi hadn't concealed his aura and the sound when entering, Bitangyu, who had been training in unparalleled battalion for so long and who was very sensitive in the changes of her surroundings such that she would immediately wake up upon the slight moment, let alone such brazenly opening the door and enter. But how come she didn't have any reaction now? Wasn't his clearly pretending? Are you asleep? Long Yi sat beside Bitangyu on the bed and softly called out. Bitangyu still had no reaction, and even her breathing frequency didn't have the slightest degree of change. It seems you are truly asleep, but it's better this way too. Like this, I think ... I will get to taste a special flavor. Long Yi strangely smiled and muttered to himself, and he instantly sensed the change in the breathing frequency of Bitangyu. The big hand of Long Yi gently caressed the beautiful face of Bitangyu, although she grew up rolling about in the military camp. But Bitangyu's skin however was always satiny as if the best quality silk without the slightest hint of roughness. This point could make women under the heaven admire and also be jealous of her. Gently caressing for a little while, the big hand of Long Yi moved down to the chin from her cheek, and from her chin, his big hand again slid down entering the warm brocade quilt, directly climbing her jade peaks. Suddenly, Long Yi was startled, and his breathing became heavy. This girl unexpectedly wasn't wearing anything inside the quilt, and his big hand directly came into contact with her soft. Now his palm was full of tactile impression, and he felt downright was elastic. Long Yi couldn't help but fondle, knead and pinch, and his little brother instantly held its head high throwing out its chest. Long Yi fondled for a good while, making the pearls of her breasts proudly stand upright. Without a doubt, this feeling was very pleasurable, and especially since Bitangyu trained physically, her was firm and forceful, so one couldn't mention this feeling in the same breath as ordinary girls. Feeling the caressing of her sweetheart on her sensitive places, her stirrings of love surged, but she still persistently pretended to sleep even though that burst of feeling rose from her underbelly. Now her entire body had a layer of pink color, and the bedsheet was already soaked with her sweet nectar. Girl, let's see how long you can pretend. Long Yi smiled, sensing the changes in the breathing of Bitangyu as well as seeing her tremble. Long Yi slowly lifted the quilt, and that slowly appeared in front of his eyes. Slowly, those towering were exposed in the air, and receiving the stimulation of cold air, her pink mammary areola suddenly shrunk, and breast pearls stood even more upright. Next, that flat lower abdomen without the slightest excess flesh, and that pink ravine appeared in front of him. When Betang Yu's final virgin land was exposed right before his eyes, Long Yi stopped breathing, and welled up within his body. Truly is a little, you are already this wet. Long Yi heavily breathed, then scooping at the place between the legs of Betang Yu, his finger was soaked with glistening liquid. The words of Long Yi made Betang Yu, who was pretending to be asleep, tremble, and her legs suddenly. At that time, Long Yi also took off his clothing, then made Betang Yu lie down on her side, and then lying down behind her, he inserted his hard as if iron little brother between her legs. After that, he moved up and down rubbing his little brother against her, but didn't truly penetrated her. This stimulation made the breathing of Betang Yu more and more rapid, and her private parts flooded, eagerly desiring his arrival inside her, but her sweetheart just teased her as if playing hide and seek. Whenever she involuntarily moved her buttocks back trying to take the little brother of Long Yi inside her, it would flee as if retreating, not allowing her to take in that wicked thing. Finally, Betang Yu couldn't help but open her hazy eyes, then biting her lower lip, her little hand grabbed Long Yi's mischievous little brother, then propping it, she instantly filled that emptiness. You woke up?" Long Yi with a bad smile instantly went all the way, and the flesh colliding sound as well as the moaning sound of Betang Yu resounded. "So hateful. Quickly move." Betang Yu grumbled in a flirty manner. "Say, husband." Long Yi lightly said, "My husband, my good husband, quickly move." Betang Yu with red face grumbled in a flirty manner. Long Yi moved a few times as a reward, then stopped again, and with a bad smile, he said, "You are, say, my husband, quickly me." Betang Yu screamed, then covering her head with the quilt, she shyly protested, "Bad fellow, you. How can you make me say something like that, It's embarrassing to say it, I. Can't say it. There is no one here, moreover, I have already laid out a sound insulation barrier, so others can't hear." Long Yi incited, while his big hands teased her sensitive places all over her body. Betang Yu was unable to endure. Long Yi moving for a moment and not moving for another moment made her feel even more emptiness, so after she struggled for a good while, feeling infinitely shy, she opened her mouth. "My husband, quickly. Not good, it's too embarrassing, you bad fellow." Long Yi waited to hear it, but didn't expect Betang Yu to stop halfway. He smirked and said, "Quickly say it, if you don't say it, then I will come out." Long Yi slowly pulled out his little brother. "No. Don't, fine, I will say it." Betang Yu's little hand caught Long Yi's, then shyly looking at Long Yi, she opened her mouth. "My husband, quick. Quickly me." When she spoke the word me, her voice was already inaudible. Sometimes using this kind of vulgar words in the bed increased the fun. After hearing Betang Yu, Long Yi was abnormally stimulated. He hugged the waist of Betang Yu, then began to sprint with all his might. On this day, reserved Betang Yu felt as if she was thrown to the ends of the earth, freeing her from all shackles all of a sudden. She continuously spoke obscene words, changing from cold elegant general into a passionate fiery. Chapter 304. Just like the air which is unable to grab and couldn't be touched, time quietly passed inadvertently. The moonlight was very beautiful and very charming, and the entire soaring dragon city was quiet. But at this moment, in the high mountain of western suburbs, two figures were moving as if ghosts, seemingly were fighting, but there was not even a slight sound. Only the breeze seemed to be surging like air current. This appeared very strange. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling white light flashed, and several purple radiances as if meteors streak across the night sky. Then those two figures instantly separated. But the difference was, one of them was stably floating in the sky, and another one was tumbling down the air. Looking at the figure of latter, it appeared as if he would crash land on the ground without the slightest doubt. But when that figure was about to crash the mountain peak, the figure strangely twisted in the air, unexpectedly stopping instantly. The visual impact of this scene was so powerful that it could endlessly shake the people's heart. This figure tumbling downward was Long Yi. He somewhat awkwardly landed on the mountain peak, and then sitting on the ground, he breathed heavily. Now his clothing was full of gaping holes, making him look very miserable. Murongbo floated down from the sky, and coupled with his white hairs, he truly appeared as if he was an immortal. Smelly brat, not bad. Yordki will break through to Sword Saint realm in near future. Murongbo laughed, and his expression looked rather pleased. That's natural. Who do you think I am? Not limited to Sword Saint, I will absolutely reach Swords God within next 2 years. Long Yi complacently said with a smile. Under the guidance of Murongbo, his understanding of Ki and magic power was already on a completely different level compared to before. It might be said that he had reached a new level, and the breakthrough was only the matter of time. Murongbo only laughed without refuting, but of course, he still thought that it was not possible despite the frightening talent of Long Yi. He took out wine bottle from his space ring, then drinking a mouthful, he shook his head and couldn't help saying again, "Smelly brat. Quickly think of a way to obtain some 100 flowers wine." Now I am not satisfied drinking this inferior wine every day. Long Yi narrowed his eyes looking at Murongbo, then said with a smile, "Don't make an uproar, I am not an immortal. Do you think I have the ability to create 100 flowers wine? Always harping about this, don't you find this tiring?" Murongbo glared at him and growled, "Are you saying this old man is annoying? If it was not for this old man, do you think the alliance of marriage with Nelan Empire be so smooth?" Long Yi revealed a playful smile, then taking 2 steps forward, he placed his hand over the shoulder of Murongbo, showing no respect to the senior, and slyly said, "Old man, I naturally know your contribution is highest in this matter, but you still haven't told me where your granddaughter has gone. How did she disappear into the thin air? Did you see how anxious those officials of Proud Moon Empire were? They were as if they were on fire. She is already an adult, how can I know where she ran to?" Murongbo slapped off the hand of Long Yi and said, "You don't know? If you don't know, then you would have already turned Soaring Dragon City upside down. Don't tell me that you hid her." Long Yi said, "You know, but you are still asking. You brat, could it be that you have the thoughts to hit on her?" Murongbo alertly looked at Long Yi and said while thinking, "This fickle brat who is inconstant in love, he shouldn't let him cheat his granddaughter." Long Yi rolled his eyes and said, "Even if you ask, I will not hit on her. Although your granddaughter can be barely regarded as beautiful, but there is a huge gap between her and my women's appearance. You brat, no frat, quickly return, don't provoke this old man's anger." Murongbo kicked the of Long Yi. Long Yi got out of the way and waved his hand, then he flew towards Soaring Dragon City. Flying above Soaring Dragon City, he carelessly looked down and saw that signboard of beauty shop, which was illuminated by multicolored magic lights. Although it was already late at night, and the store was also already closed for the night, but for some unknown reason, the magic light of the shop wasn't turned off. At this time, Long Yi recalled the matter of his sister-in-law, Liu Shi, secretly handing over a slip of paper where strange characters were written to Han Yan, who was the proprietress of beauty shop. Until now, even though it had already been a long time, but Skynet Intelligence Organization wasn't able to completely break that secret code. Tomorrow, his wedding with Nelan Ryuiuza would be held in Soaring Dragon City, and then he had to leave the city. But he wondered what kind of changes would occur in the current situation of Soaring Dragon City. And what kind of movement would his sister-in-law Liu Shi and that mysterious dark forces make? Moreover, what kind of clash would happen between Imperial Long Clan and Ziman Clan? Thinking of these, he was worried in his heart. Everything in front of him was always covered in a dense fog, and the actual state of affairs was changeable, making him totally at a loss. Long Yi hesitated for a moment. Then he entered the courtyard where Han Yan stayed. The lamplight of Han Yan's lady's chamber was still well lit, and a charming figure sitting in front of the window was indistinctly visible. Suddenly, few sounds of the kin resounded as if the lively flowing river beginning to jump. "Sen's honored guest has arrived. Why not come in and chat? Han Yan's crisp voice resounded from inside the room. Long Yi was startled in his heart. He had complexly concealed his aura, but why was Han Yan able to sense him? Could it be that her strength was above him, or she simply wasn't speaking to him? After few seconds, there was still no movements, so the crisp voice of Han Yan again resounded. Young Master Ziman, do you want Han Yan to welcome you to come in? Long Yi frowned. Now he was sure that Han Yan was talking to himself. Since he was already noticed, he simply didn't hide. He confidentially walked out, then opening the door, he entered. Only then, he saw that Han Yan was wearing a silk robe, and more than half of her chest's snow-white skin was visible. At this moment, she stroked the jade kin, and a pleasant-to-hear melodious kin sound resounded. Proprietress is very skillful. I wonder how you were able to perceive my aura? I don't seem to have any flaw. Long Yi walked to the front of Han Yan, then pressured Han Yan. The complexion of Han Yan became slightly pale. This proved that there was a significant gap between her and Long Yi's strength, but why was she able to sense his aura? At that moment, Han Yan stood up, then walking 2 steps, she walked out from the shadow of Long Yi, then looking at Long Yi with fawning eyes, she said with a smile, if I say I sniffed out, then will young Master Ziman believe in me? I will not believe. Long Yi said with a smile. His spirit power covered even his smell, so he would naturally not believe the nonsense of Han Yan. Since you don't believe, then Han Yan can do nothing about it. I wonder what important matter young Master Ziman has to pay a visit to me so late at night. Although I know young Master Ziman is generous, but a single man and a single woman spending time alone in a courtyard at night, it would be hard to avoid attracting the gossip. Han Yan said sweetly, and she slightly leaned forward, causing her deep cleavage all the more clearly visible. Chapter 305. Long Yi laughed hearing what was said, but his eyes, however, were staring fixedly at that exposed alluring cleavage of Han Yan. He didn't know whether this was his misconception, but he seemed to have smelled a bewitching from the time he entered this room, which provoked his strongest deep in his heart. Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and licking his somewhat dried lips, he said with an evil smile, a single man and a single woman, what should they do when they are together in the dead of the night? Moreover, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you after painstakingly creating this atmosphere if nothing is done? Young Master Ziman, what do you want to do? Han Yan, as if panicking, hugged her chest, sticking out her bosom. Now she looked very sexy, and coupled with that perfect expression, she would instantly make any man under the heaven give rise to a pleasure of crime. Long Yi evilly smiled and forcibly stepped forward. This woman truly was a damn bitch. And she truly has an endless stream of cheap seductive tricks. He reached out his wolf claw and raised the chin of Han Yan and said, only a man and a woman staying together in a single room, what do you think they would do? No. Don't, young Master Ziman, let me go. Han Yan appeared as if she was playing a role in a drama, and her current appearance could truly arouse sympathy and affection. Let you go? Then beg me. Long Yi complacently laughed loudly. Young Master Ziman, I beg you, let me go. Han Yan truly begged with tears in her eyes, but her silk gown had already slid down at an unknown time, revealing that white fragrant shoulder to Long Yi. Well, today, this lord will let you go. Long Yi retracted his hand without any care, and with his eyes becoming serious, he turned around and sat on a chair staring at this bewitching beauty as if he was looking at a drama. Han Yan dazed all of a sudden for a long time. She didn't know what she should do at this moment. At this time, her weak begging should have increased Long Yi's even more, and then he should have reckless desire to violate her. But how come he was not following the script? This made her not know what to do all of a sudden. What? You're this expression. How come it resemble a disappointed expression? Don't tell me that this young master is seeing wrongly. Long Yi smirked and said, but he continued to watch this bewitching beauty with his right hand rubbing his chin's beard stubble. Han Yan proved herself to be a person who had seen winds and waves. She came back to her senses and slowly arranging her gown, she chuckled and said, young Master Ziman really isn't an ordinary person. If an ordinary man saw my current appearance, then I fear even their soul would have already flown away. You, this lascivious bitch, seems to have great self-confidence. Long Yi said with a smile, don't I have great assets for my self-confidence? Han Yan stuck out her breast and alluring amorous feelings spilled out from her bones. Indeed, she had those self-confidence. I admit this point. I believe that any man that caught a sight of your current appearance will have the desire to run amok to possess you at a first glance. Long Yi stared at Han Yan swaying, then nodded his head in acknowledgement. Han Yan chuckled as if she was proud of herself, and those swayed even more violently, causing Long Yi swallow a mouthful of saliva. Unfortunately, there is no man in this world that has this special honor. I wonder if young Master Zimin will take this opportunity? Han Yan teased Long Yi, looking at him with her bewitchingly beautiful eyes. Long Yi was surprised in his heart and he sized up Han Yan's fully ripe figure. This type of amorous feeling was something a virgin maiden was completely incapable of emitting, so with regarding her words, he naturally didn't believe. She was already experienced like that but still pretending to be young. You don't believe? If you don't believe then you can test. Han Yan did her utmost to seduce, and her tongue licked her pink lips. The evil fire of Long Yi instantly surged, and only after taking 2 deep breaths, he was able to restore his calmness. Forget it if you don't believe. Seeing Long Yi remained unmoved, Han Yan became fully aware that his power to remain calm was absolutely not something an average person could compare. Therefore, she also stopped seducing, and also withdrew her bewitching expression. Then with a solemn expression, she continued, young Master Zimin, let's forget about your arbitrary intrusion, but this little girl has a question. Lately, why did you send someone to watch me day and night? I am just a single woman living alone. Now I have to be cautious and fear even going to the washroom, lest someone would peep at me. Young Master Zimin, is it possible to give me an explanation? Long Yi wasn't surprised to hear Han Yan could sense someone was continuously observing her. This woman could even detect him, let alone those people of Skynet whose strength was clearly lower than his. He just laughed and said, how did Proprietress know that the people that were watching you closely were the people I sent? Perhaps someone was coveting your beauty, and was doing this to possess you. Young Master Zimin, there is no need to deny, I have my means to learn those people's identity. Han Yan poured a cup of tea, then without making any move, the teacup flew and landed in front of Long Yi as if it had eyes, and this move unexpectedly didn't have any aura leakage. Long Yi didn't bat an eyelid, and picking up the teacup, he took a sip, then tapping on the desk, he said, I am very confused, what exactly are you? The intelligence agents under me investigated you, but they unexpectedly didn't find any exact details of you. Han Yan smiled charmingly, then standing up and walking to the window, she looked outside. And after a good while, she turned around, and tucking her hair behind her ears, she said, it's already late. Young Master Zimin should return now, your home seems to have an accident. The complexion of Long Yi instantly changed, then deeply looking at Han Yan, he disappeared from the ladies' chamber of Han Yan. Long Yi used his great cosmos shift to its limit, and in a several breath of time, he arrived at Zimin residence. This moment, Zimin residence was ablaze with lights, more than 10 magicians were floating in the sky, and below there were even more guards surrounding his house's big flower garden. Long Yi confusedly went in, and the scene of the flower garden greatly surprised him. He saw the flower garden was a big mess, and the matter that made Long Yi surprised the most was Li King. Currently, he was completely bound with glimmering magic bindings. Moreover, his limbs were bound with metal chains in addition to magic bindings, and he was struggling violently. Now his handsome face was twisted, eyes were flashing with strange black chi, and the phantom of God Beast indistinctly appeared behind him. And not far away, Zimin Nu with gloomy complexion was gnashing his teeth looking at Li King. As for Barbarian Bull, he was also standing not far away carrying Greenstone Rule, and he appeared to be at a loss. The eyes of Long Yi flashed, and he descended in front of Barbarian Bull and asked solemnly, what exactly happened here? Why is Li King in this condition? Young Master, This old bull also doesn't know. I run out after hearing the fighting sound and saw that Li King was fighting with these magicians and guards, and after he killed dozens of people, he was finally caught like this. Barbarian Bull said with disbelief tone. At that time, Long Yi heard Zeman Nu's angry voice, "Everyone, heed my command, put this brat to death by dismembering his body." Long Yi was greatly alarmed hearing this. He quickly appeared in front Zeman Nu before anyone could make a move and said loudly, "Father, wait a moment." Zeman Nu angrily glared at Long Yi and said angrily, "Isn't this a good deed of a filial son? What type of people are you taking under your leadership? He actually wanted to assassinate your father. If it was not for your mother, then this day of next year would have been my Memorial Day. How can this be? Mother, is she fine?" Long Yi nervously said. A cold ki pierced her waist, injuring her internal organs, so it is hard to recover in a short time. Zeman Nu gloomily said. Long Yi turned his head and looked at bound Li King. Seeing his eyes were flashing with black light and his ferocious expression, he seemed to have lost his reasoning. Long Yi immediately understand. It seems someone had done something to Li King. "Father, I think someone has plotted against Li King. That made him change into this. Please hand him over to me to handle." Long Yi said. "Even if that is the case, he absolutely cannot escape death." Zeman Nu gloomily said. "No, he is my people. Father cannot decide his life and death." Long Yi didn't make a concession and looked straight at Zeman Nu face to face. With their gaze clashing, sparks appeared in the midair. At that time, Long Yi's big brother Zeman Tian stuck out from nowhere and said with a sinister smile, "Second brother, this person under your leadership has injured your biological mother, but you are not only not avenging your mother, instead you are protecting him. You are truly a good son." Long Yi coldly looked at Zeman Tian, then said coldly, "Today, I have decided to protect Li King. If you want to kill him, then you will first have to step over my corpse. Do you really want to protect him?" Zeman Nu coldly asked. Long Yi didn't reply, just stared firmly at Zeman Nu with determination. "Father, we cannot let him go, otherwise our Zeman clan will have what prestige, and also where will be father's prestige?" Zeman Tian urgently said. Zeman Nu stared at Long Yi for a long time, then he sighed. This son was his only hope. Moreover, tomorrow he was about to marry Princess Nelan Ryuiu of Nelan Empire to form an alliance, so he shouldn't make trouble for his son at this time with regarding public and private matter. Furthermore, he had also already realized that Li King was actually controlled, and as for who, even a fool could guess. Long Yi made Li King lose his consciousness, then removing all the magic bindings, he called Barbarian Bull to carry him and enter his courtyard. In the courtyard, Leng Yuiu, Nangong's Inajian and Bitangyu worriedly looked at him. Long Yi didn't speak, directly led Barbarian and unconscious Li King into a room, then shut the door. "Barbarian Bull, go out first." Long Yi commanded. Barbarian Bull agreed and left the room while Long Yi stared at Li King on the ground, then waving his hand, he set up a barrier. After that, he probed the body of Li King, and noticed a wisp of dark chi. Examining it, he felt this magic resembles dark puppet magic, but he was not sure. "Old ghost, aren't you coming out?" Long Yi shouted within his mind. After the matter of Bitangyu last time, the old fellow within his body had never come out. And after calling quite a few times, a wisp of shadow slowly gathered together within the sea of consciousness of Long Yi. "Smelly brat, who are you calling a ghost?" The shadow's irritated voice came. "Quickly take a look, what's going on with him?" Long Yi impatiently said. In this situation, who would have a good mood to chat? The shadow replied, "Who did you learn your dark magic from?" "You are unable to even recognize a dark puppet magic. But, it's also not surprising. This puppet magic is modified version. It can lurk within the body and can be activated at any time, thereby controlling the victim. Perhaps this fellow was silently cursed. Moreover, there is the possibility that it is the doing of the same person who had placed that curse within the body of that little girl last time." Chapter 306, Complete Submission. Long Yi raised his eyebrows. The person who had placed curse within Beteng Yu was naturally the dark force behind Long Zon. Moreover, that mysterious black-robed man had always given him misgivings, and he felt that that person was too dangerous. Could it be that this matter of controlling Li King was also his good deed? If the speculation was established, then this indicates that Long Zon had already begun to take action. But, what puzzled Long Yi was, selecting to attack tonight naturally wasn't in accordance with Long Zon's character. Tomorrow was the day when he was formally marrying Princess Nelin Ryuayu to complete the alliance by marriage, although both empires had already signed the agreement, but they after all still had to truly put it to action. If something had happened to Xiaomanu tonight, then that inevitably would cause chaos in Violent Dragon Empire. Moreover, like that, the interrelation of Violent Dragon Empire and Nelin Empire would also be lacking in cohesion. Under this kind of situation, why would Proud Moon Empire fear the alliance? As long as they capture Nelin Empire, Violent Dragon Empire would sooner or later become a fat meat in its mouth. No, looking at it, the biggest beneficiary of tonight's assassination is Proud Moon Empire. Could it be its dark church's doing? Many thoughts appeared in the mind of Long Yi. Smelly kid, why are you in a daze? If there is nothing else, then I am going to sleep. Seeing Long Yi lost in thought, the shadow said, of course, there is a thing, at least dispel the dark puppet magic on his body. Long Yi came back to his sense and said urgently, are you treating me as a servant without cost who would do whatever you ordered? Shadow said in irritation, who treat you as a servant? I treat you as a brother. Still, why do you like to haggle over every ounce like women? Long Yi argued, but in fact, he was very grateful in his heart towards this shadow who was originally sealed in demonic stone. The shadow had helped him many times for a long time now and even had saved his life quite a few times. Didn't I say don't call me woman? The shadow sinisterly laughed. Then a wisp of black chi shot out towards Li King on the ground, instantly dispelling the dark puppet magic on his body. But you are so like a woman. Long Yi smirked and said, but who would have thought that? Just after he finished speaking, a burst of tingling pain appeared in his sea of consciousness. Good brother, stop, it's this little brother's fault, quickly stop. Long Yi hastily begged for mercy. The shadow sinisterly laughed complacently, then silently disappeared from the sea of consciousness of Long Yi. Long Yi shook his head. It seems he needed to thinking of a way to keep this shadow in check, otherwise, he would always feel rather ill at ease. Soon after that, Li King, who was unconsciousness on the ground, slightly moved, and slowly opening his somewhat hazy eyes, he blinked several times. After that, he suddenly stood up from the ground. You woke up, how do you feel? Are you fine? Long Yi sat on the sofa and asked in concern. Putong. Li King suddenly fell heavily on his knees in front of Long Yi, then said with his hoarse voice, Li King, thank young master for saving my life. If there is the next life, then Li King will serve you in that life too. Although Li King was controlled by dark puppet magic, but his consciousness still existed, and hearing Long Yi's those words, if you want to take his life, then you have to step over my corpse, Li King was greatly moved. At the moment, from the eyes of Li King, Long Yi could see wholehearted loyalty towards him. The loyalty of before was only a pledge, but now, he was completely submitting from his heart. Get up, I saved you not because you are my servant, rather because you are my brother. Long Yi raised his hand and an immense power pulled Li King up. Brother, Li King murmured in his heart, and seeing the warm smile on the face of Long Yi, the corner of his eyes became somewhat moist. Granted that he had a problem with Long Yi because of Sibai, but at this moment, all of them had already vanished like smoke and dispersed like clouds. Young master, Li King has a request. Li King suddenly said, what request? Please allow Li King to return to Moxie clan. Li King wants to pass through the clan's 18 paths test and officially take over the position of Moxie clan's patriarch. Like that, Li King can help young master in an even better fashion. Li King said in stern countenance. Long Yi was slightly startled. Become the patriarch of Moxie clan? Like that? Wouldn't there be less obstruction between him and Si Bai? Long Yi nodded his head in agreement as he had no reason to disagree. Even if it was not for the matter of Si Bai, he would have agreed as he had promised Li King that he could leave at any time as long as he wanted. Dispelling the barrier, he opened the door, and then Long Yi saw that Leng Yuiu, Nangong Xiangyun, Batanyu and Barbarian Bull were still worriedly standing in the courtyard. Seeing Long Yi and Li King were safe and sound, they simultaneously relaxed. Barbarian Bull and Li King returned to their respective room, and then Leng Yuiu asked, "My husband, what exactly was wrong with Li King?" "As I see it, it was similar to dark puppet magic." Long Yi frowned and nodded his head. "Correct, it was modified dark puppet magic." "Yuiu, recently, is your dark church acting in Soaring Dragon City?" Leng Yuiu's complexion became pale, and looking at Long Yi in panic, she said, "My husband, can it be that you are doubting me?" Long Yi smiled, and rubbing the head of Leng Yuiu, he said with a smile, "Usually you are very shrewd, how can you change into a fool at this time? Moreover, do you think I will ever doubt you?" "I am merely asking." Leng Yuiu was relieved, then shaking her head, she said, "I don't receive any notice saying there is an activity here. Could it be that this matter was done by our Dark Church's people? Isn't this the doing of the dark force behind Long Zan?" Long Yi smiled. He didn't make things difficult for Leng Yuiu. In fact, he also knew that although Leng Yuiu was the saintess of Dark Church, but with regarding the matters she knew about Dark Church, different from his imagination, she didn't know some things. For instance, what relation did Dark Church's Pope had with the imperial clan of Proud Moon Empire? She knew nothing, but with regarding these things, perhaps Ling Feng knew a lot more. This was something Long Yi felt consciously or unconsciously. What exactly was the identity of Feng Ling in Dark Church? Long Yi was full of curious about this matter. "This is merely my guess, there is no evidence." "Oh, that's right, I have to go and see Mother. You all, rest first," Long Yi said. Then leaving the courtyard, he went towards the courtyard of Zimenu and Dongfang Wan. This moment, Zimenu was sitting in front of the bed of Dongfang Wan and was speaking her with tender complexion. He was filled with gratitude towards his beloved wife who had risked her life to save him. Therefore, he was unhappy for Long Yi protecting Li King. Seeing Long Yi had come, he snorted and got up, then without saying a word, he walked out in large strides. How come you are not resting when it is already this late?" "Tomorrow, you have to perform the wedding ceremony with the Princess of Nelan Empire, and this matter is of great importance, you must not ignore it." The complexion of Dongfang Wan was somewhat pale, but she was still worried about Long Yi. Just like all the mother in the world, her dense love towards her son could be seen without any doubt. Long Yi's nose turned sour, and with his eyes becoming red, he nearly shedded tears. Chapter 307. What's wrong? Mother just had a small accident. After resting some days, I will be fine. Upon seeing this, Dongfang Wan hastily said, and she immediately reached out her somewhat ice-cold hand and pulled the big hand of Long Yi. "This son is unfilial, I let Mother get injured," Long Yi said with bitter remorse. His heart had already regarded Dongfang Wan as his own mother long ago, so he naturally felt remorseful. "Silly child, this is not your fault. As long as you and your father are fine, even if Mother was to die, I will have no regret." Dongfang Wan sat up, and pulling Long Yi's head into her bosom, she caressed him as if he was a child. Dongfang Wan had a pleasant-to-smell fragrance. It was very warm and also very gentle, which made Long Yi feel very comfortable. This was the flavor of a mother. Long Yi, a 7-feet-tall man, at this moment, as if a child, lied in the bosom of Dongfang Wan, and drawing on this warmth to his heart content, his heart feel at ease. He had never experienced this kind of blessed feeling in his previous incarnation, and this kind of happiness made him feel bitter in his heart. He finally understood the meaning of the children's song of his previous life. In this world, having a mother is good, and a child with mother is like a piece of treasure. A child without mother is like a grass. Long Yi made a vow in his heart. He will never let anyone hurt his mother, although he was only stealing her motherly love. After a good while, Long Yi wanted to get up from the bosom of Dongfang Wen, but Dongfang Wen held him and said sadly, let mother hold you for a while. Mother has not held you like this for a long time. In a blink of an eye, you have grown into such a big man from a wimpy little kid. Mother truly has grown old." Long Yi obediently didn't move, and in his mind, the scene of Zimin Yu growing through childhood to maturity reappeared. All along, he had grown up under the doting of Dongfang Wan. Although he opposed this kind of doting, but he also yearned for this kind of doting feeling. That must be extremely blessed feeling. Zimin Yu, this brat truly didn't appreciate the happy life he enjoyed. "Tomorrow, you are marrying the princess of Nelan Empire, and soon after that, you have to leave. I wonder when mother can see you again." Dongfang Wan softly sighed while caressing the head of Long Yi. It could be said that her son and her husband was her everything. The very movement her son was born, her son occupied a large proportion of her heart, and had exceeded Zimin Yu to some extent. "Mother, don't worry, your son will return as quickly as possible." Long Yi consoled. "Silly child, don't worry too much about mother. After a small bird has become fully fledged, it always wants to fly out. My Yuer is an extraordinary personage. How can mother bind you beside me?" Dongfang Wan proudly said. She also hoped her son to become a dragon, becoming someone who common people look up to, and the current Zimin Yu already have this kind of qualification. Long Yi was moved in his heart. Motherly love was deep as a sea and always be the world's most selfless love. Dongfang Wan gently pushed Long Yi, then holding his face with her hand, she looked at him, feeling satisfied and gratified. She believed that, one day, her son will stand at the peak of this world and look down at all living creatures. She didn't know why, but she had this feeling. "It's late, go and rest. Mother cannot participate in the wedding ceremony of tomorrow, so you have to take care of everything," Dongfang Wan said. Long Yi nodded and thought about the injury of Dongfang Wan inflicted on her by the cold qi of Li King. If the cold qi remained within her body without dispersing, then not only it would be difficult to recover, moreover, she might have repercussions too. "Mother, let your son try to expel the cold qi from your body," Long Yi said. He grabbed rather ice-cold hand of Dongfang Wan, then sent in a wisp of true qi within her meridians. Sure enough, there were a lot of cold qi remained around her kidney. If it remained there for too long, then she might have a kidney failure, and this wasn't a joke. Long Yi sent a large amount of true qi into the body of Dongfang Wan from the hand he had grabbed to force out cold qi, and he placed his another hand above her kidney to suck out the cold qi. This moment, no matter whether that was Tianju or magic, Long Yi was on the brink of achieving a breakthrough, so his strength was high. Therefore, it was rather easy to expel this small amount of cold qi, and it didn't take much time too. Not long after, Long Yi stopped his technique, but his hand above the kidney of Dongfang Wan was already covered with a layer of ice, so he simply used fire magic to change this layer of ice into vapor. "Now, it's fine, mother, rest well." Long Yi helped Dongfang Wan to lie down with a smile, then covering her with a quilt, he walked out of the door. Outside the door, Long Yi saw Zimin Yu was still standing in the courtyard, and under the illumination of the moonlight, his eyes especially appeared dazzling. Seeing Long Yi had come out, Zimin Yu coldly snorted without speaking, clearly was still minding about the matter of Li King. "Father, it's already late, you should go and have a rest," Long Yi said. Then he passed by Zimin Yu. He knew that with the character of Zimin Yu, even if he had already forgiven him in his heart, because of the prestige of senior, he will keep on maintaining such expression. The guess of Long Yi was right. After he passed by, Zimin Yu turned around and looking at his back view, his eyes glimmered with affection. When he returned to his courtyard, Long Yi suddenly stopped his steps, then he muttered, "Han Yan, that lascivious bitch. How did she know the accident of Zimin Mansion? Could it be that she instigated, or she had an unusual relationship with that instigator behind the scene?" The figure of Liu Shi appeared in his mind. Next, the scene of Liu Shi coming into contact with that mysterious black-robed person appeared. In the end, what relation did they have with Han Yan, and what kind of organization did she belong? Thinking this, Long Yi turned around and flew towards beauty shop. This moment, the ladies' chamber of Han Yan was already pitch black. There was not even a bit of sound. Presumably, she had already fallen asleep. Long Yi hesitated, still floating down. He gently pushed, but the door of Han Yan's room unexpectedly opened with a squeak. As the eyes of Long Yi had night vision, he could see that someone was lying down on the big bed with a curtain, and it was quiet inside the bed curtain. Long Yi walked forward, and slowly reaching out his hand towards the bed, he slowly lifted up the curtain. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance assailed his nostrils, and a beauty as if a snake entangled on him from behind, making him fall on the soft bed. Young Master Ziman came too? The pink lips of Han Yan blew scorching hot fragrance beside the ear of Long Yi, and her towering breasts also rubbed against the back of Long Yi. Ears were not only the sensitive place of women, men were also the same. Long Yi involuntarily reacted. Long Yi grabbed Han Yan's pink arm, then turning over, he pushed down Han Yan. Moreover, his hard little brother unscrupulously pressed against her underbelly, invading. Long Yi didn't know whether it was his misconception or not, but Han Yan seemed to have cowered for an instant, but very quickly, she entangled with him, moreover, pushed her underbelly forward, unexpectedly making little brother of Long Yi slid into the space between her legs covered with indecent pants. Then she clamped her legs. After that, she would grind sometimes, and she would stir up sometimes, but that feeling was truly too wonderful, giving Long Yi incomparable stimulation. Bitch! Long Yi fire of lust rose, and with his one hand, he grabbed Han Yan's, and with another hand, he supported her to facilitate the movement of his little brother. Do you truly dare to do me? Do not regret afterwards. Han Yan said while panting, feeling that burning hot rod-shaped thing was forcing its way through the crevice of her lower body. She doubted the action of Long Yi, as with their pants on, how could he directly attack her? Why don't I dare? You are not a chaste woman or an upright woman, and I am also not a dog-ass gentleman, so in making love with mutual consent, why would I regret? Long Yi said while kneading and pinching Han Yan's soft and elastic breasts. Although I am not a chaste woman or an upright woman, but my body is pure, if you are not afraid of trouble, then come. Han Yan said and began tearing the clothing of Long Yi. Long Yi was startled hearing her words. She has a pure body? How was that possible? He had never seen any virgin woman who was so flirtatious. No, there was Mi Empress Lian Xin too. But Mi Empress was high-level bewitching fox lady of Fox clan, so it was not surprising at all for her to be so flirtatious, but this Han Yan was not too credible. But, if she was truly a virgin, then it would be hard to avoid the pressure, as he wouldn't be able to deny that he was the one that took her virginity. Moreover, he would have a strong possessive desire if she was a virgin. But if she wasn't a virgin, then it would not be a problem just to play around with her. Otherwise Long Yi definitely have to keep her beside him, because he absolutely cannot bear the woman he had touched first to be touched by other people. Like that, it would be hard to be cautious with her. Moreover, the identity of Han Yan was still mysterious, so he didn't know whether she was on his enemy's side or not. Thinking this, Long Yi caught the hand of Han Yan, although he didn't believe that her body was pure. But it truly was not necessary to have an ambiguous relationship with her. I know you wouldn't dare, you don't have guts. Han Yan moved away, then with the wave of her hand, the magic lamps within the room lit up, instantly illuminating the room. The eyes of Long Yi flashed with strange light. He saw that Han Yan was wearing translucent sexy lingerie, and her hair was loosely hung down. On her towering, rosy breast pearls could be seen indistinctly. Seeing her current appearance, most people would definitely have a nosebleed. Moreover, not only was her panties transparent, the front part was also like a net, and several dark hairs bore out from it to challenge the self-control of Long Yi. Han Yan generously spun around in front of Long Yi, then giggled, "You don't have guts? My figure isn't bad. Yes, it's not bad. Long Yi indifferently replied, retracting his gaze. Han Yan laughed and sat on the bed, then using brocade quilt to cover her body, she said, "Since young master didn't come too, then why did you come? Proprietress, why are you acting dumb? How did you know my home had a mishap?" Long intently watched Han Yan, thinking to discern some clue from her eyes. But Han Yan wasn't a rookie, disappointing Long Yi. She said in surprise, "Could it be that your home really had a mishap?" "Yesterday, I was only speaking carelessly. You also know that it is not very convenient for a single man and a single woman to be together late at night, so Han Yan was forced to make things up, but I have never expected for it to happen. Truly is too coincident." Chapter 308. Long Yi didn't believe her lies, but it would be ineffective to use force against this kind of woman, so now, all of a sudden, he didn't know what to do with her. In accordance with the thinking of normal people, roughly everybody would think that the matter of last time was the doing of Long Zan, but analyzing carefully, this matter was not that simple. If Zimin Nu were to die suddenly, the greatest beneficiary nevertheless would be Proud Moon Empire. But the matter persistently causing contradiction was the three-way relation of Liu Shi, black-robed person, and Han Yan. At the very beginning, Long Yi thought that Han Yan and Liu Shi were in the same group, belonging to the dark forces behind Long Zan, but, if the incident of this time was the plot of Dark Church, then how did Han Yan know about that? Could it be that she was a double agent? Seeing Long Yi was frowning, lost in the thoughts, Han Yan couldn't help giggling and said, "Young Master Zimin doesn't need to mind. Tomorrow however is your wedding day, so you should return as soon as possible and rest. Otherwise if you fail to explode tomorrow night then you will certainly lose your face." "I will fail to explode. Do you want to try me?" Long Yi was irritated looking at Han Yan on her bed. This girl was truly difficult to deal with. Could it be that she was infatuated with his handsome face? But Long Yi knew that this kind of woman simply might not have such feelings. Everything was just appearance. "Come, I fear you don't have guts." Han Yan lifted the quilt revealing her, inviting him to taste her. Long Yi laughed evilly. This woman had already said that he didn't have guts several times now, which truly made him lose his face. Did she really think that he didn't dare to do her? Long Yi immediately pounced on her, firmly pushing down Han Yan. Han Yan slightly closed her eyes and slightly raised her head, then her pink lips let out deadly alluring fragrance. "Whether I have guts or not, you will understand very soon." Long Yi raised the chin of Han Yan with one hand and he used his remaining hand to knead and pinch her. Now a pleasure of bullying emerged in his heart. Han Yan snorted and said, "As long as you don't regret, you can do as you wish with this little woman." While speaking, Han Yan began to caress Long Yi's sturdy back and buttocks with her jade hands. Now that this woman had already said so, Long Yi also wasn't polite. He lowered his head and kissed her. Then his tongue forced into her mouth, violently conquering her again and again without any tender and consideration. The response of Han Yan was also very enthusiastic but was somewhat not smooth outside his expectation. Long Yi however thought, this woman had a deep understanding of men, so she was intentionally putting on naive airs to stimulate him. In an instant, Han Yan, who was only in her sexy lingerie, was completely stripped naked, revealing her and towering as rosy pearls. The lower part of her body had neat and dark thick clumps of grass which were alluring to the extreme. The atmosphere instantly became obscene, and everything in front of the eyes appears to have changed into ambiguous pink color. The temperature also rose, making Long Yi feel as if he was in a big stove, and the fire of lust burned away his remaining reason. Han Yan breathed heavily, and along with her breathing, her rose and fall, which drowned people, causing them to be incapable of breathing. Long Yi took off all his clothing, and his hard and long little brother full of manliness showed its power and prestige. Ah, so big. The bewitching eyes of Han Yan blurred, seeing the asset of Long Yi was so rich, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Big?" "In a moment, you will experience its benefit." Long Yi smirked and said, then he overbearingly spread open the legs of Han Yan, and her enchanting place was completely presented in front of him. When Long Yi pressed against the charming body of Han Yan, wanting to drive straight onto Huang Long like a hot knife cutting through butter, the waist of Han Yan however swayed, causing the failure of the first attack of Long Yi. "I thought we shouldn't do like this." Han Yan appeared to be somewhat panicked and she unexpectedly retreated before even fighting. "Shouldn't do like this, it's already too late." Long Yi smirked and said, then holding the waist of Han Yan, he pressed his little brother forward, and when less than half of his little brother had already entered her warm and moist, Long Yi nearly let out a moan feeling pleasure. Han Yan hissed in pain, and firmly biting her lower lip, she said, "I hope you will not regret this in the future." "Rest assured, the word regret isn't in my dictionary." Long Yi laughed, then put forth his strength to move forward, and feeling as if his little brother seemed to have broken through a layer of obstruction, his little brother completely entered inside her. And amazedly he felt as if his little brother entered a sheath made of soft flesh, which loosened for a moment and tightened for another moment. This made him feeling as if his soul was being sucked out. Could it be that this was the legendary divine artifact? Han Yan nevertheless hissed in pain and her beautiful face became pale, as she felt pain as if the lower part of her body was ripped in two half. "You were truly a virgin?" Long Yi exclaimed in great surprise, as he understood that he seemed to have broken through her hymen. This world shouldn't have hymen restoration technique yet, but this bitch-like woman, how could she be a virgin? He looked down and saw a blood was seeping out from the place where they were connected. "Are you regretting? But it's already too late." Han Yan mimicked the tone of Long Yi and said with a smile, but that smile however appeared somewhat weak due to the pain. Long Yi's smile suddenly stiffened, then looking away, he just opened his mouth to say something, but he suddenly felt a suction force from the place where they were connected, and a little bit of Yanora entered into his body via his little brother. Long Yi frowned. This woman wants to display her trick. Could it be that it was similar to Betang Yu of last time? She was using women's most original weapon to set up a trap. Out Yanju and internal force of Long Yi wrapped around the Yanora that had entered his body, but this Yanqi nevertheless wasn't afraid of his internal force. It instantly broke through his defense, then circulating a lap around his body, it again turned back the same way from his little brother. "What the hell did you do?" Long Yi was somewhat startled, although he could feel that this aura didn't have any attribute, but he knew this had come out from Han Yan. But at this moment, Han Yan had shocked expression, and with even paler complexion, she muttered, How could this be? How is this possible?" Long Yi raised the chin of Han Yan, then ferociously pulling out his little brother, he began pounding her, then asked ferociously, "What exactly did you do to me?" Han Yan groaned in pain and looking at Long Yi with her beautiful face, she said, "You don't have a dark curse, how could you not have a curse?" Long Yi suddenly laughed, "Little trick of shrewd insects, nothing more. Do you all think that the curse planted in the body of Betang Yu will be enough to deal with me?" Chapter 309. A trace of a complicated smile appeared on the beautiful face of Han Yan and she softly said, "Indeed, I truly underestimated you." Long Yi enjoyed Han Yan's private parts, but a trace of killing intent involuntarily emerged in his heart, as she had now already realized the matter of him being not affected by that curse. Long Zhan and others were still mistakenly believing that he was under their control and were making arrangement considering this point. One could imagine that Long Zhan definitely regarded this point as a very important chip, so at that time, when meeting plot with a plot, Long Yi could definitely make Long Zhan suffer an unexpected failure. But if this matter was learned by Long Zhan in advance, then he will have time to rearrange, and then think of other sinister moves which would be very unfavorable for Long Yi. "Do you want to kill me?" Han Yan, who was veteran in reading the expression of people, could feel the killing intent of Long Yi. "I indeed have this thought." Long Yi's ruthlessness was extremely terrifying. He will never be soft towards his enemies, even women were no exception. Han Yan clamped the waist of Long Yi with her legs. She knew that Long Yi would do what he had just said, but she found this somewhat comical. This man who was saying he would kill her, however, was doing intimate things with her right now. If I pledge I will not tell anyone that you are not affected by the curse, then will you let me go? Han Yan moaned, gradually feeling a bit of pleasure from the sprint of Long Yi. I don't believe your pledge. I only know that if this matter spread out, then my Zeman clan will have to pay a considerably big price. Long Yi rejected without the slightest hesitation. Then I can do nothing about it. You want to kill me, then kill, but can you fulfill my one request? Han Yan softly sighed, and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on her face. What request? Long Yi raised his eyebrows. Han Yan stretched out her hands, and clinging to the neck of Long Yi, she softly said in Long Yi's ears, "Before I die, make me happy." Long Yi was startled. Suddenly he felt that this woman was different from the common run. If she didn't preserve to some extent, then her nerve must be not too normal. And he felt that this complicated woman should be reliable to some extent. Are you not even agreeing to this request, or you simply won't? Han Yan stimulated Long Yi with her bewitching eyes. Don't stimulate me, although this is your first time, but you are still a bitch in the bones. Now enjoy this. Long Yi smirked and said. Long Yi began to use his skill in many types of combat, and without giving any consideration, he teased Han Yan's all sensitive places. Moreover, sometimes, he sprinted gently and slowly as if a spring breeze, and sometimes, he sprinted rapidly as if a torrential rain. But this woman was truly not someone an ordinary man would dare to accept. Her, sometimes loosen and sometimes tightens in succession, which forced Long Yi to use his internal force to endure, otherwise, he would have already died from excessive ejaculation. The sound of flesh slapping with each other became intense, and Han Yan had already begun to twitch. Now her entire snow-white skin had a pink layer. Moreover, specks of sparkling and crystal-clear beads of sweats were tickling down her body, making her look extra sexy and enchanting, swaying the will of Long Yi. Suddenly, Han Yan let out a long resonant moan from her red lips, and just like an octopus, she tightly coiled around Long Yi, while trembling non-stop. Her entire muscles stretched tight and she felt as if her soul had floated out from her body, reaching to the place high in the clouds, and even her mind became rather blurred. Moreover, a kind of unusual fragrance began to fill the room. This fragrance was strong but not pungent, bold and unrestrained, but again there was no sentiments. After a good while, the body of Han Yan slowly loosened, her 3 souls and 6 vigor began to return to her body, and she still leisurely exhaled fragrance. Then opening her hazy eyes, she looked at Long Yi and said, "This feeling is truly wonderful, now I won't have any regret even if I die, you can start." Long Yi was startled, and a little bit of rift appeared in his heart. This woman whom he had just finished having the pleasure of close intimacy in a couple and had reached the apex together, but now, he had to personally end her life, so he was somewhat absent-minded. Could he truly do that? Long Yi stretched his big hand towards the neck of Han Yan, which was similar to that time. At that time, he had personally ended the lives of Fox clan mother and daughter who had schemed against him. But the circumstance of this time was very different. He slowly tightened his grip, and Long Yi felt the slender neck of Han Yan was becoming stiff. As long as he put forth his strength, this beautiful neck would be crushed, and this bewitching smile will disappear forever from this world. Kill, not kill? Long Yi, however, found that he was not as ruthless as he had thought. It was truly too hard for him to kill this woman with whom he just had the sexual intercourse. Moreover, the course was too wonderful for words, but thinking that she might spread the matter of him being not affected by the curse, he hardened his heart. Gee. A strange laughter suddenly resounded within his sea of consciousness, and a shadow slowly condensed therein. Boy, I advise you to not kill her, as you don't necessarily need to kill her. The shadow said in a creepy voice. Why? Long Yi asked. This woman is very useful to you, and she will definitely not leak your matter. Oh, I spoke too much, now I am so tired, I am going to sleep now. The shadow disappeared without a trace after speaking. Hey, "Hey, old ghost, brother, make it clear." Long Yi screamed in his heart, but that shadow didn't even make a single sound. "Your grandpa, what the hell, intentionally leaving me hanging?" Long Yi muttered, then hesitating for a bit, he loosened his hand. Han Yan confusedly looked at Long Yi. Just now, she had sensed dense killing intent from Long Yi, but how come he suddenly let her go? Could it be that he truly was fascinated by her? Han Yan had some complacent thoughts. "I am not killing you, lascivious bitch, for the time being. I will believe in you that you will not leak out that matter." Long Yi sighed and said, in fact, he only believed that shadow within his body, not Han Yan. "You should think clearly, I and you are from the hostile camp." Han Yan said with a smile, "If I said I will not kill, then I will not kill. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Long Yi said in annoyance, and suddenly his sluggish little brother still within Han Yan, at this time, began to become burning hot and hard. He, in fact, you can't kill me even if you want to kill, unless." Feeling the burning hot thing within her body, Han Yan said with a bewitching smile. "Unless what?" Seeing the confident expression of Han Yan, Long Yi began to believe in the words of the shadow. This woman was really not simple. Han Yan again clung to the neck of Long Yi, then licking the earlobe of Long Yi, she blew inside his ear and said, "Unless UFCK me to death." The breathing of Long Yi instantly became rapid. This bitch truly was more bewitching compared to Thousand Years Fox Spirit. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then, today, I will FCK you to death." Chapter 310. Han Yan rolled around and reached out her hands to touch the warm chest, but she only touched empty air. She opened her eyes and sat up, then with the brocade quilt sliding down, beautiful spring scenery was revealed. "Did he leave just like that? Damned heartless bastard." Han Yan muttered as she suddenly felt her bed was very empty. Han Yan lifted the brocade quilt, and looking at that dark red blood stain on the bedsheet, she became somewhat absent-minded. She bent over and softly caressed it. No matter who the woman was, the blood stain of the first sexual encounter was always somewhat emotional because that symbolized that the girl's purity was lost forever. "I have never thought that Han Yan would also have a time when I make an absurd error, Zimin you just wait and see." Han Yan retracted her gloomy mood, then swaying her slender waist, she walked over to the window, and the gentle sunlight of the sun poured on Han Yan's, forming an indistinct light spot. Now, she unexpectedly appeared rather unusually bewitching. Today, the atmosphere of Soaring Dragon City was unusually jubilant. The red silk ribbons were hung practically on every street of Soaring Dragon City. Emperor had already notified that today was the joyous day of the alliance of marriage between Violent Dragon Empire and Nelan Empire. Violent Dragon Empire always had comparatively greater freedom of speech. So many common people knew the current circumstance of Blue Wave's continent. They also knew what Violent Dragon Empire establishing an alliance by marriage with Nelan Empire at this key moment imply, so everyone was full of smiles. Moreover, today, Emperor Longzhan had personally ordered a big banquet throughout the city, so as long as it was within Soaring Dragon City, no matter whether a rich merchant or a peddler, wandering beggar or a stray beggar, all could eat rare delicacy today. In the imperial flower garden of the imperial palace, Long Yi wore specially made wedding dress, appearing outstanding and extraordinary. In front of him, a large number of officials stood, including Emperor Longzhan, his imperial concubines and his sons and daughters. The majority of people were beaming with happiness, and naturally, there was also no lack of people with gloomy complexion. For instance, Long Ying. Originally, he should have been the bridegroom, but this punk Long Yi seized that position from him. Just thinking of Nelan Ryu's that goddess-like appearance and temperament, he was unable to balance his heart. The auspicious time has come, let's welcome Nelan Empire's Princess Ryu. The rights official loudly called, receiving the signal of Longzhan. Not long after, a group of Nelan Empire's officials wearing Nelan Empire's national dress slowly walked in, and in the middle of them, Nellen Ryu with the support of Zhao Kui. As if a myriad of stars surrounding the moon came in. Long Yi turned around and looked, then his eyes widened. Today, Nellen Ryu was truly lovely enough to cause the fall of a country. Her fame as the goddess was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. She also wore Nellen Empire's traditional sea blue colored bride dress, which was folded above as if great waves. She had also applied an exquisite makeup, and with her delicate arched eyebrows and starry eyes accompanied by a coral bride crown, she appeared as if she was the princess of the sea. Just looking at her made people feel a pure and fresh aura. Located on the southern side, Nellen Empire was a coastal empire, and the people of Nellen Empire held immeasurably deep and magnificent scale sea in esteem. The ancestors of Nellen Empire made the living depending on the sea, so they possessed a very close relation with the sea that outsiders could never understand. Nellen Ryu walked forward, rode with a shy smile of a bride, and seeing Long Yi's surprised as well as admiring looks, she was happy beyond description in her heart. Nellen Ryu pays respect to your majesty the emperor. Nellen Ryu walked to the front of Longzhan and gracefully greeted with courtesy, and secretly sizing up this emperor of Violent Dragon Empire. She was rather surprised. Currently, Longzhan looked pale as if he was ill, and he also appeared listless. His eyes were also cloudy and unclear. Unlike a middle-aged person who was just in his prime, he looked like a very old man. Was he the true emperor or was he the fake? No need to be over-courteous. Hereafter our empires will be in-laws. Zemin Yu is young and promising. I have always regarded him as my own son. I am very happy to see you two uniting in wedlock. Longzhan weakly said. When he mentioned Zemin Yu, he affectionately looked at Long Yi. This made Long Yi have goosebumps, and he cursed this shameless old man in his heart. Nellen Ryu smiled and didn't reveal even a trace of unusualness. She naturally knew the internal struggle of Violent Dragon Empire. One might well say that Imperial Long Clan and Zemin Clan was already mortal enemies. But politics was like this. It was completely different from what was seen on the surface and what was going on in secret. She knew this point from experience. It's about time. Go and perform the ceremony. Longzhan said, waving towards rights official. The ceremony of the alliance by marriage of two empire and normal marriage ceremony was substantially different. It was more complex and tedious. Not only they need to kowtow Violent Dragon Empire's successive late emperors, they also need to kowtow Longzhan, which dejected Long Yi the most. Furthermore, he had to kowtow 8 times. Forget it, just treat this as kowtowing the dead. Long Yi thought maliciously. Nellen Ryu found this somewhat funny. Each time they kowtow, from her angle, she could see Long Yi's appearance of gnashing his teeth. And she suddenly felt that this bad fellow could also be cute sometimes. This tediously long and tasteless ceremony lasted from morning 10 a.m. to afternoon 2 p.m., truly was not something a human wanted to do. He wondered which bastard think up this ceremony, truly was tormenting people. Now, Long Yi was so hungry that his stomach was protesting. Early morning, after he had just returned to the home from Han Yan's lady's chamber, before he could even sit properly, the official of Ministry of Rights came looking for him. After that, he had to spend a great amount of time to freshen up and wear clothing, and he was not able to eat anything. Even after that, they didn't provide him any food. Wasn't that truly too inhuman? After the confusing and disoriented ceremony was over, next was luncheon, so Long Yi finally relaxed as he thought that he could finally eat something. But who would have thought that the calculation of Long Yi would fail yet again? The officials came to purpose a toast, and each and every one of them spoke meaninglessly with him for a long time, which resulted in the arrival of the night banquet from luncheon. And surprisingly, Long Yi didn't get the chance to eat anything. At night, according to the social etiquette, bridegroom and bride must stay overnight at the imperial palace, while other officials could take along their family members to participate in the imperial banquet. This banquet was the celebration for the alliance by marriage of two empires, but the main protagonists Long Yi and Nellen Ryu weren't present at this banquet. Of course, this kind of arrangement was not in accordance with Long Yi's thought, Merely Longzon unexpectedly declared that tomorrow he and Nelan Ryuayu should leave for Nelan Empire to perform the ceremony. This means that he could stay in Soaring Dragon City for only one night, as long as he reached Nelan Empire and performed the ceremony. The full-scale war will begin immediately. The situation of that time, Long Yi couldn't predict. The luxurious room in the southeast corner of the Imperial Palace was Long Yi and Nelan Ryuayu's bridal chamber. The room was decorated with bright red silks and satins with a big wedding candle. In the center of the room, there was a big luxurious bed, and on this bed, there was a brilliant red wedding quilt and lover's pillow. The moment she entered this room, Nelan Ryuayu suddenly got inexplicably nervous. She clenched her hands and her palms sweated. Will this bedfellow Long Yi truly abide by their agreement? What should she do if he didn't abide? Thinking this, she secretly looked at Long Yi and saw that Long Yi was looking all around like a thief. Her heart tightened. Could it be that he truly wanted to? Zeminyu, what are you doing? When Nelan Ryuayu was nervously thinking, she however saw Long Yi was taking out a table full of wonderful-smelling delicacies from his space ring. Then he fished out several bottles of first-class wine, so she asked, "Eating, don't you see?" Long Yi replied without lifting his head and appeared as if he couldn't wait to begin eating like wolf and tiger. "Of course, I know you are eating. Where did these things come from?" Nelan Ryuayu asked in surprise. Hey, I conveniently took them from the banquet." "You also haven't eaten anything for the entire day, right? Come, let's eat together." Long Yi laughed, looking at Nelan Ryuayu. Nelan Ryuayu rolled her eyes. This fellow was truly a natural thief. Even though she was together with him for the entire day, she unexpectedly didn't notice him taking these foods. But, looking at Long Yi carefreely eating and drinking extravagantly, she truly felt her stomach rumbling. Nelan Ryuayu also didn't act politely anymore. She sat opposite to Long Yi, and began to eat elegantly. Comparing her elegant table manners with Long Yi was simply as far apart as heaven and earth. After eating a little, she was full. Then she was immersed in staring at Long Yi who was eating, and she suddenly felt that this natural way of eating of Long Yi was very cute. While looking, Nelan Ryuayu suddenly woke up with a start. She wondered why she had such strange thoughts. How could this bedfellow be cute? He was hateful. Just now was only her misconception. How could she think such embarrassing table manners cute? Nelan Ryuayu glared at Long Yi, continuously self-hypnotizing herself. Suddenly, Long Yi raised his head and saw Nelan Ryuayu was gnashing her teeth, so he smiled and said, "What bitter and deep-seated hatred do you have with me? Why the hell are you looking at me as if you want to eat me? Take a look at your table manners. Not using the chopsticks, you are using your hand. Do you also eat like this in your home?" Nelan Ryuayu replied, "Once in a while. What's wrong with it? Men naturally want to eat a big bowl of wine and a big mouthful of meat. Besides, I am hungry to the point of death. Why should I act refined?" Long Yi replied while chewing the chicken leg. Nelan Ryuayu wanted to laugh but she endured. Want to laugh then laugh. Suppressing your laughter can cause abnormal menstruation. Long Yi smirked and said while eating like a wolf and tiger till he was full. "You so hateful." Nelan Ryuayu's face became bright red hearing what Long Yi had said, then she angrily glared at Long Yi. This smelly fellow's jokes were always dirty. He even cracked jokes about this kind of girl's private matters. Hee, why are you angry? We are already close like this. What else is there that we cannot speak with each other? Long Yi conveniently used water ball magic to wash his hand while ambiguously winking towards Nelan Ryuayu. Nelan Ryuayu gritted her teeth and her expression became cold. She naturally recalled those ambiguous and intimate incidents she had with Long Yi. Indeed, this fellow had already seen and touched her body. "Hey, what's with this expression? What I mean is, now we are already married, isn't that already sufficiently intimate?" Long Yi said with a smile. Nelan Ryuayu was startled, then standing up, she retreated 2 steps and said nervously, "You promised me that you will not touch me. This is only a fake marriage." "Touch, not touch." Long Yi softly murmured, "If you do something, I will create an uproar." Nellen Ryu thought for a long time, but she couldn't find anything to truly threaten him. Long Yi smirked, then shrugging his shoulders, he said, "You don't need to cause an uproar. I am going out. Sleep properly. No need to worry that I will secretly attack you at midnight. I am going. See you tomorrow morning." Long Yi waved his hand towards Nellen Ryu, then disappeared without a trace from the room. Nellen Ryu opened his mouth wanting to stop Long Yi, but that fellow had already disappeared, and inexplicably, she felt some grievance in her heart and also somewhat empty. "What is happening to me? It is best for me that he had gone. I never wanted to stay together with him." Nellen Ryu patted her face and murmured. She walked over to the bed and sat down, but the more she thought the angrier she became. Therefore, she picked up the pillow and covered her face. And after few seconds, Nellen Ryu jumped about on the bed and closing her eyes, she loudly shouted, "Ziminyu, I hate you. Even if you hate me, you don't need to shout like this." Long Yi's joking voice suddenly entered the ears of Nellen Ryu. Nellen Ryu was so shocked that she jumped, then turning her head, she saw Long Yi, who had disappeared just a moment ago, had already appeared in the room at an unknown time. She pointed at Long Yi with a red face and said, Didn't you leave?" "Well, I returned to take something, but I never expect to hear you. As it turned out, you hate me so much, now I am truly heartbroken." Long Yi placed the wine bottles on the table into his space ring, then sighed, pretending to be dejected. "It's not like that, I. Because the performance of Long Yi was too vivid, Nellen Ryu suddenly became stupid. She really thought he was truly dejected and nervously tried to explain, but she didn't know what to say. "I know, you don't need to comfort me, I am going." Long Yi sighed again, then disappeared again without a trace. Nellen Ryu bit her lower lip, then snorting, she laid a barrier and entered into the quilt. Long Yi flew out of the imperial palace in all smiles, thinking about the expression of Nellen Ryu. He was very happy in his heart. Perhaps, she really felt different from what she had said. Not long after, Long Yi arrived at the mountain peak at the outskirts of the town. Murongbo was standing there with his hand clasped on his back. Just now, he had used a sound technique to secretly call out Long Yi. Naturally, to train in this sound technique, the inner force was required, but Murongbo actually was able to use this secret technique with his Dge after hearing the details of this technique from Long Yi. Although he failed many times in the beginning, but eventually he was able to successfully use this technique. This made Long Yi admire this old man who had reached Swords God realm even more and even more believed that everything under the heaven was same at the fundamental level, everything was ever changing and also supplementing and complementing each other. "Old man, why on earth are you calling me out on my wedding night?" Long Yi smiled, throwing a bottle of wine towards Murongbo. He recalled that Murongbo was especially fond of wine, so he returned to take them back, but who would have thought that he would hear Nellen Ryu shouting she hated him. Murongbo caught the wine bottles, and after impatiently drinking several mouthfuls, he said, "Fard bridal chamber, do you think this old man doesn't know your marriage is fake?" Long Yi laughed and then said in all seriousness, "Old man, I am leaving tomorrow. I have one request. Can you promise me that? Other than pulling me into this muddy water, all other matters are fine." Murongbo said, "After I leave, I don't know what will happen in Soaring Dragon City. I hope you can keep an eye on the safety of my family, and make a move to save them at a critical moment." Long Yi said in all seriousness. This was the matter he was most worried about at present. Although there were many experts in Zimin clan, but thinking about the dark forces behind Long Zon, Long Yi always felt uneasy. "I can promise this, even if you don't say it. I would have done that considering the friendship I have with your grandfather." Murongbo readily agreed. "Then thank you, I reap no little benefit staying together with you in this period of time. I cannot describe my gratefulness with words. Tonight, let's drink to our heart's content. I don't know when we will be able to meet next time." Long Yi said with a smile. Then picking up a bottle of wine, He bumped his wine bottle with the wine bottle of Murongbo and drank a mouthful of wine. Murongbo also drank the wine, and patting the shoulder of Long Yi, he said, "In fact, I should be thanking you. If it was not for you, then I would have never become happy like these days. Moreover, I might not have met my granddaughter Murongshua. Anyway, where did you hide your granddaughter? She didn't return to Proud Moon Empire and also isn't in Soaring Dragon City, right?" Long Yi curiously asked. Hey, I can tell you. I told her to go to our Murong clan's sacred ground to train." Murongbo laughed. "Where is your sacred ground?" Long Yi asked. Murongbo looked at Long Yi and said with a smile, "You are not the people of my Murong clan. Why on earth will I tell you? Unless you become my grandson-in-law one day, I can't tell you. But your life is full of peach blossom with so many women. My granddaughter might not marry you. Forget it if you don't want to tell." Long Yi replied, but he however was very curious about the sacred ground of Murong clan. But, Murong clan was a hidden clan, so outsiders would never know where their sacred ground was located. Murongbo laughed and said after standing up, "When you are away from your house, be a little more careful, especially towards women. It would be for the best if you firmly remember this old man's advice. Don't just look at the beauty of women, as beautiful women bring disaster. You should know that gentle women let men enjoy and do their best to help men in their luck with women, but vicious beauty could swallow you while without even leaving the bones. Who do you think I am? In front of me, any woman will become as obedient as a cat. Even if she is a beauty that swallows without leaving the bones, I will change her into a soft and gentle fairy." Long Yi proudly said. "Smelly brat, why are you sticking your tail so high? Be careful, you will fail miserably." Murongbo scolded in jest. "Rest assured, even if I fail miserably, I will not die. But, hearing you, it seems your experience is quite rich. However, why you are still ignoring two great holy priests?" Long Yi said somewhat sourly, thinking about Sibai's master Judith, that peerless beauty, and again looking at Murongbo, this rotten old man. He felt that the heaven was truly unfair. Go, it's already too late. Quickly roll back to your land of warmth and tenderness. Don't keep talking nonsense here." Murongbo scolded in jest and knocked on the head of Long Yi. Long Yi quickly dodged the attack, and thinking about it, he had a lot of matters left to handle. He had to bid farewell to his parents and wives, moreover, also had to visit Unparalleled Battalion to make some arrangements. "Old man, take care and don't die too early," Long Yi said with a smile, then flew towards Zimun residence. "This smelly punk." Looking at the disappearing back view of Long Yi, Murongbo sighed. After getting along with this kid for a long time, he truly was somewhat reluctant to part. Chapter 311. Soon, Long Yi returned to Zimun residence. At this time, Zimun Nu had went to participate the banquet, but Dong Fangwan had politely declined to attend with the pretext of sickness as she was injured. And at this moment, she was chatting happily with Leng Yuiu, Nangong Xinyan and Bitang Yu, and seeing the sudden appearance of Long Yi, all three of them showed a pleasantly surprised expression. "What are you all chatting about? Chatting so happily?" Long Yi entered with all smiles. "Other than talking about you, they mention you in their every sentence. I wonder how many lifetimes' blessing this is." Dong Fangwan laughed. Before, this son of hers was regarded as a calamity of girls, causing anxiety among the people of entire Soaring Dragon City, simply to the point where everyone turned pale at the mention of his name. But now, he however was surrounded by beautiful women. Each woman beside him was more beautiful than other. This made her grinning from ear to ear, and she was already imagining herself playing around with many grandchildren. The three girls bashfully smiled, merely it was hard for them to completely conceal that pain of parting. Dong Fangwan saw the intertwining expression with sparks flying in all direction of four people, therefore, no longer becoming the annoying third wheel. She left, leaving behind some words of advice to Long Yi. After Dong Fangwan left, Nangong Xianyan was the first person that was unable to endure anymore. She shed tears without speaking. It hadn't been a long time since they had married, so how could she bear to part with him? Long Yi sighed in his heart. He had long expected this situation. He did all he could to console her. Okay, don't cry, it's not like I will never return. I will immediately return back after the ceremony in Nelan Empire. Long Yi stepped forward and hugging Nangong Xiangyun, he consoled her, patting her back. Even if you return back immediately, the round trip will take at least 3 to 4 months. What should I do in those time? Nangong Xiangyun sobbed and said she was not a weak person, but the love made her heart as soft as the dough. Parting is for the better reunion, and one cannot avoid the separation and union while living, so you should face them strongly. Moreover, tasting the flavor of missing every now and then is a happy matter, do you understand? Long Yi consoled Nangong Xiangyun while simultaneously looking towards Patengyu and Leng Yuiu. Leng Yuiu smiled, looked towards Long Yi, merely there was hard to conceal bitterness in this smile. Missing every now and then was truly a happy matter, but many times it however felt as if millions of ants were gnawing their heart, agonizing them and also make them harder to breathe. Leng Yuiu knew that she couldn't follow Long Yi to Nelan Empire. In fact, she had already received the order to return to Dark Church quite a few days ago, but she postponed her date of return again and again because of Long Yi. And now that Long Yi was going, she will also not stay here. I do not understand, and I don't want to understand either. You have yet to leave, but my heart is already aching to the point of dying. Nangong Xiangyun choked in sobs in the bosom of Long Yi. Long Yi was helpless. If one day, he could take along all his women with him traveling throughout the world without any worry, then how wonderful that would be. But he knew that this wish was still extravagant hopes at present. As if the tears of Nangong Xiangyun had affected them, tears began to appear in the eyes of Leng Yuiu and Patengyu. Patengyu opened her mouth to say something, but all words were stuck in her throat. Then she rushed over and tightly hugged Long Yi from behind. Now, with Patengyu on his back and Nangong Xiangyun in the front, Long Yi was wrapped like a dumpling. Both front and back sides of Long Yi was soaked with tears, and only after a long while, the emotion of two people stabilized a little, otherwise, Long Yi doubted that he would have drowned in tears. Well, don't cry, whoever cries again, I will hit her. Why are you all crying as if we are going to part never to meet again? Long Yi reached out his big hand and wiped their tears. Seeing them cry like this, he felt sour and astringent in his heart. My husband will not cry again. Now, it's already late, how about we go to sleep? Nangong Xiangyun with tear stains on her now beautiful red face said, looking at Long Yi with her tearful eyes. Long Yi stuck up the corner of his mouth and expectantly said with a smile, tonight, how about you three serve me together? The three women bashfully looked at each other. Every one of them were unable to be so open yet, but they were reluctant to leave Long Yi tonight. After all, they only had tonight before Long Yi leave for Nelan Empire, so tonight was very precious for all of them. Long Yi saw that the three women were embarrassed and weren't replying, so he said with a smirk, okay, that's settled. Now, I will go to Unparalleled Battalion to handle some matters. As for you all, return to the room and wait for me after the bath. Finished speaking, Long Yi disappeared from the hall. Three women looked at each other in blank dismay and their beautiful face reddened. Could it be that tonight they were destined to have licentious without principal night? Long Yi used soaring magic flying towards military camp, but in his mind, he was having a fantasy of the beautiful circumstance sleeping together with three great beauties. How good would he feel when he have 4p? Long Yi drooled while thinking. The military camp was still guarded heavily. There were numerous hidden lookouts with gleaming swords and spears in the sentry post, and the entire military camp was surrounded with dense killing intent. Compared to the joyous atmosphere of Soaring Dragon City, this atmosphere of this place was as far apart as heaven and earth. Everyone else could be lax, but the Solitaire should never lax, and especially when the more lively and the more festive day it was, the more intense the responsibility and job they had. Showing his military tally, Long Yi entered the military camp. But many soldiers looked at him strangely, because, he A bridegroom was coming to military camp in his wedding night, and before he arrived at Unparalleled Battalion's barracks, Long Yi heard the enthusiastic cheering sound of soldiers. Now, it should be the time of training after supper, where they get comparatively more freedom, and generally, nobody cared about others at this time. They would either train alone or look for other people to train together. But, they usually look for people to duel at this time, so the atmosphere at night in Unparalleled Battalion was very enthusiastic. Seeing the arrival of Long Yi, the soldiers on duty immediately saluted him, and Long Yi just waved his hand and entered inside. Inside, he saw that soldiers had completely surrounded the open and spacious campsite. He estimated that all the people of Unparalleled Battalion were gathered here. This made Long Yi curious, who exactly were dueling now to actually attract so many people. Long Yi curiously squeezed in, and those soldiers who were pushed aside by Long Yi got mad and thought to beat the person who was forcibly squeezing, but seeing he was their general, each and everyone was startled. They wanted to salute, but Long Yi stopped them. Squeezing to the front, Long Yi understand why there were so many people that came to watch. As it turned out, the people who were dueling were unexpectedly his brother-in-law Nangong Nu and Zhao Yi's big brother Tyrant Bear. According to the rules of Unparalleled Battalion, as long as you think you are better than your superior, you can challenge him, and the challenger will replace the challenged superior if the challenger won the challenge. Could it be that Nangong Nu wished to take Tyrant Bear's position? Long Yi looked at this duel with interest for a while, then shaking his head, he smiled. There was a gap between the strength of Tyrant Bear and Nangong Nu. Nangong Nu was a magician, and undergoing the temper of Unparalleled Battalion, although he had greatly strengthened his physical body and was pretty good in close combat, but he was after all only an intermediate magician, so his destructive power was limited. Moreover, because of his young age, his physical strength was also comparatively weaker, so how could he win against Tyrant Bear? Still, this courage and guts were commendable. In fact, Tyrant Bear was continuously letting Nangong Nu make the moves, as even though this was a duel, it could also be considered a training. But at that time, Tyrant Bear happened to see the arrival of Long Yi, then instantly dodging the ice arrows of Nangong Nu, he instantly appeared behind Nangong Nu, and then carrying him like a chicken, he threw him away. Bang! The clouds of dust flew up as Nangong Nu fell to the ground, and he gritted his teeth in pain. If he had not learned to minimize the damage when one lost his balance in the air, then he might have his bones broken. Tyrant Bear laughed. Then striding over to Long Yi, he performed a military salute and said loudly, "Subordinate Tyrant Bear pays respect to General." Only at this time, all the soldiers of Unparalleled Battalion learned the arrival of Long Yi and all of them saluted him in succession. Nangong Nu immediately got up from the ground seeing Long Yi, then rushing over, he happily asked, "Brother-in-law, isn't tonight your bridal chamber? How come you are here?" Long Yi knocked the head of Nangong Nu with some strength and instructed, "Did you forget? In military camp, call me general. If you repeat this mistake again, then you will be punished under the military law." Nangong Nu stuck out his tongue and straightening his chest, he loudly said, "Yes, General, this subordinate will not repeat this mistake." Long Yi smiled nodding his head, then patted his shoulder. After that, commanding other soldiers to continue training, Long Yi called Tyrant Bear along to one corner of the military camp. "Tyrant Bear, you should also know that I will be leaving Soaring Digan City tomorrow. After I leave, there might be some unexpected incidents. At that time, you should do what you need to do, but you have to remember one thing, Unparalleled Battalion is an independent battalion, Long Yi's independent battalion. Even the Emperor himself doesn't have right to order you all. Do you understand?" Long Yi said with a tone filled with huge pressure. These words were tantamount to seeking a coup. Tyrant Bear with serious complexion firmly said, "This subordinate understand. Other than General's command, Unparalleled Battalion will not obey anyone else's command. Unparalleled Battalion is loyal only to the General alone." Long Yi nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Then, I'll leave Unparalleled Battalion to you. When the war starts, You all will be in the forefront fighting against the enemy. Your dream of sweeping over the battleground will be fulfilled soon. Tyrant Bear was excited knowing the day to realize his dream was not too far away. Long Yi again instructed on a number of matters that need to be paid attention, then looking at the sky, he left the military camp. I wonder if Leng Yuyu and others have already taken a bath tonight. Will they really serve me together? If that happens for real, then how wonderful that would be. Just thinking about this, his heart was burning. He couldn't wait for even a second more to go to his savory bedroom. But just when Long Yi wanted to rush back at full throttle, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of him blocking his path, and a familiar delicate fragrance entered into his nose. Chapter 312. Han Yan. Long Yi moved his nose and subconsciously called out. Each woman had unique body fragrance, and Long Yi's nose was very sensitive, so he naturally possessed the ability to differentiate his women with just their fragrance. When Long Yi reflexively called out Han Yan's name, the phantom in front of him had already changed into a figure. But to the surprise of Long Yi, this huge phantom unexpectedly was a pure white big bird. Its feathers were glossy and also exquisite, and its silverish white beak was long, thin and hard. On a whole, it looked just like a white crane of his previous world, merely its build was 10 times bigger. Han Yan, dressed in a close-fitting skirt, was standing on the back of this white crane, and she was looking at him with a smile yet not a smile. Beside a brook on the outskirts of Soaring Dragon City, Long Yi sat on the rock, frequently tossing little stones in the clear brook. As for Han Yan, she sat not far away from Long Yi. She had taken off her shoes and socks, completely revealing her fine snow-white small legs, and she often kicked the water of the brook. As for her magic pet, it had greatly shrunk and was combing its own feather beside the brook. Most of the time, Long Yi's gaze rested at this big bird which greatly resembled a white crane. Its flying speed was fast, but the most important point was, it could freely change its build just like a little 3 and violent lightning beast. From this point, it was definitely SS-ranked magical beast, merely he didn't know what other ability it had outside of flying. And then looking at the sky, Long Yi couldn't help but was unable to endure and said, "Why exactly did you bring me here? Come on, quickly speak, I don't have time to waste with you." Han Yan however simply smiled, then looking at Long Yi, she said with a smile, "What? Missing your women? Let me tell you, I am deliberately wasting your time. I will not let you have your way." Long Yi rolled his eyes, and suddenly standing up, he said, "I am not in the mood to bicker with you. Do you think you can stop me if I want to leave?" Han Yan immediately retracted her smile, and with her beautiful face filled with a grievance, she said, "You are so heartless treating me like this. After forcibly taking my chastity, you are ignoring me, you seducing and then abandoning bastard." Long Yi had a blank expression. He was not that stupid to be deceived like this. Yesterday, if it was not for the shadow within his body, then he might have truly killed her. Merely the shadow had said that she would be a good use to him, but how come he was unable to see like that? He opened his mouth and said, "Don't act. I admit that I took your chastity, but isn't that chastity a weapon you sacrificed to deal with me? But it resulted in failure, isn't that so?" Han Yan was startled and giggling. She said, fawning, "You are quite smart. How about you don't go looking for those women, and tonight I, Mu Hanyan, will serve you even better." "Better is better, merely I fear that you will swallow me whole without leaving even bones, so I refuse politely." Long Yi faintly said with a smile. Recalling the flavor of this woman he had tasted yesterday night, his heart rippled. Indeed, this woman was of best quality under the heaven. Until now, he still had a lingering taste of that marvelous feeling. Seeing Long Yi turning to walk away, Han Yan urgently said, "Don't go. I can tell you a number things you want to know." Long Yi paused, having heard what was said, and said with a smile, "You will tell me anything I want to know?" "Of course not, but I can selectively disclose a little." Han Yan stretched out her hand and caressing his chest, she looked at him with her charming eyes. "But, why do you want to disclose to me? Aren't you afraid of your organization finding that out?" Long Yi doubtfully looked at Han Yan and said, "Sit down. I'll slowly tell you to listen. Han Yan said just like a little girl. Long Yi hesitated for a moment, but he still sat beside Mu Hanyan, as he truly was curious about Han Yan's identity. Han Yan moved closer to Long Yi, then tightly hugged the arm of Long Yi with her jade arms, and rested her head on the shoulder of Long Yi just like a pair of sweethearts who were in mutual love for many years. This was very natural and ease without a sense of contrition. To tell you the truth, I don't belong to any organization. I am me. You can do whatever you want to do with me, and no one will come to trouble you. Han Yan said. Long Yi frowned. Then what relation did she have with sister-in-law Liu Shi as well as that black-robed man? He asked. What relationship do you have with the dark forces behind Long Zan? Don't tell me that you don't have any relation. I have, but I cannot tell you this. I can only tell you that I have a small relation with them, but I am not subjected to their control. Han Yan slightly smiled and said. Then, why did you seduce me last night? Long Yi turned his head, and placing his chin on the head of Han Yan, he smelled her delicate fragrance. I wanted to control you. Han Yan replied without the slightest hesitation, and her little hand unexpectedly began to caress the thigh of Long Yi. With your body? Long Yi smirked and asked. You can say that. Now you should already know that Betang clan is actually on the side of Long Zan and they cursed you using such means. But, because you are comparatively more pleasant to my eye, I thought to save you, that's all. But who would have thought that you are simply not cursed? Han Yan giggled and said. You are saying that you want to control me to save me? Long Yi said. Without controlling you, how else can I save you? Don't you already know the power of puppet imprecation magic? It can instantly explode your body, and not even your remains will be left. But if I were to control you, then I will not be so cruel to make you die. Isn't that saving you? Han Yan defended herself by sophistry, and her little hand was drawing the circle in the inner thigh of Long Yi, and intentionally or unintentionally, she was touching Long Yi's little brother. Long Yi remained silent, but his little brother however began to stand up under her teasing. He caught her naughty little hand and said, Don't move randomly. Otherwise you have to be responsible for the consequence of your action. What consequences? I am already yours. Whatever you do to me, what can I do to stop you? Han Yan smiled, and freeing her hand, she directly caught the crotch of Long Yi. Long Yi gnashed his teeth. This bitch. He truly wanted to immediately push her down and have a battle outdoor. It was hard to maintain his fragile self-control when she was challenging to him like this. So hard? This place is very remote. I am sure that no one will come here. Han Yan flickered Long Yi's little brother that wanted to break out of his pants, signaling Long Yi to eat her. Long Yi cursed in his heart, and his big hand grabbed her and said, I have a question. Why were you able to sense me yesterday? I believe that I had completely concealed my aura. Could it be that you saw me? This question, I will reply when we meet next time. Is that okay? Let's do the important matter now. Han Yan's beautiful face reddened as she muttered. Her little hand however had already untied the belt of Long Yi, entering his underpants. Chapter 313. Long Yi moaned, feeling his little brother was grabbed by the warm and smooth jade hand of Han Yan. Moreover, with the up and down movement of her jade hand, he was truly too excited. Long Yi felt as if his stomach was burning with raging fire and his blood vessels were about to explode. Suddenly, Long Yi felt his cold in the lower part of his body, and he was shocked to see his little brother was already exposed in the air, and it was ferociously holding its head high, throwing out its chest. Your size is truly big, and it looks frightening. Han Yan squatted down and her head got closer to Long Yi's little brother as if she was quite curious to why it could be so big. Long Yi took a deep breath and looked towards the sky, only to see the night was about to pass. Han Yan, this girl truly stalled him for quite a time. Recalling Nangong Xiangyan and other two were waiting for his return, his subconsciously calmed down greatly. How come you are soft now? Han Yan exclaimed in surprise, seeing the angry little brother was unexpectedly becoming soft slowly, then raising her head and looking at Long Yi, She saw that the fire of lust in his eyes had already disappeared, becoming very clear. "Get up, I want to return now. I also don't want to know your answer," Long Yi faintly said. Now he also understood that it was impossible to learn very secret matters from this woman. Han Yan saw the firm eyes of Long Yi and laughed. "It's still quite early, why are you so impatient? I have yet to serve you properly," Han Yan said, and before the surprised gaze of Long Yi, she lowered her head and opening her lips, she unexpectedly took Long Yi's somewhat soft manhood into her mouth. Long Yi startled and feeling his little brother had entered a moist and warm mouth, and especially with this strong visual impact, the last line of defense of Long Yi was nearly collapsed. The technique of Han Yan was clearly inexperienced, but she seemed to have a sky-high natural gift in the matter of men and women. Not long after, her movement of taking in and out became more and more skillful, giving Long Yi bigger and bigger stimulation. Damn it, Long Yi struggled in his heart. This kind of amorous treatment, no men were willing to end it immediately. But, thinking of his wives waiting for him in the home, Long Yi firmly suppressed his heart, then maximized his self-control to push open the head of Han Yan, and then he quickly arranged his pants. Han Yan was astounded to see Long Yi's action, as this man went beyond her expectation. He possessed the most notorious reputation and was frivolous, but sometimes, his self-control and things he did always surprise her. Could a normal man resist her charm? Could a man have a sexual pleasure with her while wanting to kill her? How could he still maintain his soberness and reject her when she was serving him with her mouth? Long Yi coldly looked at Han Yan and turning around, he laughed. "Wait a minute, if you are bent on leaving, then I will also not stop you." Mu Hanyan still hasn't fallen to such extent. "Just now, didn't you ask me why I was able to sense you? The answer lies in my pet, it has just finished evolving. Now no matter who it is, don't imagine that it's possible to come within a diameter of 30 meters around me without my knowledge." Mu Hanyan pointed at the white crane beside the brook. It appeared very harmless, even to the extent that no aura of a magical beast could be sensed from it. Long Yi suddenly understood, as it turned out, it was the fault of this fellow. Then, when he attacked Mu Hanyan last time, why wasn't he discovered? Immediately afterward, he suddenly recalled that it had just completed its evolution according to Mu Hanyan. Perhaps, at that time, it was in the process of evolving, so he had succeeded. "What rank magical beast is it?" Long Yi couldn't help asking. "Magical beast? I am also not clear about this." Mu Hanyan shook her head and laughed. Long Yi nodded his head, then looking at Snow White beautiful white crane one last time, he flew towards Zeman residence. Mu Hanyu's smile slowly disappeared and she sighed. Then picking up this white crane and caressing its soft and smooth feather, she muttered, "White feather, you tell me, how about I hold this man?" When Long Yi returned to Zeman residence, he had very little time that was set aside for him. He guessed that he roughly had only 1 hour left before the daybreak. The light of the bedroom was still on. Clearly, Nangong Xiangyun still hadn't slept yet, merely he didn't know whether Leng Yuyu and Bitang Yu were also inside the room or not. Softly opening the door, Long Yi smelled 3 different fragrances. Clearly, all 3 women were present inside. "My husband." 3 women were half lying on the bed side by side, and only their bare hands were revealed outside the brocade quilt. Clearly, they were only in their underwear, and they called out to Long Yi in pleasant surprise seeing he had returned, but other than happiness, there was a little sense of loss. As for Long Yi, seeing 3 bewitchingly charming beauties on the bed, this moment, Long Yi rained down curses on Mu Hanyan in his heart. He clearly was this close to achieving his dream of 4P, but it was almost daybreak, and now there was not enough time left for even the foreplay. Long Yi threw off his outerwear and jumped onto the big bed, then spreading open his hands, he took all 3 women in his bosom. "My husband, what were you doing in the military camp? How come you returned so late?" Nangong Xiangyuan asked with hidden bitterness, leaning on the shoulder of Long Yi. Long Yi pondered for a moment, the matter of encountering beauty shop's proprietress Mu Hanyan en route, Then, having those adult-only time, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't tell that. It is definitely not that. Weren't you doing shameless things with another woman? But here we sisters were foolishly waiting for you for such a long time. Lang Yu pinched the soft flesh of Long Yi's waist and pouted, glaring at Long Yi. How could that be? Do you think I, your husband, am that kind of person? Long Yi righteously said, while secretly thinking the situation was not good. All women were similar, even one could cause the total disorder when they eat vinegar, let alone 3 women. You are, with such dense fragrance of an unfamiliar woman. If you say you were not doing that, then do you think I will believe you? Lang Yu said angrily, then she sat at one side of the bed fuming with anger. Nangong Xiangi and Batang Yu also sniffed Long Yi, and soon after that, they also glared at Long Yi. He really had a very dense unfamiliar fragrance. It was not the fragrance of them 3. Long Yi felt dizzy. Was the nose of these girls the dog's nose? They were able to discern just by smelling. All of this was Mu Hanyan, this bitch's doing. Now, not only his dream of 4P was gone, instead, a fire was lit in his backyard. Well, don't be jealous. I truly did nothing with her. It's about to get daybreak. Be obedient and come let your husband hug you all. Long Yi leaned against the bed and said to 3 girls. 3 women became silent and their expression also softened. Yes, he was about to leave, so what the point in making it difficult for him? At this time, Long Yi however jumped out of the bed. My husband, where are you going? The 3 women were startled and thought that Long Yi was leaving because he was angry. Going to wash myself so as to avoid harming your oversensitive nose. Long Yi laughed and entered the bathroom. After hastily washing, Long Yi in bathrobe got into the quilt. This time, 3 women were obedient. They voluntarily entangled with him, making Long Yi enjoy the great luck with women. 4 people tightly hugged together, and no one opened their mouth, just closing their eyes. They felt each other's heartbeat. They were parting soon, so all words seemed to lose color. Only this tight hug was the best consolation. Time didn't know the concept of stopping. It only knew how to flow continuously regardless of the time of day or night until the universe was destroyed. When the sun's brilliant rays of light wantonly trickled down, and when the birdies on the branch began to sing merrily, Long Yi knew that the time to part had come. 3 women got up, then helped Long Yi wear his cloth and also freshen up. They meticulously served Long Yi and not even a slight crease was let off by them. And beyond the expectation of Long Yi, all 3 girls didn't cry him while hugging like he had imagined. Even though their eyes were already red, they endured without shedding a single drop of tear. This appearance instead made Long Yi feel even harder to take in his heart. My husband, take care of yourself, be careful of everything. Nangong Xianyi warned in a low voice, and her eyes already filled with tears. Rest assured? What sort of person am I, your husband? I will not only take care of myself, I will also increase my weight. You will know when I return back. Long Yi smirked and said, so hateful. Nangong Xianyi gently pounded Long Yi as the words of Long Yi had broken the sentimental mood. Well, it's time. I should go to the Imperial Palace now. Xianyi Yuer, I will miss you all. Come give me a farewell kiss. Long Yi laughed. The 3 women took the initiative to kiss Long Yi's lips without any shyness, and after hugging them, Long Yi opened the door and walked out. Walking to the courtyard with 3 women, Long Yi saw Li King and Barbarian Bull were waiting for him for a long time. Li King, are you also leaving? Long Yi looked at Li King and asked. Yes, young master. Li King indifferent replied. Long Yi nodded his head, then stretching out both arms, he gave Li King a big hug and said, patting his back, make effort. This young master believe in you. You will definitely pass the test of your clan, and when we meet next time, we must drink until we are dead drunk. Li King felt the warm feeling of care and his frozen expression slightly fluctuated. Releasing Li King, Long Yi looked towards Barbarian Bull and said, Barbarian Bull, go to the city gate and wait for me. After I come out from the Imperial Palace, we will set out together. Yes, young master. Barbarian Bull excitedly said. Long Yi turned around, then waving his hands towards three women, he blew a kiss, then instantly disappeared from the line of sight of everyone. Nangong Xiangyan took 2 steps forward and was no longer able to suppress her feelings. Her emotions burst out absolutely uncontrollably, and with tears flowing out like a broken dam of the river, she hugged Leng Yuyu and began to cry loudly. Leng Yuyu's eyes were also full of tears, but she was far more experienced than Nangong Xiangyan. Very quickly, she controlled her emotions, then patting the back of Nangong Xiangyan, she whispered, Xiangyan, don't be sad, didn't our husband say, sweethearts that didn't experience parting are not real sweethearts, they have to experience that kind of unforgettable longing. The sweetheart that's capable of preserving even after parting is truly perfect. Batang Yu sniffled, firmly holding back her tears. She still had to go to the military camp to train. She believed that, in the near future, she will definitely be able to meet Long Yi again. At that time, how wonderful that would be if she was able to go into battle together with him. Thinking this, Batang Yu returned to her room and after wearing military attire, she went to military camp. Returning to the bridal chamber of the Imperial Palace, he saw Nelan Ryuyu was dressing up with the help of Zhao Kui. He found this scenery pleasing to both the eye and the mind. Seeing Long Yi had come, Zhang Kui hastily greeted with courtesy. Now, Long Yi however already had a connection with Nelan Empire, and also was her master, so she naturally didn't dare to give cold shoulder. Wifey, did you sleep smoothly yesterday? Long Yi asked with a smile. You don't have to worry, I slept soundly. But seeing you smiling so hatefully, it seemed you were flushed with success last night. Nelan Ryuyu said in annoyance. The frustration of autumn wind is real. Now that I have to bid farewell to my beloved wives, how can I be pleased? Long Yi sighed half-jokingly. Nelan Ryuyu gritted her teeth and glaring at Long Yi, she snorted. Zhao Kui looked at her princess who was acting impetuously, and again looking at helpless newly appointed son-in-law, she suddenly laughed. Damned girl, why are you laughing? Do you want a beating? Nelan Ryuyu said in dissatisfaction. Forgive me, princess. Zhao Kui only felt this amusing. Now, princess and son-in-law truly resemble fighting star-crossed lovers. Zhao Yi happily said. She had followed Nelan Ryuyu for many years, she naturally knew her master's temperament very well. She knew that she was not truly blaming her. Yes, I and he are enemies one. Nelan Ryuyu said, but now, her tone and expression didn't resemble like that desolate saintess. That's why you two became husband and wife. I hear after fighting, star-crossed lovers will become relatives by marriage. Zhao Kui laughed up her sleeves. The face of Nelan Ryuyu turned red and she glared at Long Yi, but she saw that, without her knowledge, Long Yi was already sitting beside the desk and supporting his head with his hand. He was blankly looking outside the window. Seeing this, without any reason, she was even angrier. This bad fellow actually ignored her like this. Truly was infuriating to death. At this time, Long Yi however was thinking about the proprietress of beauty shop, Mu Hanyan. In the end, who was this mysterious woman? What kind of role did she play in the camp of Long Zhan? It was hard to see through the world-class acting of this woman where truth was mingled with the false. At this moment, the rights officials of the Imperial Palace came waking up Long Yi from his thoughts. He decided to not think about the matter of Mu Hanyan for the time being. In any case, her every move was being monitored by Skynet's intelligence personnel. Under the rights officials' guide, Long Yi and Nelan Ryuyu made obeisance to Emperor Longzhan, and Longzhan bestowed a big pile of things along with a scroll of an official document to Long Yi. Long Yi had to deliver this scroll to the Emperor of Nelan Empire. Soon, Long Yi and Nelan Ryuyu sat in a luxurious carriage. The other officials of Nelan Empire also entered other carriages, and as for other guards, they rode their horse. Then along with 200 cavalries of Nelan Empire, they were escorted to the city gate by the city guards of Soaring Dragon City. What made Long Yi feel slightly strange was, he thought that his father Zimenu would come to the city gate to see him off, but outside his expectation, he didn't come. only Barbarian Bull was waiting for him there. The carriages gradually moved away from the city gates, gradually proceeding towards the south. Long Yi leaned on the pillow and took a nap. He had a premonition that this trip to Nilan Empire would definitely be very exciting. 1. Yuanjia, comic and mean star-crossed lovers and also enemy. Chapter 314. In the vast clear sky, with the sunshine tickling down, there were very few white clouds dotted in the azure blue sky. Everyone, rest and reorganize beside the brook in the front, and after eating the lunch, we will continue our journey. Long Yi lifted up the curtain of the carriage and said to the cavalry captain. Yes. This cavalry captain wiped his sweat and answered, then transmitted his order to rest and reorganize beside the brook. Right now, summer was already in full swing, so the weather was very hot. Although Long Yi and Nilan Ryu were unaffected by this hot weather, but for these escorting cavalries, this weather however was a kind of arduous test. In addition to being exposed to this scorching sun, they were wearing thick and heavy metal armor, so it was a very strenuous for them. Similarly, inside the carriage, Mei Zhaoqi was also full of fragrant sweat. She was just an ordinary person, so she naturally wasn't able to be so indifferent to the weather like Nilan Ryu. I am dying, I'm dying. I hope we quickly reach Blue Moon City. Zhaoqi used all her strength to fan herself and said, Isn't Blue Moon City hot too? Long Yi smiled and asked. Blue Moon City was the capital city of Nilan Empire. Of course not, our Blue Moon City is near the sea. The wind that blows in is very nice and cool. Ah, I miss the taste of the sea so much. Zhaoqi closed her eyes and had a yearning look. This naive appearance was very cute. See? Long Yi murmured. After arriving at this world, he had not seen the sea yet. Now, hearing the words of Zhaoqi, he also missed the sea. Was the sea of this world just like the sea of his previous world? Jumping out of the luxurious carriage, Long Yi stretched out his hand towards Nilan Ryu behind him. This was Blue Wave's continence, a kind of etiquette of big aristocrats. Nilan Ryu didn't refuse and let Long Yi help her come out of the carriage. This made the officials of Nilan Empire think that they were harmonious husband and wife. How long will it take to reach Blue Moon City? Long Yi sat down, leaning against a big tree beside the brook and asked Nilan Ryu. After crossing the forest in the front, we will enter the border of Nilan Empire, and with our current pace, we will reach Blue Moon City roughly after 10 days. Nilan Ryu answered, then taking out a clean water from her space ring, she gently sipped a mouthful of water. A beauty was precisely a beauty, even when she was drinking water, she looked so attractive. Why are you staring at me like this? Are flowers blooming on my face? Nilan Ryu saw Long Yi was intently watching her and her beautiful face unconsciously turned red, then rolling her eyes, she said. No, but you have a magnet that is attracting my gaze to your face without my own accord. Long Yi smirked and said, You are annoyingly talkative, I don't feel like reasoning with you. Nilan Ryu turned her head and a slight smile appeared on her face. The compliment of Long Yi made her quite comfortable. Long Yi smiled and shrugged his shoulders, then he looked towards Zhaoqi who was still fanning herself continuously. It seemed she truly was on the point of death due to this heat. Presumably, she was an ordinary girl, and with her entire body completely wrapped around with thick clothing in this heat, she naturally was unable to bear this heat. Girl, do you want me to help you? Long Yi asked with a smile. How can you help me, son-in-law? Zhaoqi curiously asked. If I help you dispel the heat, you have to kiss me, is that okay? Long Yi smirked, teasing her. So hateful, son-in-law is bullying others. The little face of Zhao Yi suddenly became red till her ears, and Nilan Ryu also ferociously glared at him. I am just joking with Zhaoqi. Why are you glaring at me as if you want to eat me? Long Yi innocently said to Nilan Ryu. Nilan Ryu coldly snorted and turned her head again. Long Yi curled up his lips, then stretching out his hand flashed and cold chi began to gather. Instantly, an ice cube that was half the height of a person appeared in front of him. Wow, ice cube! Zhaoqi exclaimed in pleasant surprise and suddenly feeling nice and cool. She happily threw herself onto this ice cube and began rubbing her hot face above it, exclaiming comfortably, "Feeling well, do you want a few more?" Long Yi laughed, but he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, and frowning, he shouted loudly, "A large number of troops are moving towards this direction, everyone, be alert." Those 200 escort cavalries immediately prepared and mounted the horse after hearing the words of Long Yi, then surrounded Long Yi as well as the officials of Nelan Empire to protect. Barbarian Bull also alertly looked all around, standing beside Long Yi with Greenstone Rule in his hand. These days, Long Yi had already established his prestige among these 200 escort cavalries. En route, when they encountered trouble several times, he easily resolved them. Moreover, with his strength and affinity, he quickly became one of these cavalries who had gone through fire and water. "How many people?" Nelan Ryuyu walked over to Long Yi and asked softly. She was clear that the strength of Long Yi was far above herself and his sense was also very sharp. "Roughly 1,000. They have dense killing intent surrounding them. They should be very strong," Long Yi replied. Even from so far away, he could sense that sharp sword-like acute spirit. Therefore they shouldn't be as simple as being only strong. Not long after, rolling smoke and dust appeared on the horizon and the earth began to tremble. Clearly, the other party was riding unicorns, rushing towards them. Moreover, their number was so many that these 200 escort cavalries became tense and unsettled. It's her," Long Yi muttered. With his eyesight, he could clearly see how the people in the front look like. "Who?" Nelan Ryuyu asked. "A woman I have met once by fate." Long Yi laughed. Nelan Ryuyu felt stifled in her heart and ferociously glared at Long Yi, but now, Long Yi was already lost in thoughts. "Pervert," Nelan Ryuyu muttered in a bad mood while looking at the front. This moment, that large contingent of troops had already arrived near them, and she could also clearly see the people in the front. The person in the front and also most conspicuous was a woman who appeared very flirtatious. She wore a dazzling fiery red skin-tight gown and had a fiery red big bow on her back. Moreover, along with the galloping of her unicorn, her breasts rose and fell violently, making people couldn't help but worry whether her big breasts will fly out from her clothing in the next moment. Yu Hongnian, 1, Lightning Mercenary Group. Nelan Ryuyu whispered. She had also heard the famous name of Red Lady. She however was a remarkable woman of the mercenary world. Being a weaker sex, in the mercenary world where strong could be found everywhere, she made a big name for herself. This was not an easy task. Moreover, her mercenary rank was incredible S rank. In a blink of an eye, Red Lady lead Lightning Mercenary Group arrived close at hand. Then they stopped their horse. Long Yi looked as far as he could see and understood why Lightning Mercenary Group was so famous in the mercenary world. Although they only have 1,000 and so people, but each and every one was very strong. Among them, there was no lack of mages and great swords masters, all were elites. Moreover, they had gone through fire and water together, so they had a tacit understanding with each other. It could be said that, if Long Yi wasn't here, then they could easily exterminate this group of Nelan Ryu if they wanted. But then again, how could Red Lady have nothing to do and go provoke an empire? The sparkling eyes of Red Lady scanned and her gaze rested on Long Yi and Nelan Ryuyu. Then dismounting from her horse, she walked 2 steps forward and said, cupping her hands, "I, Red Lady, greet Princess Ryuyu as well as young Master Ziman. Please forgive me for any disturbance." A trace of a smile appeared on the face of Long Yi. No wonder this woman was able to lead a ranked mercenary group. Compared to her, how many men could have such somewhat bold and uninhibited manner as well as neither haughty nor humble bearing? This made him admire her. Long Yi signaled 200 cavalries to withdraw, then walking to the front of Red Lady, he said with a smile, "Red Lady, we meet again. It seems the fate that brings us together isn't shallow. Isn't that so?" Red Lady also smiled and said, "Young Master Ziman, speaking with me like this, aren't you afraid that Princess Ryuyu will get angry?" "She isn't that kind of narrow-minded person." Long Yi turned his head and looked at expressionless Nelan Ryuyu and said with a smile. Nelan Ryuyu rolled her eyes, then walking forward, She indifferently nodded her head at Red Lady and said, I have heard your famous name Red Lady a long time ago. Now seeing you in person, you really have a well-deserved reputation. Keek, Princess Ryuayu's beauty is also well known under the heaven. Red Lady has been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Young Master Zimin truly has a very good fortune. Red Lady giggled and her pair of breasts violently shook, attracting the eyes of everyone. Don't be so distant, aren't you tired of being polite here and there? Long Yi rolled his eyes and then asked, Red Lady, are you all leaving for that Lightning God Forbidden Area SS ranked mission? Red Lady nodded her head and said, yes, many mercenary groups have already failed there. Until now, not even a single group is able to accomplish this mission. This time, we are cooperating with Nelan Empire's iron-blooded mercenary group to see whether we can be able to obtain the left eyeball of Lightning God. Iron-blooded mercenary group? Then now, are you all not going to Yi Principality? Long Yi asked. Iron-blooded mercenary group was also a famous A-ranked mercenary group which was in the top 10 among hundreds of A-ranked mercenary groups of Blue Wave's continent. The combined power of these two mercenary groups would be very powerful. No, we are planning to go to Nelan Empire's Blue Moon City and meet with Iron-blooded mercenary group. We still need to prepare a number of essential items. Red Lady smiled and replied. Her tone was filled with strong self-confidence, and this self-confidence was simply her unique temperament. Since we are going in the same way, how about we travel together? It's lively with more people. Long Yi said with a smile, and he didn't conceal his appreciation of Red Lady. If Princess Ryuayu doesn't oppose, then why not? Red Lady looked towards Nelan Ryuayu. In fact, she was also full of curiosity about Long Yi as well as this extraordinarily beautiful saintess. Of course, I am happy if you are to travel us, we just so happen to have fewer companions en route. Nelan Ryuayu faintly smiled and said, when she was dealing with unfamiliar or not close people, her smile always was reserved, maintaining her distance. Red Lady also didn't mind. Then turning around, he ordered everyone to dismount and rest. Then together with Long Yi and Nelan Ryuayu, she sat beside Nelan Ryuayu's luxurious carriage. 1. You, surname, I, my, me, Hong, Red, Nyang, young lady, and her mercenary nickname is Red Lady, Hong Nyang Tsai. Chapter 315. Red Lady was liberally allowed to sit together with Nelan Ryuayu and Long Yi, and the rest of Lightning mercenary group dispersed throughout the place to take a rest. It was noon at this moment, so everyone took out their rations and wine from their space ring and began eating and drinking. In an instant, this place became rather lively. The foods Long Yi had prepared for this journey was extremely abundant. He instantly took out 7 or 8 different exquisite dishes from his space ring, and using his true chi, they instantly became steaming hot and a sweet fragrance wafted about. Red Lady, if you don't mind, how about we drink a cup of wine together? Long Yi laughed. That was my intention from the beginning. Even if you don't offer me, I will use my thick skin and will not be polite. Red Lady said straightforwardly. When she was talking with Long Yi, she wasn't polite at all. After that, calling Barbarian Bull, the 4 people sat in a circle and enjoy the lunch together. Red Lady had traveled widely for many years, and she could talk really well. Her experience was also very broad. Moreover was the master in setting the atmosphere. She became the host and guest of this luncheon, enjoying herself to the full. Nelan Ryuayu also had a very good impression of Red Lady, and while talking with her now, she no longer had that distant expression. Red Lady, is there any new news of Lightning God Forbidden Area? Long Yi asked curiously. This made him involuntarily recall those days when he was adventuring through Huangming Plain with Barbarian Bull, Little Elf Luzia and others. If he had an opportunity, he would definitely go to Lightning God Forbidden Area to widen his knowledge. These days, many mercenary groups had already went there, but all of them suffered a disastrous loss. Right up until the present, no one is able to pass through that death sea of flowers. Red Lady frowned and replied, did nobody find another path? Lightning God Forbidden Area is so big, Perhaps there must be another place or another way out. Long Yi said. At that time, in Adventurer's Bar, he and Red Lady had talked about this problem. Red Lady shook her head and said, right up until the present, there is no such news, but even if someone found another path, they will not spread this news in public because the competition for the completion of this mission is very fierce. Once it is completed, the gains are not only the mission reward, their reputation will surely raise very high. It can be said that the vast majority of mercenary groups are trying to complete this mission for the reputation but not money. Well, that is also the case, but now it seems, even if there are other paths, they might also be unusually dangerous because till now, there is no news of someone being able to enter even deeper of Lightning God Forbidden area. Long Yi nodded his head and said he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart that made him want to go and take a look at that place. Long Yi had a strong desire in his heart, but Barbarian Bull even more wanted to go there. He looked at Long Yi with his big bull eyes and said, young master, since Lightning God Forbidden area is not far away from Nelan Empire, how about we also try to examine that place a little? In the future, if we have a time, then we will definitely go there. Long Yi said with a smile. This moment, the situation of Blue Wave's continent was becoming worse. As long as he and Nelan Ryuayu reached Blue Moon City, the full-scale war might immediately erupt. He didn't know what kind of circumstance he had to face at that time. Red Lady chuckled and said, young Master Ziman, if you want to go, then how about going together with us? With many people, it may be a bit easier, don't you think so? She said these words not thinking to make Long Yi help her, but wanted to help Long Yi out of her goodwill. Although she had heard that the current second young Master Ziman was very powerful, but she thought that Long Yi should only be a swords master or so in her heart. Therefore, she wanted to sell him a favor. So this is the feeling of Red Lady. Long Yi smiled, naturally understanding her thoughts. At this time, Long Yi's eyes rested on the fiery red big bow on the back of Red Lady. He could sense the fluctuation of strong fire magic elements from this bow. This meant this Red Lady should be a fire magic archer, merely he didn't know how strong she was. Young Master Ziman seems to be very interested in my Scarlet Blood bow. Can it be that young Master Ziman also knows archery? Red Lady said with a smile. This Scarlet Blood divine bow was a divine level artifact. An arrow shot from this bow could pierce through the mountain and crush the rocks. Moreover, it had the ability to double the strength of fire magic. She had obtained this when she was doing a ranked mission some years ago. Dabbled by chance. I wonder if Red Lady can lend me your Scarlet Blood bow to view and admire it. Long Yi requested, but he felt his request was too rude. In Blue Wave's continent, the strong people always treated their weapon as their very own life, so how could she causally lend it to him? But since Long Yi had already spoken, Red Lady hesitated for a while, then taking out Scarlet Blood bow from her back, she handed over to Long Yi. Long Yi took the Scarlet Blood bow, and felt that it was heavy. Moreover also was somewhat hot. This bow should have used rare hematite and forged using a special method. It was incomparably exquisite, appeared as if a peerless work of art. Good heavy bow, it seems you have quite a bit of strength. Long Yi smirked and said, looking at the sexy curvy body of Red Lady, but in his heart, he was wondering why Red Lady's breast was so big. Could it be that because she pulled this bow daily? Young Master Ziman is making fun of me. Red Lady rolled her eyes, creating disturbance in the lustful heart of Long Yi. Seeing this lustful appearance of Long Yi, Nelan Ryuayu felt somewhat unwell in her heart for some unknown reason. Then fiercely stamping on the feet of Long Yi, she twisted her leg left and right. Long Yi hissed, and his big hand quietly stroked the thigh of Nelan Ryuayu. Then Nelan Ryuayu immediately retracted her leg with a red face, and ferociously glared at him. Seeing the actions of these two people, Red Lady couldn't help laughing softly. Nelan Ryuayu was in a somewhat awkward situation, so she changed the topic. Why are you looking at it for so long, still not returning her bow? It's fine, as it happens, I want to see the archery of young Master Ziman. Red Lady said with a smile. and looking at Long Yi with sparkling and crystal clear beautiful eyes, she was somewhat looking forward to seeing in her heart. How could he knew how to use a bow? Don't listen to his bragging. Nalan Ryuayu said. Who said I don't know how to use a bow? I, your husband, am proficient in all kinds of weapons. What's more, I am even more skilled in bows and arrows. Long Yi complacently said. Then he stood up, held the bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. He appeared as if he was about to demonstrate his archery on the spot. Red Lady looked at Long Yi with a smile, and she looked as if she had successfully made a mischievous prank. This scarlet blood bow of hers required a special technique to draw it, otherwise, no matter the strength, the bowstring couldn't be drawn back. After Long Yi stood up and made a posture of drawing a bow, he attracted the attention of everyone. Some member of Lightning mercenary group who knew the details were already laughing secretly in their heart. All of them considered Long Yi will inevitably lose his face this time. Long Yi placed one leg in front of the other, then shouting in a low voice, he tried to pull the bowstring with his right hand, but to his surprise, he was not even able to pull the slightest. If he couldn't pull the bowstring, then he would definitely lose his face. So he used the internal force of Altainju and injected his spirit power into the scarlet blood bow. Then he shouted loudly. After that, the scarlet blood bow emitted blazing flame as the bowstring was unexpectedly pulled back slowly by him. Chapter 316. The blazing flames shone upon the handsome face of Long Yi, and his black pupils that could cause people to palpitate appeared to be burning. He continuously drew back the bowstring and the fire magic elements in the air condensed, forming a long arrow. Gradually, he drew the bowstring until the bow turned a full moon. How could this be? How did he achieve this? Someone who knew the inside information couldn't help but cry out in alarm, and as for Red Lady, who was the owner of Scarlet Blood Bow, she was even more shocked. Even she herself couldn't pull the bowstring of Scarlet Blood Bow into the full moon. But this man here unexpectedly accomplished that. Suddenly, Long Yi loosened his right hand, shooting the arrow. Then, with a whistling sound, everyone only felt the violent flashing of red light, and a burst of heat waves seethed, seemingly wanting to roast them alive. The flame arrow in the hand of Long Yi had already changed into a dazzling red light shooting towards a small hillock in the front. Hong! A loud explosion sound resounded and the earth trembled. That small hillock was already fattened to the ground by that flame arrow. Now, with mist rising in the air was filled with a dense scorched smell. Moreover, there were several wild beasts in complete corpses emitting steam, unexpectedly were roasted. A cool breeze blew over, and that aura pressuring people slowly dissipated. Everyone also came back to their senses in succession and looked at Long Yi in deep admiration. Among all these people, only Nanlan Ryuayu wasn't surprised, as she was already aware of Long Yi's strength and also knew that he had innumerable abilities. Moreover, being together with him, he would always do many things that were unbelievable. This really is a good bow. Of course, my skill is also very good, otherwise it wouldn't have displayed such great power. Long Yi ignored the gaze of everyone and returned Scarlet Blood Bow to Red Lady. Red Lady took the bow and couldn't help asking, "Young Master Ziman, how did you do that?" "What? How did I do that? What is archery? Isn't that just drawing the bowstring, then releasing the arrow aiming at the target? Isn't his the simple principle everyone know?" Long Yi smirked and said. His heart was naturally brimming with confidence. Other people might lose their face, but he, Long Yi, had confidence in handling any matter that he faced. Red Lady knew that Long Yi was talking nonsense, so she didn't ask again. But she involuntarily started to get very curious about this man. Regarding this man with a notorious reputation who unexpectedly was so unfathomable, she was curious about to what extent his full strength was. After this small episode, Long Yi's standing immediately soared high. Now, not only the cavaliers of Nalan Empire, even the high and low members of Lightning Mercenary Group held Long Yi in extreme awe and veneration. Strong was always respected in Blue Wave's continent. At this moment, time was not too early, so in order to reach Blue Moon City as soon as possible, Long Yi and Red Lady commanded the troops under them to prepare to set out. Then the group of more than 1,000 people marched towards their destination. After they had crossed the dense forest in the front, the sky was already dim as the flourishing sun had already hidden half of it behind the western horizon. But this place could be considered as the territory of Nelan Empire. Long Yi stuck out his head to look at the front and saw the wilderness plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. It seemed they wouldn't be able to reach the nearest town from here today. Retracting his head inside the carriage, Long Yi happened to see Nelan Ryuayu retracting her gaze in panic, and her beautiful face became red, appearing just like a thief that had been caught. Long Yi suspiciously stared at Nelan Ryuayu, sizing her up, then he laughed. "Weren't you stealing a glance at me just now? If you want to look, then look. It's not like I am preventing you from looking." "Don't talk nonsense. Who stole a glance at you?" Nelan Ryuayu's beautiful face became even redder and shouted with a guilty conscience. He didn't steal a glance then. Didn't steal a glance? Why on earth are you overreacting? Long Yi smiled and sat beside Nelan Ryuayu. He felt her embarrassed appearance was very cute. "You are way too narcissistic. I advise you to restrain yourself a bit, and don't always seduce women, otherwise you might provoke ill will." Nelan Ryuayu's red face reverted back to normal and snorted coldly. Long Yi was startled and said in confusion, "Why are you saying such words? When did I seduce women?" "Go on to say you haven't. When you were looking at Red Lady, you looked just like a wolf who is hungry for several days. Moreover, at noon, when you were borrowing the bow from her, you quietly felt her hand. Don't think that I didn't notice that." Nelan Ryuayu angrily said. Having heard what was said, the expression of Long Yi became unusually odd and then said with a smile, "You are jealous, right? Otherwise, how come you are paying such close attention to me and Red Lady? You noticed even such subtle movement of touching hands. You are truly observing in detail." "I am jealous? Truly funny. I am too lazy to speak with you. Don't talk to me." The expression of Nelan Ryuayu clearly appeared rather frenetic and unnatural, but she hurriedly turned around, and no longer looked at Long Yi. Long Yi touched his nose. "Women, they truly are strange." As for Zhao Kui, she was strangely looking at her princess and son-in-law, and she was totally at a loss. Nelan Ryuayu hadn't told her about the matter of fake marriage. At night, because there was no town nearby, a large contingent of troops could only camp in the wilderness, and roasting various kind of wild beasts in bonfires. Mercenaries sat together in twos and threes in circles while boasting and chatting idly. Moreover, they were also drinking gallons and eating. Some were singing heartily in a loud voice, startling innumerable nocturnal birds. Long Yi was lying alone on a large stone at some distance. He had held a long grass in his mouth, and had used his hands as the pillow, quietly looking at the vast starry sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 4 years since he had arrived in this world. He had experienced too many matters, and many of them appeared unbelievable when recalling them, making him wonder whether it was truly him that experienced them. "How come you are staying here by yourself? Aren't you going to accompany Princess Ryuayu? Look, she has already entered her tent to rest quite early." A charming voice resounded beside the ear of Long Yi. Long Yi bit the grass in his mouth and without opening his eyes, he said, "Why would she need me to accompany her? She is earnestly hoping for me to leave as far away from her as possible." Is that so? But I can see that she really likes you." Red Lady sat down beside Long Yi and said with a smile. Long Yi smiled faintly but didn't reply. A kind of ambiguous feelings had always existed between him and Nelan Ryuayu, but both of them didn't prod through, that's all. Nelan Ryuayu should have a bit of good opinion of him, but to what extent, Long Yi wasn't sure. At this time, Long Yi sniffed, smelling Red Lady's sweet body fragrance. He had heard that the women with dense body fragrance had very strong, but he didn't know whether that was true or false. Although Red Lady appeared warm as fire, but in the men-dominated mercenary world, her reputation however was very good, and there were many people courting her. Nevertheless, she was still single. "What are you sniffing?" Red Lady slightly turned her head and saw Long Yi was sniffing something. so she couldn't help asking curiously. Red Lady is very fragrant, so I couldn't help smelling few more times. Long Yi slightly smiled and spitting out the grass in his mouth, he sat up. Now his handsome face was merely few centimeters away from Red Lady, and he could feel the fragrance she was exhaling. The sudden getting up of Long Yi frightened Red Lady, then hastily moving her head away, she said with slight displeasure, "Are you always so flirtatious with women?" Long Yi smiled, then stretching his legs, he sat side by side with Red Lady and said, "What do you think?" Everyone in Blue Waves continent already knows the reputation of sex fiendism in you. Red Lady looked at Long Yi and shaking her head, she said with a smile, "I feel the rumors are not true, although you are glib-tongued sometimes, but you are absolutely not that kind of person." "So sure?" "Perhaps, I'm good at pretending." Long Yi laughed at himself and said, "I believe my eyes to judge a person. Still, if your nature is truly like that of rumors, then you are too frightening." Red Lady giggled and said. Long Yi looked at Red Lady and said, "Are you curious about me? If you are, then be careful. Usually, people's affection for another person begins with curiosity." Red Lady was dumbfounded, then chuckled while covering her mouth, and along with her laughter, her breasts also swayed non-stop, attracting the gaze of Long Yi. Even though she felt the gaze of Long Yi was remaining at her breasts, Red Lady didn't mind it. She was a person who had seen through many wind and waves, so she didn't shout this was rude while covering her breasts with her hands like little girls. Instead, she threw out her chest showing her pride. "Big sister's figure is truly nice." Long Yi highly praised. Then, "How is it compared to Princess Ryuayu?" Red Lady asked with a smile. This isn't something I should speak carelessly, seeing from the outside, Big Sister's breasts appear somewhat bigger, but I wonder if their external appearance and inner thoughts coincide. Long Yi watched at the towering breasts of Red Lady and said with a lewd smile. Red Lady was somewhat unable to bear and rolling her eyes, she said in displeasure, "I truly cannot handle you. Just give you a few rays of sunlight and you are shining brilliantly." 1. Long Yi smiled while thinking, "Red Lady, you are wrong. Even if it is a night without any sunlight, I can still shine brilliantly like before. Where is your home?" Long Yi retracted his smile and asked, "Wherever I go, that place is my home." Red Lady slightly smiled and said, giving a gentle breeze-like feeling, "So cool. Isn't that having home nowhere equivalent to having a home everywhere?" Long Yi laughed. "Having home nowhere equivalent to having a home everywhere? Well, yes, it's like that." Red Lady looked at Long Yi, but his starry eyes were somewhat blurred. Unexpectedly he was absent-minded all of a sudden. After a good while, Long Yi came back to his senses and saw Red Lady was staring at him. "I'm sorry, just got absent-minded there." Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and apologized. "Do you know how you look like just a moment ago?" Red Lady asked. Long Yi shook his head and said with a smile, "Is it possible that I looked different from now? Was it handsome or ugly?" "I felt as if you have experienced many difficulties and hardships as well as the greater part of your life." Red Lady looked at Long Yi again, but she could no longer find that feeling. "I was pretending intentionally because I hear experienced men are very attractive to women." Long Yi moved close to Red Lady and said with a smile. Then, not waiting for the reply of Red Lady, he flew back to the campsite, leaving behind Red Lady, who was looking at his back view lost in thought. 1. Just give you a few rays of sunlight and you are shining brilliantly. Just give you a bit of compliment, and you are very proud of yourself. Chapter 317. With twinkling stars all over the sky, a gentle breeze blew. The nighttime of Blue Waves continent had always been enchanting like this. In his previous world, it was very hard to see such a pure and tranquil night sky. The science and technology had already annihilated such pure land of that world, turning them a part of the history. Long Yi felt very lucky to be able to come to such magical and beautiful world. But from some aspects, he again felt unlucky, because that blue planet Earth was his roots. No matter how bad it was, he also couldn't cast it aside. A person without roots, no matter how magnificently he lived, his heart would still have a lonely place that nothing could fill. Fuk, why am I being so sentimental tonight? While flying in the sky, Long Yi shook his head to discard these annoying thoughts, but he couldn't deny, even if he had many beauties beside him, some matters could only fester in his mind forever. Landing in front of the luxurious tent of him and Nellen Ryuayu, Long Yi easily passed through the barrier, entering the tent. Inside the luxurious tent, he saw a piece of curtain had partitioned the space into two half. In previous days, they two had always slept like this, and if they happened to encounter a town, although they would sleep in the same room but one would sleep on the bed and other will sleep in the tent. Ryuayu, wifey, did you fall asleep? Long Yi called out in succession, but he didn't hear any response from Nellen Ryuayu. Could it be that she was meditating? Long Yi stealthily raised the curtain and looked inside, only to face two furious eyes. Nellen Ryuayu sitting on her bed was ferociously glaring at him. Long Yi was shocked. This girl obviously didn't sleep nor meditate, but how come she was ignoring him? Was she still angry? Thinking about it, from the afternoon till now, she had hardly spoken anything to him. Wah, your big eyes are frightening. Why are you looking at me so hatefully? Did I offend you or something? Long Yi simply raised the curtain and walked in, ignoring the murderous gaze of Nellen Ryuayu. Then, he sat on her soft bed. Get out, I don't want to talk with you. Nellen Ryuayu turned around and said angrily. This appearance looked just like a girl who was wronged by her lover. But I want to talk with you, just say it. How did I provoke the anger of your highness the princess? Long Yi looked at Nellen Ryuayu, pretending to be suffering from injustice. Nellen Ryuayu was somewhat embarrassed, thinking about it. Long Yi did nothing special to offend her, but she was somehow angry with him. When she saw him and Red Lady getting close, she became even angrier. What is wrong with me? Nellen Ryuayu asked herself. Now, she truly looked rather unreasonable. She also didn't understand why she became like this. However, Nellen Ryuayu suddenly recalled the scene she had seen from far away just a moment ago where Long Yi was very close to Red Lady, and she got angry again for no reason. Then she just snorted. After that, using her little hands, she pushed Long Yi as she said, "Get out, I don't want to see you." Long Yi however caught the little hands of Nellen Ryuayu and pulled her, causing Nellen Ryuayu to unstably fall into the bosom of Long Yi. Immediately after that, dense musk-like man's aura surrounded her. What do you want to do? Nellen Ryuayu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she felt as if her heart was about to jump out from her mouth. Even her palm was moist with sweat. You say, what do you think I want to do? The big hands of Long Yi hugged the fragrant shoulder of Nellen Ryuayu, and his handsome face slowly approached her face, leaving only a few centimeters distance between them. Nellen Ryuayu slightly trembled and opened her eyes wide. Moreover, she suddenly breathed heavily as if she was lacking oxygen and her entire body became incomparably stiff. Long Yi looked at the beautiful eyes of Nellen Ryuayu, and again looking at her slightly opened pink lips due to nervousness, his heart involuntarily swayed, and his lips slowly moved closer. But just before Long Yi kissed Nellen Ryuayu, don't know from where she got strength, she pushed away Long Yi, then just like a startled rabbit, she jumped to the other end of the bed, but her towering beasts were still rising and falling violently. Zeman you bastard, aren't you bullying me enough? Nellen Ryuayu's beautiful autumn pupils were lightly moist and her hands were still trembling slightly. Long Yi sat up, and making a wry smile, he said, I believe you like me. Like you? Don't talk nonsense, I don't like you. Nellen Ryuayu panicked as if her heart's secret was exposed, but her mouth however still didn't admit. You don't like me? Then, when you see me together with Red Lady, why are you showing such a big reaction? Moreover, feeling wronged, why didn't you talk to me? If this isn't liking, then what is? Long Yi looked at Nellen Ryuayu with keen, sparkling eyes. Nellen Ryuayu was dumbfounded, and with her eyes glimmering with uncertainty, she somewhat stutteringly said, Who had a big reaction? I was angry because you don't understand restraining yourself. Now, You are my husband, but you got so close to a woman you had just met. Seeing this, how will my Nelan Empire's officials think? Yes, that's it, I am angry because of that. Nelan Ryu thought in her heart, then her heart lightened greatly all of a sudden because this excuse convinced herself. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders, then said with a smile, then, it seems I was imagining that my love is reciprocated, hereafter I will pay attention, okay, have a good rest. After speaking, Long Yi stood up and left conveniently pulling the curtain. Pretend, you can pretend, I will see how long you can pretend. Long Yi thought. He didn't believe the excuse of Nelan Ryu. Early in the next morning, Long Yi and Nelan Ryu came out from the tent. Long Yi's face was bright and clear, but Nelan Ryu's complexion was not so good looking, she seemed to have not slept well last night. At this moment, the sun has still yet to rise, and the air was very pure and fresh. The green grasses were full of sparkling and crystal clear dewdrops. This truly was a very comfortable summer morning. Long Yi ran to an open and spacious ground. There, he stretched his body and began to use a set of numerous and complicated Shelline Monastery's clairvoid palms. Now, his cultivation of Outianju had already reached the pinnacle of the third layer, so his clairvoid palms had extraordinary momentum which attracted the attention of many people. Princess, isn't son-in-law very amazing? Zhao Kui shyly whispered to Nelan Ryu. Yes, but why is your face so red? Nelan Ryu patted the face of Zhao Kui and asked with a smile. No, what I mean is. Zhao Kui looked all around like a thief, then again whispered to Nelan Ryu. What I mean is in the bed, even though he rolled about with Princess the entire night without sleeping, now, he is still so energetic. Before Zhao Kui could finish speaking, Nelan Ryu's beautiful face heated up, then she immediately covered the mouth of Zhao Kui and reprimanded, damned girl. If you talk nonsense again, I will sew your mouth. Where did you learn these noxious things? Zhao Kui whimpered, then struggling free from the hand of Nelan Ryu, she replied with a red face, in the past, I heard a lot of palace maids discussing such matters. They said that in that aspect, men could only last at most 10 or so minutes. But looking at Princess, it seems Princess didn't sleep for the entire night. But son-in-law is still doughty as a dragon and lively as a tiger, then he definitely must be very amazing. Nelan Ryu bit her lower lip and firmly pinching the cheek of Zhao Kui, she said, what does a child know? Hereafter you are not allowed to mention such embarrassing things. Zhao Kui hissed in pain and whispered, I am already 18, how can I still be a child that knows nothing? At this time, Long Yi finished performing a set of his fists, and he felt his entire body was more relaxed. But just then, he heard a sound of applauding coming from one side. Looking ahead, he nevertheless saw Red Lady was clapping with a charming smile while looking at him. Young Master Ziman, what is this training? I have never seen this kind of technique before. Red Lady asked curiously. This is called fist techniques. Naturally is using fists to carry out attack and defense moves. Its close combat might is very powerful. Long Yi explained with a smile. Among the profession setup of this different world, there was no existence of martial artist. Use fists, why not use a sword? Can this kind of technique be able to oppose swords masters? Red Lady asked in surprise as she thought this was basically impossible in her mind. Of course. It can. When the cultivation of fist techniques reach sufficient level, they can crush the stone with their bare hand. At that time, their single fist can kill or severely injure the opponent. Long Yi somewhat proudly said. Is it possible to give this little girl 1 or 2 pointers? Red Lady's eyes sparkled as she asked. She clearly wanted to try the might of fist techniques. Long Yi was startled, as Red Lady however was a long-ranged magic archer. Although he could use Great Cosmos Shift to approach and defeat her, but like that, the might of fists technique basically wouldn't reflect. Red Lady giggled, then using a ribbon to tie her long hair into a ponytail, her hand flashed and a huge sword that was half as tall as a normal person appeared in her little hand. This huge sword brought about a strong contrast to her slender figure. This made her have a kind of inexplicable heroic and also charming temperament. Perhaps you don't know, But I am also a great swords master. Red Lady's huge sword shook and emitted a deep blue-colored ki. Now I finally understand why Mercenary Guild gave you a mercenary rank of S. Powerful long-range attack with strong close combat ability. I think only a few and far between people can escape your attack range. Long Yi said in admiration. Young Master Zeman is flattering me, everything is just for the sake of survival. The beautiful eyes of Red Lady flashed with a cold radiance of swordswoman, as well as there was a trace of incomprehensible pain. Long Yi didn't understand the words of Red Lady, and when he was thinking of asking again, Red Lady had already initiated the attack. Long Yi didn't dare to belittle, the strength of Red Lady was beyond his expectation. No wonder, she was one of the only 10s ranked mercenaries of Mercenary World. These people had climbed out alive from the corpse's mountain many times, and their experience was also very rich. Moreover, they were skilled people. Young Master Zeman, be careful. Red Lady holding the sword jumped up, and suddenly a deep blue sword light appeared on her huge sword, and then as sudden as the peal of thunder, her huge sword slashed towards Long Yi. Chapter 318. Long Yi gently stepped forward and dodged like a ghost. Then the deep blue sword light passed through his afterimage and cut the ground. Suddenly, a 4-5 meters long fissure appeared on the meadow. Very fast speed. Red Lady was surprised in her heart, then no longer holding back, she began to attack Long Yi like a rainstorm. Looking at the deep blue ki fluttering in the air, Long Yi continuously dodged. The ki of Red Lady was very high-leveled, and her attacks, as if floating clouds and flowing rivers, each move went well together with other. Although it appeared no different from Mothered Ki, but her link however was incomparably compact, moreover, was changeable in nature so it was hard to guard against her moves. Still, with great cosmos shift, as if a loach, Long Yi easily moved about the gaps of this series of ki attacks. He often dodged the attacks in an unthinkable angle with a relaxed smile on his face. Red Lady attacked for a long time without success. She wasn't even able to scratch the edge of Long Yi's clothing after all those attacks. So, exhaling a mouthful of chaotic chi, she stood still and grumbled in a flirty manner, "Young Master Zeman, you agreed to compete using fist techniques. But now you are only dodging? Are you thinking of not keeping your words?" Long Yi smirked and said, "I just wanted to experience the attack power of Red Lady, that's all." And sure enough, you are very fierce. Is young Master Zeman mocking this little girl? Red Lady said in dissatisfaction. She had attacked for such a long time but had come back empty-handed, thus hearing Long Yi's words, she naturally felt as if Long Yi was mocking her. Of course not. This fleeing technique, if I recognize it as first under the heaven, then no one including even Swords Saint would dare to recognize it as second. Long Yi said appearing rather self-satisfied. In this world, perhaps only he could mention fleeing so openly and proudly. Red Lady was dumbfounded and laughed. "I cannot deny that your fleeing technique is first under the heaven, but what I want to see is the might of your fist techniques." Long Yi smirked, then taking the stance, he gestured Red Lady with his right hand to come and said, "Come, I promise, I will not to dodge again, but you should be careful. It ought to be you that should be careful, look at my 100 repetitive slashes." Red Lady shouted loudly. After that, her figure moved swiftly, and with the huge sword in her hand dancing, layer upon layer of afterimages of a huge sword appeared, then deep blue sword lights just like waves, repeatedly attacking towards Long Yi. The name 100 repetitive slashes truly had a deserved reputation. Long Yi looked up, then moving his Outianju's internal force to his legs, he unexpectedly jumped straight towards the waves of Red Lady's sword lights. Seeing this, the eyeballs all the onlookers nearly popped out. The current posture of Long Yi was simply too handsome, just like heavenly god's incarnation, causing a number of young and beautiful female magicians have red hairs in their eyes. Red Lady was shocked in her heart, but she proved herself to be a veteraness-ranked mercenary. She changed her stance and her huge sword sent out several sword gis. "Wah, you want to make me die songless?" Long Yi flipped backward, dodging the sword lights that were chopping towards his family jewels between his legs. But while shouting, he attacked Red Lady with his fist. Red Lady felt nothing at first, but when his fist reached near her, she felt a deadly pressure, which caused her internal organs to churn endlessly, so she hastily used her huge sword to block. The strength of this fist exploded coming into contact with the sword, and inch by inch, a series of explosions occurred. Red Lady was forced to retreat again, and only after retreating more than 10 meters, she was able to stand stably. Moreover, her beautiful face was already ghastly pale. The might of fist technique is pretty, isn't it? Now, do you still want to continue? Long Yi said, smiling broadly. But Red Lady was still not convinced. She calmed down her aura, and suddenly wearing a ring on her finger, her expression became incomparably solemn, clearly was preparing to make a real move. Those with initiative gain, those without lose. Long Yi also retracted his joking mood. Then, changing into a wisp of smoke, he rushed towards Red Lady. But before Long Yi could approach, Red Lady's huge sword slashed down like lightning. The speed was incomparably fast. Seeing this, Long Yi was startled in his heart. Then condensing internal force in his fists, he punched towards that incomparably fast sword light. Everyone had never thought that Long Yi would actually dare to welcome the sword light with his bare palm, especially the members of Lightning Mercenary Group. They however knew that ring Red Lady wore was a treasure. It could be said that even compared to the space ring of Long Yi, her ring was better. The space ring of Long Yi could increase his Ki by 30%. But the ring of Red Lady however could increase her Ki by 40%, moreover, also doubles the attack power. In these last few years, unknown numbers of monsters as well as enemies had died under her this divine ring. Dang, metal colliding sound resounded, and the lightning-like sword light disappeared without a trace. But Long Yi however didn't retreat. Instead, he left behind an afterimage, arriving at the front of Red Lady. Red Lady panicked and thought to use her sword, but she suddenly felt pain on her wrist. Then her huge sword flew out of her hand, and at that moment, a fist approached near the space between her eyes. In haste, Red Lady released a defense barrier sealed in her ring, but outside her expectation, that fist easily broke through the barrier and approached nearer. Ah! Red Lady closed her eyes, but she only felt a burst of wind and the expected pain didn't come. Red Lady opened her eyes, then saw an iron fist was only half an inch away from her forehead, and behind that iron fist, Long Yi was standing in front of her with a smile. Long Yi retracted his fist, and that numb feeling on his fist began to dissipate. Just a moment ago, directly colliding his fist against Red Lady's Ki with increased power wasn't easy. His fist was protected by his internal force, so there was no injury, but his sleeve however was torn to pieces by that sword Ki. This little girl is convinced. I have never thought that such mystical technique actually exists in this world. Perhaps, in the near future, martial artist masters will become the profession on the same footing as warrior masters in Blue Wave's continent. Red Lady looked towards Long Yi with keen, sparkling eyes seemingly wanting to see through him. Perhaps. Long Yi smiled and then picking up the huge sword, he handed over to Red Lady. Red Lady nevertheless didn't take and said with a smile, "This sword is already damaged, it is worthless now." Long Yi looked at the sword blade after hearing the words of Red Lady and saw the sword blade had a subtle crack. Then laughing hollowly, he retracted the sword and said, "This truly wasn't intentional, some other day, I will definitely compensate you for this sword. No need, no matter how good the sword is, under your hand, it cannot withstand even a single blow." Red Lady appeared to be displeased and complaining, but this kind of bearing was fatally attractive to Long Yi. Long Yi laughed and didn't dare to look directly at Red Lady. This woman was downright enchanting. She absolutely had the capability of bewitching people to death. Long Yi simply looked towards the sky and said, "It's not too early now, we should set out." And after entering the carriage, he saw Nellen Ryu with displeased expression was looking towards him. The carriage slowly advanced and at this time, from outside the carriage, suddenly the lovely voice of Red Lady came, "Young Master Ziman, This little girl is very interested in your fist techniques. How about coming out and discussing about it with me? Long Yi looked at Nellen Ryuyu, but he saw she was puckering her lips and her expression was somewhat tense looking at him. Still, he pretended. He wanted to get up, but Nellen Ryuyu grabbed his big hand and said, "You are not allowed to go." Long Yi smiled, then looking towards the snow-white jade hands of Nellen Ryuyu that was grabbing him, he smiled ambiguously. This girl had said that she didn't like him, but she was still being jealous like this. Nellen Ryuyu immediately retracted her hand and her beautiful face became red, but still used her gaze to warn him. The action of two people made Zhao Kui, who was also inside the carriage, giggle endlessly. She was truly unable to understand what was going on with her princess and son-in-law. Long Yi lifted up the curtain and looking at Red Lady outside, he said, "I am extremely willing to discuss fist techniques with you. Merely after fighting with you just now, I am exhausted. Let me rest for now. How about discussing later?" Red Lady giggled looking towards Long Yi, and then no longer nagging him, she made her horse rush to the front. Long Yi closed the curtain and said to Nellen Ryuyu, "Are you satisfied now, vinegar jar? Who ate your vinegar?" "Don't be so conceited. I merely feared that our Nellen Empire's officials might let their imagination run wild, attracting unnecessary troubles in the future." Nellen Ryuyu turned around and snorted. "But in my view, you are the one letting your imagination running wild. Still, according to your viewpoint, it's fine as long as I have a contact with Red Lady in secret, right?" Long Yi smiled looking at Nellen Ryuyu. Of course. Humph. Nellen Ryuyu felt suffocated in her heart and again began to act in a fit of pique. Long Yi smirked and moved to the side of Nellen Ryuyu, then stared at Nellen Ryuyu without blinking his eyes, causing Nellen Ryuyu to blush to the root of her ear. "What are you staring? Stay away from me." Nellen Ryuyu anxiously said, "How come this person was so shameless?" "Ryuyu, you are truly beautiful." Long Yi suddenly let out a gasp in admiration. Nellen Ryuyu was dumbfounded all of a sudden and a slight smile appeared on her face but disappeared very quickly, and then she snorted. "How can I compare to Red Lady? She is more attractive to you anyway." "Red Lady is indeed very beautiful, but I think you are even more beautiful. When I first saw you in the forest of Hengjuan Mountains, I was startled and simply though you are a fairy of the heaven that descended to this secular world." Long Yi stared at Nellen Ryuyu full of tender feelings and said sickening words. The expression of Nellen Ryuyu softened, and her eyes shone with clear luster. As for Zhao Kui, she hugged her chest, feeling goosebumps all over her skin. "Son-in-law, don't speak anymore, Zhao Kui can't bear any longer." Just when Long Yi was secretly delighted, Zhao Kui suddenly begged while trembling. Nellen Ryuyu suddenly woke up with a start, then immediately pushing away Long Yi, she said, "Who will believe your nonsense? Besides, whether I am beautiful or not, what's it got to do with you?" Seeing he was defeated when victory was within grasp, Long Yi reluctantly shrugged his shoulder. At that time, the advancing carriage suddenly stopped, and the sounds of a disturbance came from the front. "What's the matter?" Long Yi frowned and jumped out of the carriage, but his breath suddenly stagnated as he saw not far away in the front, he saw a dozen of people had turned into ice sculptures that were shining under the sunlight. Chapter 319. Long Yi was surprised and bewildered. Seeing these dozens of ice sculptures, he immediately thought about Wash Wang purely on the conditional reflex. "What's going on?" This. Nellen Ryuyu also lifted the curtain and looked in the front, and seeing human-shaped ice sculptures, she couldn't help screaming. She also sensed dense water magic elements remaining in the air. Long Yi immediately soared as if a rock and landed in front of these human-shaped ice sculptures. Behind him, Red Lady and Barbarian Bull followed. Long Yi frowned. Looking at the attire of these people, they should be a certain small-sized mercenary group. There were warriors and magicians too. They are not frozen in ordinary ice. Red Lady exclaimed after using her scarlet blood bow to feel out this ice sculpture. Long Yi reached out his hand and come into contact with one ice sculpture, then he immediately felt bone-piercing chill invading into his body. He immediately retracted his hand and said, "Profound Yin Ice." Yes, it was indeed Profound Yin Ice, and for such wide area attack range of Profound Yin Ice, if one was not at least Master Archmage, then it was simply impossible to accomplish. And looking all over Blue Wave's continent, other than Water Master Archmage Shui Linglong, there was only one another person that has this capability, that is Wash Wang, who had already reached Magic God Realm. Could it be that she had also come to Nelan Empire? It's nothing worth seeing. Let's set out, but increase your vigilance, everyone. Long Yi indifferently said, then returned to the carriage. A large contingent of troops began to set out again. As Blue Wave's continent was the world with the law of the jungle, that scene of just now merely gave everybody misgivings, nothing more. Therefore, all along the road, they just commented on it. Someone said this was the deed of Shui Linglong, and some said this was the deed of a hidden expert. Everyone had diverse views. As for Long Yi, after entering the carriage, he remained silent and his eyes were unfocused. Sometimes, he would laugh and sometimes he would frown. His expression was fluctuating. Nelan Ryuyu wanted to ask what was wrong with him, but again didn't dare to ask this critical question. Was it Wash Wang? It should be. It seems, she still hasn't remembered her past, otherwise, why wouldn't she come to me? Long Yi sighed in his heart, and recalling every aspect of the time since he had encountered her for the first time, his heart became even more bleak and dreary. And seeing Long Yi suddenly appearing lonely, Nelan Ryuyu finally couldn't help pulling the sleeve of Long Yi and asked softly, "What's wrong with you? Since the time you saw those frozen solid people, you are extremely depressed. Do you know who had done that?" Long Yi shook off the hand of Nelan Ryuyu in annoyance and said, "Don't bother me, let me have peace." Nelan Ryuyu was startled, and grievance emerged in her heart. Moreover, with her eyes turning red, tears threatened to fall down. Wasn't she just worried about him? But who would have thought that she would get no thanks for her good intentions? Furthermore, he found her annoying. Nelan Ryuyu took a deep breath in during her tears. And to vent off her anger, she cursed in her heart non-stop, "Cruel and unscrupulous dirty fellow, ungrateful stinking fellow, fickle damned fellow." Long Yi nevertheless was still immersed in his own thinking, and after an unknown period of time, he gnashed his teeth and said, "Wash Wang, you are my woman. I will never allow you to forget me, never." Thinking this, the eyes of Long Yi glimmered with incomparably firm radiance. After this, his heart lightened and he came back to his senses. After coming back to his senses, he saw Nelan Ryuyu was facing him with her back, and Zhao Kui was hatefully glaring at him as if she was dying to bite him. This atmosphere appears somewhat not too right. What's going on with you two? Zhao Kui, do you and I have an enmity? Why on earth are you looking at me like this? Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and asked, "Humphrey, don't talk to me, I have never thought you were such person." Zhao Kui turned her head and her tone of speaking was 70 to 80% similar to her master Nelan Ryuyu. Long Yi was startled, and could roughly guess that he might have offended this master and servant pair. Until next day, Nelan Ryuyu truly didn't speak a single word with Long Yi, and also didn't give him a good face, truly making Long Yi to sigh in his heart. Women, no matter how dazzling halo they had around their body, beneath the surface, their heart was pinpoint-like minuscule. Along with the rolling of the wheels of the carriage, 10 days had already passed. Long Yi and his group had already passed through several big cities and were already about to arrive the capital city of Nelan Empire, Blue Moon City. And to the pleasant surprise of Long Yi, the closer they were to Blue Moon City, the weather was the more pleasantly cool. Moreover, the scenery was also extremely refined. It wasn't rugged like Hengchuan Mountains, wasn't showy like Violent Dragon Empire and also wasn't bleak like Proud Moon Empire. It however was exquisite like a fairy and had blue water and green mountains. Here birds were singing and flowers gave forth fragrance and had very rarely seen sceneries. Even the constructs of this city were so exquisite. Furthermore, there wasn't majestic aura but have a special aura that emotionally affected the people. Traveling all the way, Long Yi came to the conclusion that Nelan Empire was definitely the most suitable country for human habitation, but there was a prerequisite, that is in peacetime. Now, with the repetitive warfare with Proud Moon Empire, more than half of the border cities had already been destroyed and all the common people of Nelan Empire were also panic-stricken. Because of many families, youngsters had responded to the call to enlist themselves in the army for this war. Each time, when the name list of casualties in a large-scale or small-scale wars was published, there were always some white-haired elderly people, young wives and also children lamenting. The sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire Blue Waves continent's sky, which was completely incompatible to the refined scenery. A large contingent of troops went over to an unusually broad street, encountering those caravan, travelers and so on in an endless stream. It's the carriage of Imperial Family and Lightning Mercenary Group. Princess Ryuayu and Lord Son-in-law are back. From now on, we don't need to be scared. A passerby excitedly said to his companion. The arrival of Nelan Ryuayu and Long Yi would bring about a chain reaction to Nelan Empire as well as the entire Blue Waves continent. Generally, everybody knew this. Yes, Proud Moon Empire has pushed us too hard. They have killed many officers and soldiers of our nation, but this time, joining the hands with Violent Dragon Empire, we will definitely wipe out Proud Moon Empire. That companion hatefully said. Presumably his family member or friends might have lost their lives in the war. The troops slowly marched forward and they could vaguely see the city gate in the front. Long Yi lifted the window curtain of the carriage and stuck out his head. Suddenly, a burst of pleasantly cool wind blew over and he could smell a little salty smell of the sea. And with his ears perking up, he could indistinctly hear the sounds of sea waves too. Princess, we are about to reach our home. Did you smell? It's the taste of the seas. Zhao Kui excitedly began to chatter continuously. Yes, we'll be home soon. Nelan Ryuayu also had a smile on her face. Long Yi also looked at Nelan Ryuayu and said with a smile, Ryuayu, my wife, are you still angry with me? Nelan Ryuayu snorted, but her expression wasn't that firm. In fact, she already had a mind to reconcile with Long Yi long ago, but she had a face to maintain. Moreover, this damned fellow, he unexpectedly also didn't give her a way out, and he would frequently chat intimately with Red Lady too. This nearly infuriated her to death. We'll reach Blue Moon City soon. If you keep on ignoring me, then how will your father Emperor and your people look at us? They will think that there is a problem between us, and then wouldn't they worry to death? Long Yi with thick skin sat beside Nelan Ryuayu and said with a smile, Who is ignoring you? Obviously, you are ignoring me. Nelan Ryuayu squeezed out a trace of a smile and made unfounded countercharges without any politeness. Long Yi rolled his eyes, then grabbed the little hand of Nelan Ryuayu with his big hand. This girl, she clearly wanted to talk with him long ago, still regarding face as all important, she was persisting. What are you doing? Let me go. Feeling her hand was grabbed, Nelan Ryuayu's heart violently jumped and with her face turning red, she exclaimed. You are my wife, still we didn't talk for so long, so I think we should nurture feelings for each other. What do you say, Zhao Kui? Long Yi smiled and asked without a sense of shame. Zhao Kui happily smiled. She was angry with Long Yi because Princess had to bear grievance, but she still began to persuade Nelan Ryuayu before even one day had passed. And right now, just seeing these two people in good terms again, she was very happy. She had grown up beside Nelan Ryuayu from her childhood, so she knew her master very well. She knew her master was a very calm person. Other than her close relatives, she kept a distance from everyone else. And because of her beauty, many disgusting flies had continuously swarmed around her, but she had never seen Nellen Ryuayu giving a special treatment to any noble sons or any men until Nellen Ryuayu met the renowned legendary sex fiend second young master Zeman of Violent Dragon Empire in Mii Principality. After that encounter, she suddenly saw the changes in her princess. No matter if it was her gaze looking at him or her talking tone, all were completely different. Sometimes, she could see her princess had an appearance as if she was just a dainty and delicate girl, and at that time, Zhao Kui realized that her princess had unusual feeling towards Zeman Yu. Nellen Ryuayu rolled her eyes but didn't struggle again, merely her little hand was rather sweaty because of nervousness and shyness, and thought that Long Yi would laugh at her feeling this. Since we are about to reach your home, can it be that your hand is sweaty because of the nostalgia? Long Yi gently smiled and turning over the palm of Nellen Ryu, he wiped her sweat. But in fact, how could he not understand why Nellen Ryuayu was nervous? The heart of Nellen Ryuayu softened and melted under the warm smile of Long Yi. Now, she obediently let Long Yi held her little hand and she suddenly felt happy. At that time, there were already a large number of troops surrounding the city gate of Blue Moon City, and entering and exiting were stopped for the time being. There was also a handsome middle-aged man in the middle of the soldiers. He was wearing a bluish-purple emperor robe as well as sea blue imperial crown. He looked especially prominent, and although his face was ordinary and rather pale, but he had a kind of scholarly and refined aura. This middle-aged man was surrounded by dozens of fully armed bodyguards, and behind him, there furthermore were several old men wearing various element magic robe, presumably they should be the imperial magicians of Nellen Empire. This means that middle-aged man was very likely to be the emperor of Nellen Empire, Nellen Wuji. In addition to the middle-aged man, there were dozens of big and small civil and military officials. It seems, the welcoming standards of Nellen Empire were several grades higher than Violet Dragon Empire. But it could also be that Long Yi being the son-in-law from the particularly important alliance by marriage of Nellen Empire, they attached him such importance. Looking at that luxurious carriage being escorted by cavalries as well as lightning mercenary group, a gratified smile appeared in the slightly pale face of Nellen Wuji. Although he felt guilty for sacrificing his beloved daughter's happiness but obtaining the alliance with Violent Dragon Empire, he felt the gains were far bigger than losses. Yes, the imperial clan had always been somewhat indifferent in family affection. The marriage of sons and daughters were only for obtaining maximum benefit for the imperial clan. Nellen Wuji undoubtedly succeeded perfectly in this point. The troops slowly stopped. Then the officials of Nellen Empire that had accompanied Nellen Ryuayu to Violet Dragon Empire ran forward quickly and along with 200 cavaliers, they respectfully kowtowed to Nellen Wuji. Only after they finished kowtowing, Long Yi came out of the carriage, then reaching out his hand towards the carriage, he supported Nellen Ryuayu, then calmly and unhurriedly, he walked over to the front of Nellen Wuji. Zeman Yu greets Your Majesty the Emperor. Long Yi slightly bowed and greeted. This daughter Nellen Ryuayu greets Father Emperor. Nellen Ryuayu gave an imperial curtsy and her expression had already reverted to her usual indifference appearance. Nellen Wuji closely examined Long Yi for a good while and said with a smile, Good, very good, let's return to the imperial palace now, and prepare for the ceremony tonight. At that time, we father-in-law and son-in-law cannot do without drinking several cups. That's natural, merely I wonder if imperial palace has excellent wine. Long Yi asked with a smile. My worthy son-in-law also seems to be a wine man. Our imperial palace has a wine named Sea Soul, its fragrance is profound and lasting. After examining myself, it is by no means inferior to Elf Clan's 100 Flowers wine. Nellen Wuji patted the shoulder of Long Yi with a smile showing his affection. Then, this son-in-law should taste it. The eyes of Long Yi shone and said with a smile, In this world, there were only very few wines that could be mentioned in the same breath as Elf Clan's 100 Flowers wine. At this moment, Red Lady however was stopping at one side. She was not very fond of facing officials' hypocrisy, she felt extremely disgusted. At this moment, Long Yi came to the side of Red Lady and Red Lady also jumped down the horse, and she looked at Long Yi with a slight smile. "Red Lady, come to speak about it. I owe you for your protection these days, truly thank you." Long Yi said to Red Lady, "Young Master Ziman, why speak such words? After discussing with you for these days, this little girl's knowledge has increased greatly, so it should be me that should be thanking." Red Lady said with a smile, "These few days, she was fond of nothing better than going to look for Long Yi for a chat. When he opened his mouth, he would always speak a number of stunning arguments which only sounded clear and logical but unbelievable. Because they were always chatting closely, the people around them ambiguously talk among themselves saying, 'This iron-hearted woman finally had her mind perturbed.'" Red Lady also didn't refute them as she had a good impression on Long Yi, but admiration accounted for the most part without any sentiment of men and women. He. Then we both shouldn't distress ourselves. Now, I am going to the Imperial Palace. Are you coming with us or leaving?" Long Yi said with a smile. Red Lady nodded her head and said with a smile, "We will separate here, but we will stay in Blue Moon City for a period of time. If young Master Ziman has a free time, then come visit me at the city's adventurers bar. As long as you ask the bartender, someone will lead you to me." "Okay, I will definitely come when I have a free time." Long Yi smiled and waved his hand towards Red Lady while entering the carriage. Then, along with the Imperial Guards of Nelan Empire, the carriage entered the Blue Moon City. Chapter 320. Blue Moon City was flourishing without doubt, although it was somewhat lacking compared to Soaring Dragon City and also didn't have such grand atmosphere like Soaring Dragon City. But this city also had a busy flow of people. Caravan and mercenaries could be seen everywhere, and with the streets paved using light blue sandstone, this city gave a rich marine atmosphere. Roughly after half an hour, the carriage switched to a heavily guarded small path with tree shades, and immediately after that, the surrounding became very quiet, and the sounds of roaring sea waves became clearer. Presumably, they were not far from the coastline. Feeling the carriage seemed to be moving upward slowly, Long Yi lifted the window curtain under curiosity. Then, looking outside, he couldn't help but be surprised. As it turned out, the Imperial Palace of Nelan Empire was built on the hilltop, and the path was sloping upward. No wonder he felt the carriage was slowly moving upward. "Wow, it's the castle, it looks pretty good," Long Yi praised. Outside his expectation, this Imperial Palace was unexpectedly same as the castle of his previous world, but compared to any castle he had seen in his previous world, this was undoubtedly much larger. Of course, although our Nelan Empire's Imperial Palace isn't most luxurious and most imposing, but it is the most beautiful and most distinctive in the entire Blue Waves continent. Nelan Ryuayu rather proudly said. "It's good. I wonder how is Ryuayu's lady's bedchamber tonight. I want to take a good look." Long Yi smirked and said. Before he had finished speaking 3 sentences, he was already using his glib tongue. The beautiful face of Nelan Ryuayu turned red and she ferociously glared at Long Yi, but in exchange, Long Yi unscrupulously laughed. After arriving, Nelan Wuji and Long Yi made few polite remarks. Then Nelan Wuji summoned a palace maid to lead Long Yi as well as Nelan Ryuayu to rest for the day, and at night, a grand ceremony would be held in the palace. Long Yi as the husband of Nelan Ryuayu naturally should live in the ladies' chamber where Nelan Ryuayu used to stay. Nelan Ryuayu alone stayed in a small building of the Imperial Palace. This small building had dozens of various style functional rooms, and the ladies' chamber where Nelan Ryuayu lived in was the centermost room. Outside the ladies' chamber, there was a very big semicircular balcony. On the balcony, there were wooden table and chairs as well as flowers. But what caught the eyes of Long Yi the most was the sea that could be seen just outside the balcony. As it turned out, the Imperial Palace of Nelan Empire was built on the cliff. Behind the Imperial Palace, there was a deep and unfathomable sea. The sea waves were repetitively slamming against the cliff, and that scene of splashing water bloom truly was very spectacular. Amazing, Ryuayu, your Imperial Palace is truly amazing. Long Yi stood in the sunshine and looking at that vast sea, he repeatedly praised. Every day, Listening to the sounds of the sea waves to sleep, truly was very beautiful. That's natural. In this world, only us Nelan Empire has such scenery. Nelan Ryuayu said with a smile, hee. It seems I have to stay here for a period of time. I wonder if I can meet the legendary Mermaid Princess. Long Yi smiled and said, Mermaid Princess? What's that? Nelan Ryuayu asked curiously. Mermaid Princess of course is ... When Long Yi had spoken only half in all smiles, he suddenly paused, then was in a daze looking at those exquisite carvings on the balcony. Hey, Zumanyu, what happened? Nelan Ryuayu waved her snow-white jade hand in front of Long Yi's face. She was discontented with him for suddenly becoming absent-minded. Long Yi came back to his senses, then pointing at those carvings, he said, Aren't you saying you don't know Mermaid Princess? Then what are those carvings? Nelan Ryuayu followed the gaze of Long Yi and then said with a smile, That is the legendary siren. Legend says that they are the monsters that look like women with a long fishtail as their lower body. Are they the Mermaid Princess you were speaking? Long Yi was startled. He had never expected that this would also have mermaids legend. But, in his previous world, someone had seen a monster that resembles a human being with fishtail in the deep sea. Moreover, also had found a corpse specimen, but after the research, that however was only a variant of fish. Nothing more. It was really not the legendary fairy-like mermaid. Perhaps, the people of this world had also seen only such fishes, merely after spreading from one mouth to another. It became incredible. Long Yi thought like this in his heart. At this time, Zhao Kui suddenly ran over and shouted loudly, Princess, little princess has returned. Rumeng, where is she now? Nelan Ryuayu urgently asked. She truly needed to teach a lesson to that damned girl. Seeing the circumstance was wrong, she sneaked off, leaving all the mess to her. Big sister, I am here. A timid voice came from behind, and turning around, they saw a small head sticking out from behind the curtain of the balcony. Her hair was disheveled resembling a bird's nest and her face was also very dirty, merely her millet-colored two big eyes were looking all around non-stop. In a single glance, one would know that she was a restless girl. Rumeng, you ... How did you become like this, still not coming out quickly? Nelan Ryuayu was surprised in her heart and shouted loudly. Nelan Rumeng stepped out from behind the curtain, and they could see that her clothes were also very dirty. Now, looking at her from any angle, she simply appeared just like a little beggar. Whoever sees her current appearance, no one would believe that she was the princess of Nelan Empire. What happened? Hurry up and say, who bullied you? Nelan Ryuayu angrily said. Nelan Rumeng was her biological younger sister born from the same mother and father. Nelan Ryuayu had doted her from her childhood, and now seeing her current appearance, she naturally was endlessly distressed. Ask me later, now I am starving to death, quickly give me something to eat. Nelan Rumeng pitifully said. At this time, clever and smart Zhao Kui brought some pastries and edible birds' nests, and Nelan Rumeng as if the reincarnation of Piggish Eater rushed over, then grabbing the pastry with her dirty hand, she stuffed them into her mouth. It seems she might not have eaten enough for quite a few days. Eat slowly, no one will snatch the food from you. Nelan Ryuayu sighed. Not long after, Nelan Rumeng, this little girl cleared off a plateful of pastry. Then patting her slightly bulging belly, she comfortably burped. Nelan Rumeng finally recovered her strength and noticed Long Yi beside her big sister. Suddenly, she was dumbfounded, and immediately afterward, she angrily glared at Long Yi and then snorting, she pulled Nelan Ryuayu behind her and glowered him like a wolf. Big sister, all if my fault, it's because I sneaked off, you were forced to marry this sex fiend. Nelan Rumeng with tears in her eyes suddenly said to Nelan Ryuayu with an incomparably guilty conscience. The corner of Long Yi's mouth twitched, and making a wry smile, he touched his nose. Your grandpa, Zumanyu, you bastard, until when should I be your scapegoat? Nelan Ryuayu was also startled, and looking towards Long Yi, she saw his beaten appearance, and a trace of a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Long Yi raised his head, meeting the gaze of Nelan Ryuayu, and Nelan Rumeng happened to see the appearance of two people casting an amorous glance at each other, but Nelan Rumeng, being a completely inexperienced little girl, she mistakenly believed that Long Yi was threatening her big sister. She immediately stood in front to protect her big sister, then angrily said to Long Yi, "Disgusting sex fiend, you are not allowed to bully my big sister. Little girl, do you need a spanking?" Long Yi intimidated her. Do you dare? I will ask my father emperor to throw you into the sea to feed the fish." Nelan Rumeng said while trembling. "What about your father emperor? I heard it was you that originally should be marrying me, not your big sister." Long Yi looked at Nelan Rumeng and continued, "Didn't you say I am a sex fiend? Then, today, you and your big sister should serve me together." Nelan Rumeng shivered, and seeing Long Yi was approaching step by step, she felt he had an extremely ill intention. "Looking at your dirty little face, let brother-in-law help you wipe them." Long Yi smirked and extended his wolf claw towards Nelan Rumeng. Nelan Ryuayu somewhat helplessly looked at Long Yi. She naturally knew that this fellow was teasing her little sister. For some reason, she had already started to firmly believe that Long Yi wasn't that kind of person from the bottom of her heart. Nelan Rumeng suddenly screamed and a blue light suddenly burst out from her body, forming a shield to protect her. Long Yi's advancing hand was stopped. This endlessly surprised Long Yi. This shield unexpectedly didn't have even a trace of Gi and magic fluctuation, presumably wasn't magic or Gi's barrier, but it was greatly stronger than Holy Light barrier. Long Yi used out Tianju's internal force, which accompanied with his powerful spirit power slowly broke through this blue shield. "Big sister, save me." Nelan Rumeng was so scared that she closed her eyes, seeing the wolf claw was approaching her. She was unable to understand why this fellow was able to break open her shield. "Okay, Zimenyu, stop teasing her, look how frightened she is," Nelan Ryuayu said in annoyance. Long Yi smirked and retracted his hand, then asked, "What was that barrier of this little girl? How come I don't sense even a bit of Gi nor magic fluctuation?" "I don't know. From childhood, the physique of Rumeng is unsuitable to train either magic or Gi, and her body is also very weak, but when she was 7 years old, her body suddenly improved slowly, and when she encounters danger, she would automatically release a layer of this shield. Even a great swords master cannot cut open this shield. We asked her, but she herself also don't know anything," Nelan Ryuayu said. "There is such thing?" Long Yi strangely looked at this little dirty girl. Big sister, could it be that he isn't that sex fiend Zimenyu?" At this time, Nelan Rumeng opened had beautiful eyes, and seeing her big sister and this man's relation appeared very good, she couldn't help but ask in surprise. "I am Zimenyu, also am that sex fiend, but don't worry, I however am not interested in you, a little girl that is picked up from the garbage can," Long Yi said with a smile. Nelan Rumeng was so angry that she snorted, and just when she wanted to refute, Nelan Ryuayu pinched her cheek and asked, "You still haven't answered my question, how did you become like this?" Nelan Rumeng pouted, then with a look of having suffered grievances, she began to talk about the tragic experience she had encountered after she sneaked off the Imperial Palace. Chapter 321. As it turned out, when Nelan Rumeng learned that her father Emperor, Nilan Wuji, was planning to marry her to the world-renowned pervert Zimenyu, she was very scared in her heart. Next, she took a large number of silver notes, clothing and other personal items, then ran away from the Imperial Palace. Nelan Rumeng, who had been forbidden from leaving the Imperial Palace for a long time, finally went out, moreover by herself. So just like a bird who was finally freed from its cage, she was excited to the extreme, and she thought to travel all around Blue Wave's continent. Merely, it was good to dream, since she was a golden bird that was raised in a cage. Once she flew out of the cage, either she would have the bad end of starving to death or get killed by predators. Because, without the slightest experience of life, how could she understand the ways to survive in the strange world? After running away from the Imperial Palace, Nelan Rumeng truly played around crazily for several days. But after several days, she who didn't know the principle of one shouldn't show one's wealth was cheated and robbed of all the valuable things she had in her possession. If it was not for this mysterious blue barrier, then she, such a pretty little girl, might have already become the plaything of others. From that day onwards, poor little princess of Nelan Empire who had never been starved before had to suffer many indescribable hardships, and quite a few times she wanted to return to the imperial capital, but thinking she had to marry that great sex fiend Ximenyu, she hatefully suppressed those thoughts. Only after she heard the news that Nelan Ruiyu and Ximenyu were married, she timidly returned, secretly feeling guilty. Do you still want me to say what is good for you? Quickly go and bath first, looking at your dirty appearance, even beggars are cleaner than you. Nelan Ruiyu affectionately patted her little sister's cheek and said. Nelan Rumeng stuck out her tongue and along with Zhao Kui, she entered the bathroom at the side. Long Yi sat on the wooden chair on the balcony and said with a smile, "You seem to dote on your little sister." Nelan Ruiyu gracefully sat opposite to Long Yi and slowly said, "Not long after my mother gave birth to Rumeng, she passed away, and Father Emperor was always indifferent to us sisters. So I, as the big sister, how can I not dote on her?" Long Yi smiled, looking at the gentle looks of Nelan Ruiyu and said, "When will you start doting me like that?" "What are you saying? It's you that should be doting me." Nelan Ruiyu subconsciously replied, and realizing what she had said just now, her beautiful face reddened all of a sudden. "I should be doting you, is it? Hee, I will, but isn't it much better if everybody dotes each other?" Long Yi, looking at the reddened face of Nelan Ruiyu, said with a smile. Nelan Ruiyu rolled her eyes and snorted, "I will not talk with you, other than taking cheap advantage with your mouth. What else do you know?" "Yes, like you say, I only know how to take cheap advantage with my mouth, so if I don't take cheap advantage, then wouldn't you feel sorry for me?" The smiling eyes of Long Yi suddenly became deep, and then he placed his hands on the table and leaned forward while speaking. Nelan Ruiyu was startled, and looking at the handsome face of Long Yi approaching her, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated and she was at her wits' end. What do you want to do?" Nelan Ruiyu weakly asked. "Of course, taking a cheap advantage with my mouth." Long Yi, as if wolf, stared at her pink lips and smelling her simple yet elegant delicate fragrance, he slowly moved closer. The heartbeat of Nelan Ruiyu accelerated, and she wanted to run away, but in this brief moment, she had lost all her strength and could only look helplessly at Long Yi's lips approaching towards her. Closer, even closer. Now he was already so close that she could feel the warmth of his lips on her face. The forehead of Long Yi bumped with the forehead of Nelan Ruiyu, and their nose tips also touched each other. Now, he didn't hesitate any longer and moved forward. His lips immediately felt soft and warm. Moreover, a sweet fragrance dispersed in his lips. At this moment, both of them felt as if they were electrocuted. Nelan Ruiyu only heard the sound of her heart beating and her mind became a blank space. Moreover, a numb feeling rose from her lower abdomen and all the fine hairs on her body stood erect. When Long Yi's lips came into contact with the lips of Nelan Ruiyu, the tip of his tongue frequently teased her pearly white teeth, and as if an instinctive reaction, Nelan Ruiyu subconsciously stuck out her tongue. Immediately, the tongues entangled with each other, and that feeling made her feel as if she was floating in the sky. Long Yi wasn't satisfied with only this situation. His big hands moved the wooden table between them to one side, then pulled Nelan Ruiyu to the edge of the balcony. After that, smelling a salty sea breeze and hearing the sound of sea waves, two people become intoxicated, and at an unknown time, the jade hands of Nelan Ruiyu were already hugging the waist of Long Yi, and Long Yi's big hands, however, were moving about the perfect back and buttocks of Nelan Ruiyu. These two people had clearly forgotten about everything else around them. "What are you two doing? Why on earth are you biting each other?" They had continued to French kiss for an unknown period of time. If not for this surprised voice, then they might have continued to kiss till the end of the world. Intoxicated Nelan Ruiyu, who had closed her eyes, suddenly trembled, then slowly opening her eyes, she saw Long Yi with a helpless expression. She screamed and hurriedly pushed Long Yi away, then turning around, she sore-red-faced Zhao Kui and curious Nilan Rumeng. This moment, Nilan Rumeng was already clean and was wearing a set of pink princess dress which perfectly showcased the outline of her just developing little breasts, and her wet millet-colored hair was hung to her waist. Her skin was soft and fair, and her facial features were exquisite, which was a bit similar to Nilan Ryuayu. Truly a rarely seen best quality little Lolita. After 2 years, she would become disastrous. Long Yi clicked his tongue, praising again and again in his heart. Nilan Ryuayu nevertheless was mortally ashamed. She was unable to understand why she unexpectedly forgot herself and kissed Long Yi. Moreover, hearing the question of Nilan Rumeng, she even more was dying to find a hole to jump into it. Big sister, why are you not telling me? Is it fun to bite each other? Nilan Rumeng naturally knew that men and women shouldn't be intimate, but she also knew that husband and wife could be very intimate, merely she didn't quite understand why they were biting each other. Long Yi rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "This is a kind of game between husband and wife that enhance the feeling between the two." "Is that so?" "No wonder. When I had run into someone else's house when I was very hungry to steal something to eat, I saw a couple of husband and wife doing such things, but they didn't wear any clothing and were rolling about on the bed." Nilan Rumeng said, and her face suddenly reddened. Long Yi and Nilan Ryuayu looked at each other in blank dismay. Wasn't the girl excessively pure? In the Imperial Palace, there actually was such a pure girl, truly was a rare sight. What's more, Nilan Rumeng should already be 14-15 years in age. "You actually peeped, shameless." Nilan Ryuayu was embarrassed, and having heard what was said, she immediately reprimanded Nilan Rumeng to cover up the shame and panic in her heart. "I just saw it accidentally, but big sister, a husband and a wife, doing such things, is it really fun?" Nilan Rumeng, as if a curious little baby, asked. Nilan Ryuayu ferociously glared at Long Yi as she didn't know how to answer her little sister's question. "Of course, it's very fun. How about you accompany this brother-in-law to try?" Long Yi smirked and joked. "Sex fiend, humph, do you think I don't understand anything? If I want to try, then I will try with my future husband." Nilan Rumeng snorted. As for Zhao Kui, this girl nevertheless was unable to bear, and with a red face, she ran out. Nilan Ryuayu pulled her little sister to one side and sat down, simply ignoring Long Yi. This smelly fellow unexpectedly didn't cover up, instead even seduce her little sister. Now, she tried to not think that French kiss as much as possible. After that, the two sisters chatted together, but they frequently looked towards Long Yi, who was blankly staring at the seas. Clearly, he was their subject of talk. Long Yi looked at that sea with waves upon waves outside the balcony, and he suddenly recalled Liu Zhu, that violent dragon, and his son Big Head. He wondered how they were doing now. From the explanation of Liu Zhu, Dragon Island was located somewhere in this sea. He wondered how far away it was from Nilan Empire, and recalling that elder of Dragon Clan who had nearly taken his life, Long Yi gnashed his teeth. He would definitely pay him back hundredfold with thanks for his favor of that time. While he was lost in thought, Long Yi saw a group of dolphins swimming on the sea surface. They frequently jumped out and dive in the sea surface. He was very fond of these playful and also really intelligent fellows. He recalled that in his previous incarnation, every time he went to the seaside, he would always play with these cute fellows. Long Yi suddenly jumped out of the balcony, then gliding to the sea waves, he began to tread on the sea waves. "Yeah, big sister, look at him." Nilan Rumeng excitedly stood up and ran to the edge of the balcony, looking at Long Yi's indescribably free and elegant figure. Do. Long Yi imitated the sound of dolphins. Then that group of dolphins immediately surrounded and happily jumped around him. "Big sister, I also want to play, take me there." Nilan Rumeng pleaded. Nilan Ryuayu hesitated. With her mage realm strength, she could fly carrying one person, but she wouldn't be able to support for a long time. "Fine, but your big sister can only support for a little while." Nellen Ryuayu agreed. Then holding the hand of her little sister, she used float magic and glided towards Long Yi. But, at this moment, Long Yi however stood on the back of a dolphin and was about to go far away. Nellen Ryuayu immediately shouted loudly, "Zumanyu, wait a minute." Long Yi turned his head and waving his hand towards them, he said, "Come down, I will take you two to the sea to play." Chapter 322. Good, big sister, let's go. Nellen Rumen hastily nodded her head urging her big sister. When she saw Long Yi was so coolly standing on the back of a dolphin, she was already yearning in her heart. Big sister doesn't have this kind of ability, so don't blame me if you drown. Nellen Ryuayu said in annoyance. Nellen Rumen was depressed and pouting as she enviously looked at Long Yi. But Long Yi just said with a smile as if he already knew what she was worried about, "Don't worry, with me here, do you think I will let you two drown?" Nellen Ryuayu hesitated for a moment, and thinking of Long Yi's endless capability, without any reason, she believed in him. If they truly fell into this sea, then that certainly would be dangerous. Because although their swimming ability was very good, but today, the sea area wasn't calm, so if they were far away from the shore, it might be truly difficult for them if they want to swim back. Seeing this flower and jade-like sisters descending towards him, Long Yi again made judo dolphin sounds. Immediately after that, another two dolphins, one at the left and another at the right, floated up on the sea surface. Shortly afterward, Long Yi extended his hands and grabbed the waist of two women as they screamed. The beautiful face of Nellen Ryuayu reddened but she didn't dare to struggle, merely rolled her eyes as Long Yi hugged her. She didn't want to admit but there was still a trace of pleasantly sweet feeling in her heart. And on the other side, Nellen Rumen however was tightly hugging Long Yi in fear. Her petite chest was stuck close to Long Yi's arm as she shouted in fear, "Brother-in-law, don't let go." Long Yi smiled looking at Nellen Rumen who possessed an exquisite face and smelling her delicate fragrance, a lustful intent couldn't help but rippled. Now, he finally understood why there were so many Lilicons in this world. Little Lolita's unripe feeling was a kind of most fatal attraction for men. Grab properly, now, let's go. Long Yi, hugging a pair of incomparably delicate and charming beautiful sisters on his left and right respectively, proudly urged dolphins to swim forward. Nellen Rumen was scared at the very beginning, but immediately afterward, she excitedly yelled and screamed. After all, she still was a little girl. Now, she was so excited that she forgot that the man beside her was the world-famous greatest sex fiend. Moreover, for her, now, Long Yi was a godlike hero. Under the lead of the dolphins, three people went farther and farther away from the coast. Now, looking back, one could only see seawater as far as one could see. The imperial palace of Nellen Empire had already been left far behind. Nellen Ryuayu felt indescribable worry, as people possessed innate trust on the ground and once they were thoroughly surrounded by vast seawater all around them, then they naturally wouldn't have a peace of mind. Nellen Empire was near the sea, but their shipbuilding technology was not that advanced. Some fishing boats could only sail to the places that were not far away from the coast as they couldn't withstand the huge sea waves. "Zumanyu, let's return, we are already too far," Nellen Ryuayu said feeling somewhat fidgety. "Don't, just move forward to explore." Nellen Rumen however said excitedly. Now that she knew Long Yi was amazing, she already had great confidence in Long Yi that she would be very safe beside him. Long Yi looked at the sky. In another 2 hours, it would be night, and tonight, he had to participate in grand ceremony banquet, so they should return now. Just when Long Yi was intending to return, he suddenly felt a spirit fluctuation as if Samian Yi was staring at them. He suddenly turned around and saw a shadow quickly diving underwater on the left side not far away. If he didn't see it wrong, then that shadow seemed to have long blue hair. Nellen Ryuayu was also startled and looked over there practically at the same time. Now, looking at each other, they saw shock in each other's eyes. Long Yi immediately wanted to dive into the sea and examine, but considering the safety of two sisters, he didn't dare to act rashly and returned as planned while Nellen Rumen was shouting in dissatisfaction. When three people returned to the Imperial Palace's quarter of Nelan Ryuayu, several female officials and Zhao Kui were anxiously waiting for them, and only after seeing all three of them were safe and sound, they relaxed. If something happened to them at this critical juncture, then that certainly would be no end of trouble. The female officials had specially come to dress up Long Yi and Nelan Ryuayu, and at this moment, since there was not much time left, they immediately surrounded Long Yi and Nelan Ryuayu, then began their work. After repeatedly turning around, when it was evening, they finally finished dressing up. Nelan Ryuayu wore the noble imperial attire of Nelan Empire, and Long Yi wore snow-white flawless silk robe. Now, they two, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, appeared just like a match made in heaven. Now, when there was only less than an hour left before the start of the banquet, the female officials retreated. Nelan Rumeng also returned to dress up, leaving only Nelan Ryuayu and Long Yi in the room. "Did you see that?" Long Yi sat on the sofa and asked, frowning, "Was that shadow a human?" "Well, I only saw blue hair. Could it be that it truly was legendary siren?" Nelan Ryuayu appeared especially enchanting after the meticulous dress-up. "It's not impossible, at least I didn't sense human aura on that creature." Long Yi nodded his head and said, "This world is big, there is no lack of strange things. Perhaps there truly are people with fishtail living under the sea and not a variant of fish species." Nelan Ryuayu thought and said, nodding her head, "Our Nelan Empire already has many ancient legends regarding the humanoid monster at the bottom of the sea, but most of them are passed mouth to mouth. In our childhood, we loved to hear these stories told by the seniors of the Imperial Palace." "Stories? How about you tell me those stories tonight?" Long Yi laughed. He made his mind to go to the sea and explore when he had time. Nelan Ryuayu glared at him and said hatefully, "Tonight, you will be sleeping on the ground. If you dare to touch me again, then I will castrate you." When Nelan Ryuayu said the word castrate, her beautiful face was already very red. Long Yi was so surprised that his eyes nearly popped out. Such boorish words, when did she learn to speak them? He said, "Ryuayu, when did you degenerate? Aren't all these I learned from you, this scoundrel?" Nelan Ryuayu couldn't help but chuckled, looking at the surprised expression of Long Yi. "Everything I taught you are things that would benefit you physically and mentally, and even can regulate the menstrual function, make you more attractive, and nourish your skin. But when did I teach you such wicked and violent things?" Thick-skinned Long Yi said with a smile. Nelan Ryuayu bit her lower lip. She was not innocent Nelan Rumeng who knew nothing. Naturally, she knew that Long Yi was flirting with her. At that time, Zhao Kui ran in and said that the ceremony banquet was about to begin, and then she asked them to immediately proceed to the palace's banquet hall. Chapter 323. This moment, the banquet hall of Nelan Empire's Imperial Palace was already decorated brilliantly. Various colored magic lamps were either inlaid or hung on every corner of this banquet hall. Moreover, the banquet hall was filled with officials as well as their family dressed in various styles formal attire, thus the hall was lively. Long Yi and Nelan Ryuayu stood upstairs watching the crowd continuously shutting back and forth below, and they couldn't help having a headache. Honestly speaking, both of them were not too interested in this kind of occasion. Just recalling the ceremony at Soaring Dragon Empire with those numerous and complicated protocols nearly made them collapse. They wondered if this ceremony of Nelan Empire would be a bit simpler. At this moment, Nelan Wuji along with his few beloved imperial concubines entered the banquet hall, and instantly, some powerful ministers and nobles went to bootlick one after another. According to the usual practice of Blue Wave's continent, in banquet or so on unofficial occasions, monarch and his subjects were extremely casual. "Princess, son-in-law, it is time to go down," a palace female official reminded in a low voice. "Then, let's go down, my beautiful princess." Long Yi turned towards Nelan Ryuayu and said with a smile, then lifted his right elbow signaling Nelan Ryuayu to hold him. Nelan Ryuayu shyly smiled faintly, then raising her hand, She gently held the arm of Long Yi and then gracefully walked down the stairs. The appearance of the two immediately attracted the gaze of everyone present. Now, Long Yi had a confident and carefree smile, whereas Nellen Ryui's beautiful face was slightly red, and coupled with her goddess-like beauty as well as that noble and reserved temperament, they simply were a perfect match. All of a sudden, everybody was full of praise in succession. Long Yi brought along Nellen Ryuiyu to the front of Nellen Wuji, and looking around, he sized up two gorgeously dressed youths beside him. Looking at the pattern of their attire, they should be imperial sons of Nellen Wuji, that is Nellen Ryuiu's half-big brothers. According to the information he obtained from Ziman Nu, one of them was a warrior and another was a magician. Their realm wasn't low, one was swordsman, and another one was intermediate magician. The one who was a warrior was called Nellen Wu, and the magician was called Nellen Wen. Both of them and previous Zimenu were jackals from the same lair, out and out profligate sons. Father, big brothers. Nellen Ryuiyu indifferently greeted, but her beautiful eyes had a trace of suppressed disgust. Nellen Wuji nodded his head with a smile and kindly looked at them, but who didn't know he was a cold-blooded, cunning and merciless person. For the sake of profit, he could sacrifice anything. Brother-in-law, I've long heard your well-known name. How about you accompany us brothers to drink tomorrow? We admire you very much, and have some issues where we want your advice. Nellen brothers were excited to meet Long Yi. They felt as if they found a like-minded brother. Long Yi made a perfunctory smile, but in his heart, he was pitying Nellen Wuji, who had used any means possible and also taken great pains to build up and run the empire. If the empire fell into the hands of these two brothers, then it certainly would be fun at that time. The time of the ceremony was almost here, but Nellen Wuji, however, was just smiling and chatting with some favored ministers without the slightest intention to announce the start of the ceremony. Your Majesty, it's time, shouldn't? A minister beside Nellen Wuji reminded him. Nellen Wuji faintly smiled and said, we still have to wait for a person to come and host. It doesn't matter if it is a bit late. Your Majesty, could it be that the Bishop of Blue Moon City will come to host the ceremony? This monster asked curiously. Nellen Wuji mysterious smiled and said, of course not. You will know when that person arrives. Seeing Nellen Wuji didn't want to answer, the ministers no longer inquired and began talking with each other again. As for Long Yi, he accompanied Nellen Ryuiyu to deal with those swarming crowds. Suddenly, he sensed a pair of familiar gaze watching him. He subconsciously turned his head, but he only saw a crowd of people and that familiar gaze also disappeared. Strange, I don't know anyone in Blue Moon City. Long Yi muttered. He roughly knew only some members of Lightning Mercenary Group here in this city, but only officials as well as big nobles of powerful forces of Nellen Empire were invited to this banquet of today. Everyone else had no chance of attending. At this time, Long Yi suddenly heard a youth calling, Yin, where are you going? I was looking for you for a long time. Long Yi was startled. Yin, a very stubborn girl who had wholeheartedly loved Fengling, that tomboy girl, appeared in his mind. But shouldn't she be in Mi Holy Magic Academy? Long Yi thought, but pondering for a bit, he suddenly began to understand. Yin was the miss of Nellen Empire's noble family, so for her to be here wasn't a surprising matter. Now, it had already been a long time since he had left Mi Principality, so it was also normal for her to return to her family. Long Yi walked through the crowd and sure enough, he saw that familiar figure not far away. Who else it could be if not Yin? Today she was wearing black formal evening wear, and together with her tall exquisite figure and sparkling azure blue brooch on her chest, she appeared rather beautiful but cold. And as for that youth who was entangling with Yin, he was precisely Nellen Ryuiu's big brother, Nellen Wu, but Yin obviously had impatient expression. Yin, it's truly you. I thought I had a dim eyesight for mistaking someone else for you. Long Yi walked over in large strides with a smile. Young Master Ziman, congratulations. Yin looked at Long Yi with a complex gaze. This was the man who had snatched her sweetheart, so, sometimes she really didn't know how she should face him. Still, Yin had a kind of gratefulness towards him. At that time, If not for his consolation, then she might not have any courage to keep on living, and recalling she had thrown herself into his embrace and cried loudly. Now, she truly felt mortally ashamed. "Do you two know each other?" Nilan Wu asked in surprise. "Yes, we have a somewhat special relationship." Long Yi ambiguously winked towards Nilan Wu. Nilan Wu was dumbfounded, and discontented appeared on his face, but immediately afterward, it disappeared, and said with a smile, "As it turned out, she is brother-in-law's girl. Since that is the case, I will go look for another target. But, brother-in-law should be careful, my little sister is ferocious." Finished speaking, Nilan Wu entered the crowd looking to hunt another target. Yinyan's beautiful face reddened, and rolling her eyes, she said to Long Yi, "What nonsense are you talking? Who has a special relationship with you?" "He, aren't our relationship sufficiently special?" Long Yi smirked and said. Yinyan was startled, and her face turned pale from red. Clearly, the words of Long Yi reminded her sad past. The relationship between them two were indeed very special. "Thank you," Yinyan said in a low voice. Long Yi sighed and said in a low voice, "You have yet to lay down?" Yinyan trembled. Something was not easy to lay down. For the first time, she fell in love with a man, but that man turned out to be a woman just like her. This blow was honestly too much for her. Chapter 324. Seeing the pale face of Yinyan, Long Yi involuntarily sighed in his heart. Fengling, this girl truly gave her a deep wound. Perhaps it would be very hard for her to recover in a short time, or perhaps it might even leave a shadow in her heart for her lifetime. The fault of Fengling was his fault, so Long Yi was also feeling guilty in his heart. He truly wanted to do something to make up for her. "When did you return?" Long Yi looked at silent Yinyan for a long time. She seemed to be immersed in her past, so he hurriedly changed the subject of the conversation. Yinyan came back to her senses and said bitterly, "I don't know what else was there to continue staying in Mi Holy Magic Academy. That place no longer has any reason for me to stay." "Yinyan." Long Yi couldn't help calling out, but he didn't know what to say. Yinyan looked up and saw the worried expression of Long Yi and said, "You don't need to worry, and also don't need to comfort me. I understand everything I should understand. Merely understanding is one thing, but the feeling, however, is. Time will change everything. Believe in me. You will certainly be happy. Otherwise, it will be very hard for me and Fengling to be happy throughout our life." Long Yi sighed. Yinyan nodded her head, and with glimmering eyes, she said, "Today is your ceremony with Princess Ryuayu. You should stay beside her. She has been continuously shooting a glance towards this side, presumably is jealous. You don't need to accompany me. I want to be alone to calm down a bit." "Okay, after I have some free time, I will come looking for you. Where is your residence?" Long Yi indeed noticed many people were looking towards this side, so in order to avoid the trouble, he had to say like this. Yinyan quickly gave her address, then turning around, she mixed into the crowd. After a little while, she disappeared. Presumably, she went to a quiet corner. Long Yi returned to the side of Nilan Ryuayu and said with a smile, "She is a friend I made before in Mi Holy Magic Academy. You might have seen her before." "Why are you explaining that to me?" "Whoever she is, what's that to do with me?" Nilan Ryuayu indifferently said. But, listening to her carefully, one could sense that her tone contained a bit of sourness. "I thought you want to know, but it seems I was showering affection on an uninterested party." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. At this time, he suddenly heard the guards outside shouting loudly, "Light Pope, His Majesty Charles has arrived." Instantly, the bustling banquet hall became quiet. All the people, including imperial maids shuttling back and forth, also stopped. Light Pope Charles? Did they mishear? This person who rarely appear in front people and who also possessed godlike position in the entire Blue Waves continent, did he really come here? Long Yi also had doubts in his heart. How could Light Pope Charles appear here? But hearing Nilan Wuji wanted to wait for a person to come and host this ceremony, it was not impossible. Before long Yi had a lot of time to think. He sensed a dense light magic aura flooding the entire hall, which made people's spirit feel refreshed and also very warm. A middle-aged man dressed in pure white priest robes suddenly appeared in the hall. His face was shrouded in a layer of white mist so nobody could clearly see his face, and behind him, there was a milky white halo made from the light magic elements. In a glance, he looked just like a god. Long Yi laughed in his heart. Light Pope really was as he had expected. Playing the role of a mysterious person, did he truly think that he was a god? But, Long Yi wholeheartedly admired his strength. Charles was the first person he had seen who could materialize the magic elements other than himself. Was his realm truly only Master Archmage like the legend says? Or, just like Wash Wang, he had already reached Magic God realm? Nilan Wuji hurriedly walked over leading a crowd of officials, and knelt down in incomparable denotation, then said loudly, "Nilan Wuji respectfully welcome your excellency's arrival." At this moment, everyone woke up with a start, then kneeling down, they expressed how they were very fortunate to see Light Pope and how deeply they rejoiced for that. From this, one could see how important the position of Light Pope was in this entire Blue Waves continent. Even the emperor of an empire was kneeling down. What an honor this was. Using religion to dominate truly was a pretty good choice. Nilan Ryuayu as Light Church's saintess had also already knelt down, and now, in this entire banquet hall, only Long Yi alone was standing like a crane standing among the chickens. Seeing only Long Yi hadn't knelt down, Nilan Ryuayu anxiously used her hands to pull his pants. In her heart, Light Pope was God, and God's status was something no one could compare. He was the person sitting high in the clouds overlooking all living things. This was the result of childhood brainwashing. But Long Yi still remained unmoved and standing straight. He straightly looked at this Light Pope Charles, who was shrouded with rings of light, and Charles was also observing him. Long Yi felt incomparably vast pressure from all around and his internal organs felt splitting pain. But the internal force and spirit power of Long Yi instantly bounced back this attack, beginning to oppose this huge pressure. And Long Yi's handsome face also turned red from white and again white from red, and finally changed into a light golden. "Break for me!" Long Yi roared and multicolored rays of light flashed from his body, then the air seemed to distort out of shape. After that, a crack appeared on the pressure of Light Pope and Long Yi urgently fell back 2 steps, escaping his encirclement. After battling with Swords God Murongbo over a long period of time, now he could easily adapt to the pressure of this level. Moreover, Light People was clearly not using all of his strength. He was only probing Long Yi. Now, Long Yi also understand that his realm was very likely to have already attained Magic God realm. Charles didn't attack again, merely laughed. His voice was so warm that it made people feel pleasant. And he said, "This world has many geniuses, but you are the best among all of them. Zumanyu, you really didn't disappoint me." "I never disappoint anyone, including my enemies," Long Yi said with a smile. He was casual on the surface, but inwardly, he however was calming down his churning blood and chi. "Why didn't you kneel when you see me?" Charles didn't understand the profound meaning of Long Yi's words, merely asked curiously, "Kneel? Why should I kneel? I do not recall such rules, only know that Light Church always advocates benevolence, freedom and equality. Since everyone is equal, why should I kneel?" Long Yi said with a smile. In fact, there were many places where the rules of Light Church were contradictory to itself. On one hand, they mentioned everyone was equal, and on the other hand, there was a strict hierarchy in ranks compared to any other forces. "Good, very good, truly is a young hero, no wonder Kexen, that girl never forgot you." Charles laughed. Kexen, Long Yi was startled. Since after the imperial banquet of last time, that girl had left Soaring Dragon City. For her strong possessive desire towards him, Long Yi felt extremely helpless. Could it be that this time she had come following Light Pope? Chapter 325. Your Excellency the Pope, you seem to be somewhat favoring one and discriminating against the other. Today, however, is the ceremony day of Ryuayu, and if I didn't misremember, then she is also one of the 3 saintesses of Light Church. Long Yi made a wry smile and said. Charles laughed and said, This is just my concern for daughter as a father. I am not favoring one and discriminating against the other, otherwise, I wouldn't have come tonight to preside over your ceremony, right? Is he presiding over? Long Yi suddenly understood. He had just heard Nellen Wuji saying that he wanted to wait for a person. As it turned out, he was waiting for the arrival of Charles. No wonder he had an immensely proud smile all over his face. Now that everyone is here, it's time. Charles silently dispelled the barrier surrounding him and Long Yi, then using his majestic voice, he softly said. The conversation between Long Yi and him of just a moment ago was not heard by anyone else. Today is the ceremony day of my student Saintess Nellen Ryu and Zuman Yu. This is a sacred moment, and according to the decree passed down by Lord Light God, hereafter, under the holy light of Lord Light God, the future of Blue Waves continent will be even more glorious. The clear and resounding voice of Charles resounded in the hall, and the halo of light magic elements around his body also became even more brilliant, as if at this moment, Light God had truly descended in person. Long Yi secretly curled his lips. What the hell is this? Isn't he just a big exert of swindling people? After he finished speaking, everyone present in the hall put their palms together before themselves with devotion and muttered something. Long Yi turned around and looked at Nellen Ryu only to see that she was even more devoted, and with light aura wandering about her, she appeared incomparably holy and pure. Forget it, having a belief isn't certainly a bad thing, at least there is a kind of spiritual sustenance. Long Yi sighed in his heart. Naturally, he also had some worries in his heart because whatever Light Church wants her to do, he feared she would do with no second thoughts, just in case, later, if he and Light Church's power turned into fire and water, then what's to be done at that time? Will she become enemies with him or will she betray the church? Although he was unwilling to admit, but Long Yi still felt that the possibility of her choosing to become enemies with him was the greatest. At that time, Charles raised his hands and made several dazzling movements. Then, with the flashing of white light, the entire banquet hall suddenly became misty. Suddenly, in the midst of mist, a light shone, then the silhouette of Light God with 8 pairs of wings emerged in front of everybody present. Rustle, all of a sudden, everyone knelt down. Illusion? Long Yi frowned and circulating internal force in his eyes. The illusion in front of his eyes completely disappeared. Insignificant skill, Long Yi said inwardly, said in disdain. Although the strength of Charles was powerful, but he clearly hadn't reached such high level in illusion. Thinking about it, Long Yi recalled that in Dragon Group of his previous world, there was an illusion expert, and his illusion however was the true illusion. Mixing truth with false, he could kill people without anybody noticing and also could trap a powerful army using an array. Now, that was powerful. Charles saw Long Yi was unimpressed and seeing his eyes unintentionally showed disdain. Charles involuntarily stiffened but quickly reverted back to normal. But he wasn't calm in his heart. This kid had hidden himself. His actual strength was far beyond his expectation. Not only was he able to escape his spirit pressure, he was also showing disdain for his illusion. Now he understood that this world-renowned perverted fellow was absolutely not easy to control. Moreover, the most taboo matter for Charles was Long Yi was still in growing phase. He already had such strength in his early 20s, like this. His future achievement was limitless. Kill him? A killing intent couldn't help but emerged in the heart of Charles because in case they were to oppose each other in the future, then that will be an extremely troublesome matter. But soon, he concealed this killing intent because he had already made the decision to win Long Yi over after listening to the reports of his subordinates. He wanted to firmly bind Long Yi to his camp, and Nellen Ryu was perfect for this, so for her to marry Long Yi, Charles' contribution couldn't go unnoticed. Now, as long as he controls Nellen Ryu as her husband, could Long Yi still escape his control? Thinking this, Charles relaxed in his heart. And if Nellen Ryu alone won't do, then he didn't mind adding Dongfang Kexen too. Lord Light God, I request you to give a holy blessing to these loyal believers of yours, washing away all their adversity and sadness. Nellen Ryu, Zuman Yu, kneel for the blessing of Light God. The soft voice of Charles becomes somewhat erratic. The corner of the mouth of Long Yi twitched. This old fellow was definitely doing this intentionally, wanting to make him kneel. Just now, with the pretext of being equal, he was able to refute, but now he was in the presence of the so-called light god, so if he didn't kneel down, then that would be revolting against light god. Although Long Yi didn't have any good opinion of that eight-winged bird man, but now however was the time of emergency, and it was unwise to make the enemy out of the entire Blue Waves continent. Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and he slowly knelt down, but if you look closely, one could see that there was a very small distance between his knees and ground. He however really hadn't knelt down. Charles naturally saw through the little trick of Long Yi, but he didn't intend to nag him. He merely moved his hand, then the illusion of light god suddenly opened its eyes and its both hands sent out holy light which directly shone on Long Yi and Nellen Ryuayu. Everyone was enchanted by this illusion, and they crawled on the ground worshipping this illusion in incomparable devotion. There were many experts among them, but why was it so easy to fool them with this illusion? Not that their willpower was not strong enough, rather they basically didn't even consider this was a fake because they completely believed in Light God. Moreover, they basically didn't doubt Light Pope Charles. After a good while, the holy light emitted from the hands of the illusion of Light God slowly weakened, and the entire illusion also began to fade slowly, finally dissipating into the air. The banquet hall reverted back to bright, and everything seemed to have not changed. Everybody also began to wake up and were extremely excited because they considered they had witnessed a miracle with their eyes in person. "We'll meet again, Zeminyu." The voice of Charles resounded in the ears of Long Yi, but he had already disappeared from the banquet hall along with the illusion of Light God. "Of course, I am also looking forward to our next meeting, Charles," Long Yi said in his heart as a strange smile appeared on his face. Everything reverted back to the normal track after Charles left, then began Nellen Empire's traditional ceremony. Although the ceremony was cumbersome but compared with Violet Dragon Empire, it was much better. This entire night, host and guests enjoyed themselves to the full, and from the Sea Soul wine collection of Nellen Wuji, Long Yi drank tens of making Nellen Wuji endlessly distressed. When the night was still young, Long Yi was lying on the bed of Nellen Ryuayu's lady's chamber. Huala huala, the sounds of sea waves could be heard and the sea breeze was blowing the curtain of the balcony. In this salty sea atmosphere, accompanied by the sounds of sea wave, sleeping was truly a pleasant thing. "Still can't sleep? I wonder if the smell of alcohol on your body is very disgusting?" Suddenly, a somewhat nervous voice of Nellen Ryuayu came from another edge of the bed.